is the World Series on ESPN Radio.
And back here in Houston, a nice moment as a Texan and a former Astro, Nolan Ryan, just threw out the ceremonial first pitch. Jeff Bagwell was the catcher, and Ryan got it in there pretty quickly. He's still throwing pretty hard right now as he fired a strike right down the middle to Jeff Bagwell. Well, that's going to do it for the pregame show here tonight. Now we're going to send it up to the booth. John Miller and Joe Morgan are standing by with a call of Game 3 of the 2005 World Series, delivered by the United States Postal Service. Asking for a free carrier pickup from the U.S. Postal Service is always the right call. It's easy and it's free. Request yours at USPS.com/pickup. Be sure and join Dave Campbell and myself again for the postgame show at the end of Game 3. But right now, to get you set for the ball game tonight, let's go to John Miller and Joe Morgan. Fellas?
All right, thanks, Dan. And since the very first World Series was played in Boston in 1903, the World Series has been played in 4 different boroughs in the city of New York. It's twice been played in Toronto, Ontario, Canada. It's been played in 5 cities in California. It's even been played in Arizona once and Florida twice. Tonight, for the first time, in the 101st World Series, it will be played in Texas. And I am John Miller along with Joe Morgan. And Joe, it's a proud night here for the fans in Houston to host the World Series at long last. And I know by extension for you, because you began your career here way back when this franchise was still a young expansion franchise.
Well, I played for the Colt 45s for a while before I played for the Astros, which was the original name of the Houston Astros. And it is a proud night because they've been close so many times, John, and I was part of one group that was very close, but they were never able to get over the hump. And now that they're here, I think it's a great thing, not only for the people of Texas, but for baseball, because I think the one thing you want to find out is how good the fans are around the world. And you mentioned we've been to Canada, we've been to a lot of different places, and now we've been to Texas, and I think this is great.
Now, this ballpark is a beautiful ballpark with a retractable roof, a roof which they have kept closed, even though the weather has not mandated that during the postseason, because the word is that they were saying that, well, it holds the sound in well, and we feel it gives the home team an advantage. But Major League Baseball has dictated that it will not be closed for these games. We had a beautiful day in Houston today, and for Houston, it's a little bit on the coolish side tonight. Temperatures in the 60s, but the roof is open. But based on the flags out there in center field, there is no wind blowing at all, and this ballpark has some peculiarities. Number one, it's got a very shallow home run porch down the left field line. They call it the Crawford boxes. It's only 315 to the left field corner to the foul pole, which is debatable. That's what it reads. Most pitchers would say it's a lot shallower than that. The wall is 19 feet high, but you can get a real cheap home run out there.
Well, I think the real point is, it's a beautiful night. Why would you want the roof closed? Forget about the noise and everything else. This is a spectacle for baseball, and it's a beautiful night. My understanding is you build domes for places where it rained a lot, and you retract them. Even in Seattle, if it's not raining, they don't use the retractable roof they have there. And Toronto, the same thing. So I think it's great that there's an open-air stadium tonight, and I think the fans will enjoy it. And the weather's great.
So the weather is nice, and baseball's an outdoor sport.
Correct.
So that's the whole point. But for a pitcher, nonetheless, whether it's open or closed, he's got to keep them away from those Crawford boxes in left field. But also, if you can make him hit it to the straightaway part of the yard, it's very big out there. It is 436 feet away to dead straightaway center field. The right field area, again, a home run hitter's area. The fence is only 7 feet high, and it is only 326 feet to the right field foul pole, and usually the ball carries very well out there as well. Now, the Astros are turning the ball over to Roy Oswalt. He's the ace of the staff, on a staff that has a lot of aces. He was 20-12, the winningest pitcher in the staff, and he's been unbeaten in the postseason.
Well, I think he is. I think he's the best pitcher on the staff, and I've thought that for a long time. But, you know, each time we've addressed this, we've said, well, they got the right guy out there tonight, meaning Roger Clemens' opening game, and we got the right guy for the second game. That was Andy Pettitte, yet they're down 2-0. So to say that Oswalt is the right guy, I think is going to be the finally we're going to find the right guy, because I believe that Oswalt, as I said, is the best pitcher on the staff, and he's down 2-0, and he's the guy that you want out there. He was the guy that clinched it in St. Louis after they had their hearts torn out, so to speak. He went to St. Louis and shut them down, and that was the reason I think the Astros are in the World Series. So, and I expect him to pitch a great ball game tonight, because he has great stuff and he has a big heart and he is tough. He is a competitor. So maybe Roger wasn't the right guy, maybe Andy wasn't the right guy, but I think that Oswalt is the right guy.
And nobody's been able to shut down these White Sox in the postseason since the first game of the American League Championship Series, when the Angels got a win in Game 1, and the White Sox have been on a roll ever since. In fact, if you go back to September 23rd, when they got hot near the end of the season, they have gone 17-3 in that time, and they've been hitting home runs. Everybody in the lineup's been getting a hit. And, Joe, we've seen that there's a lot of balance in this White Sox lineup. It's not like just a couple of guys you can key on and therefore shut them down.
Well, I think the White Sox are a more balanced team. I think they are a little better overall, you know, defensively, speed-wise, etc. But as we all know, pitching sometimes can equal that out, equalize that. And that's what Oswalt's job is tonight, to equalize the fact that the White Sox are a little better balanced ball club than the Astros are.
All right, so the Astros have taken the field. And let's take a look now. Once again, at the starting lineups, brought to you by Xerox. In Big League Baseball, every star has to do it all. Now you can do it all in the office with the Xerox Work Center C2424 multifunction system. Print, copy, and scan in Big League color. All right, for the White Sox, it'll be Scott Posednik, the unlikely hero in Game 2. The man who hit no home runs all season, hit one to end a World Series game, and his bat is on its way to Cooperstown. Tada Iguchi, second base. Jermaine Dye in right field. Paul Konerko, first base, another one of the heroes. A grand slam to turn that game around. Game 2 on Sunday. And Konerko in this postseason has 5 homers, 15 batted in 10 games. A.J. Przinsky moves up to the 5th spot on the order because in the National League ballpark, no designated hitter in use. And so Carl Everett, the DH, out of the lineup, and everybody else moves up a spot. So Przinsky hits 5th. Aaron Rowand in center field, hitting 6th. Joe Crede, another guy who has been great in the clutch. He's had RBIs in 4 consecutive games. He's at third base. Juan Uribe, who's had an excellent series. He's got 3 doubles in this series already. He's at shortstop. And John Garland, an 18-game winner during the season, is the pitcher, batting 9th. Now for the Astros, Craig Biggio leads off at second base. Willie Tavares, who has been outstanding, 4 for 7, including 2 doubles and a triple. He's in center field. Lance Berkman in left field. He's had 5 RBIs already. Morgan Ensberg at third base hitting cleanup. Mike Lamb at first base. Jason Lane in right field. Brad Ausmus, the catcher, hitting 7th. Adam Everett, the shortstop, batting 8th, and Roy Oswalt, the pitcher, batting 9th. And Oswalt is on the mound. And here we go. And Joe Oswalt is a hard thrower, but that's not all he throws.
Well, he came out of the box throwing very hard, and that was his dominant pitch in St. Louis, and we'll see how he feels tonight. He has other pitches, but his fastball is still his out pitch.
Here's the first pitch, and a fastball is too high to Scott Posednik for ball 1, and Game 3 of the 101st World Series is underway. Here's the 1-0 pitch, and that fastball crackles through there for a called strike at 98 miles an hour, according to the stadium radar guns. Third baseman, Ensberg, very shallow, in the grass. The 1-1 pitch, swing and a foul off the left field side and back into the crowd, and it is 1-2.
Well, Oswalt's fastball, when it's low, will still clock at 96, 97 miles an hour. A lot of guys' fastballs are fast when they're up in the strike zone. His is just as fast when he gets it down low.
1-2 pitch, and a high fastball popped up foul off to the left and then into the second deck. And we're getting accustomed to seeing Posednik have 2-strike counts, and once he's at 2 strikes, started to foul off pitch after pitch after pitch. He's had a lot of long at-bats. Again, the pitch, and he tries the curveball and misses outside with it. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Oswalt was 20-12 in the regular season, and his earned run average was 2.94. He throws. Curveball, strike 3 call.
has a big overhand curveball that he likes to throw to a lot of left-handed hitters. And I tell you, this froze Pasetnik, and it came over the inside corner.
So one down. Here is Iguchi. Every White Sox hitter has had at least 2 hits so far, except Iguchi. He takes a fastball up and away for ball 1. Iguchi, 1 hit in 8 at-bats. The White Sox, the first 2 games of the series, have hit .328 and have hit 4 home runs already. Jermaine Dye on deck. 1 out, nobody on. The 1-0 pitch, swing, and a ground ball into right field, a base hit. Iguchi singles to right to become the first base runner.
And he had not been going the opposite way before. He's been trying to pull everything in the series. And I can guarantee you that he had a session with his hitting instructor, and they started talking about stay back through the middle and right side a little bit more, because he's been pulling off of everything the first couple of games.
Greg Walker, former White Sox first baseman, is the hitting instructor. Here is Jermaine Dye. Dye, the tall right-handed swinger, 2 for 5 in the series. The pitch to him, and a fastball up and in for ball 1. The Astros have Oswalt pitching, Ausmus catching, Lamb at first, Biggio at second, Everett at short, Ensberg at third, Berkman the left fielder, Tavares in center, Lane in right. Now the pitch. Swing and a foul. Popped in the air off to the right and back into the second deck. 1 ball, 1 strike. Only 315 feet down the left field line. That's what it says. A lot of people think it's shallower than that. The wall out there is 19 feet high. And the seats above that, known as the Crawford boxes. Then the fence angles out quickly about 100 feet away from the foul line and up to 25 feet high. Here's the pitch. Swing and a miss. A fastball on the inside, and he just blew it by him.
Well, they've been trying to pitch Dye inside. In fact, that's where he got hit the other night, because they were trying to pitch him inside. And it appears that they've decided the fastball in and off-speed stuff away is the way they want to pitch him.
Now the pitch. Swing, a little chop to shortstop. Over to his left. Everett, he's got it. Steps in the bag 1. Throws to first. 2, a double play. And that ends the inning. 1 hit. Nobody left. Konerko stranded on deck. Now the Astros will be coming up against Garland at the end of a half inning. There is no score in Game 3 of the World Series on ESPN Radio, delivered by the United States Postal Service. Now to the last half of the first inning here from Minute Maid Park in downtown Houston. I'm John Miller with Joe Morgan, your World Series broadcasters on ESPN Radio. And the Astros will come up now with Craig Biggio, Willie Tavares, and Lance Berkman. Fans, log on to ESPNradio.com to ask Joe Morgan your Equifax question of the game. It's easy. Click the Equifax question of the game link and submit your question. If your question is answered on the air by Joe, you will receive an ESPN Radio gift pack. Here's Craig Biggio, and a swing and a miss on a fastball from John Garland. And it is 0-1. Biggio with a check swing. The whole swing just broke down right in the middle. So the count is 0-1. Biggio, 1 hit, 8 at-bats for the series. Garland, the tall right-hander, throws, and a fastball is low for a ball.
So John Garland pitched a great game against the Angels with his fastball and his changeup. But he is his best pitch is a sinker. He didn't use it that night. He's using it tonight.
Now fastball down and away for a ball. 2-1.
And his sinker is, as I said, his best pitch, but he said the ball wasn't sinking. I think he was too strong and he was overthrowing it, but he had such a good fastball that he just used a straight fastball.
Now he delivers, and there's a sinker that runs down and in for a ball, and it is 3-1. Well, that night he had 12 days off, and it felt like the sinker was not going to be effective for him. When he comes into this game, he's had 10 days off. Now the pitch. Fastball. There's a shot. Left center field into the alleyway. That's going to be a base hit. Rolls through toward the bullpen area. Cut off near the 362 marker by Rowand as Biggio eases into second with a stand-up double.
And that's interesting. A lot of times you're the leadoff hitter. The count goes to 3-1. You go ahead and take. But maybe that's going to be the Astros' method tonight. They're going to be more aggressive Because with a 3-1 pitch, normally you go ahead and take it if you're the leadoff hitter, but he jumped on that 3-1 fastball, and he hits it in the gap.
Well, you know, a lot of the Astros hitters have a very high comfort level in this ballpark.
Well, that's true.
And Biggio especially. He had 26 home runs this year, but he hit 19 of them here, only 7 on the road. He hit 291 here and hit only 235 on the road. So right away, he looks right at home. Here is Willie Taveras. All right, Joe, you're playing for the first run. You're at home.
Yeah, I think they have to. Here? Well, I think you have to. You're down 2-0. You have to, try to break ahead.
So we'll look for Taveras to bunt. And he drops it. Well, he tries to drop it, but pops it up. The third baseman comes down the line, Crede, and makes the catch about 30 feet from home plate, right next to the foul line. And a breakdown for the Astros. Taveras, who is an excellent bunter, he had 29 bunt hits this year, and he needed to get that bunt down and move that runner over.
Well, what he did that time, John, is he waited too long to square around, and the ball got on him. He just waited too long. Even though he was trying to drop it down for a base hit, he waited too long.
So now, here is Lance Berkman. And sometimes, I mean, it's true, it's kind of an enigma, but guys who are excellent bunters for hits aren't the best for sacrifices.
Well, like I say, he disguised that one a little too long, and the ball got on top of him, and it was up.
Berkman batting left-handed. He's had 5 RBIs in the series. And he takes a fastball low and inside at 92 miles an hour from John Garland. Garland, the pitcher. Przinsky, the catcher. Konerko at first. Higuchi at second. Uribe at short. Crede at third. Pasednik at left. Rowand, the center fielder. Dye in right. The shortstop, Uribe, is playing almost right up the middle for Berkman. Now a changeup over the outside corner for a strike.
Well, that was a pitch that was very effective against the Angels. Their left-handed hitters especially, a lot of changeups would keep them off of his fastball.
Berkman has had 3 hits in 7 at-bats in the World Series, including 2 doubles, and he's been the man. He's driven in 5 of the Astros runs. The pitch. Another changeup. That's low and outside for a ball, and it is 2-1. The cleanup hitter, Morgan Ensberg, a right-handed batter, is on deck.
The problem with pitching Berkman away here is that he handles the ball really well, hitting it to left field, and those Crawford boxes have been a haven for him, the last couple of years. So you stay out there, and he will go the other way.
2-1 pitch. Swing, and he goes the other way. A liner down the left field line. That's going to be a base hit. Pasednik hustles over to cut it off in the corner. Biggio speeding around third, heading home, and he scores easily. And the Astros have jumped ahead 1-0 in the first inning. As Pasednik's throw goes into second, he holds Berkman to an RBI single. And Berkman is just carrying the Astros offense right now.
Well, they're going to have to, if you're the White Sox, you're going to have to decide. I think tonight's the day you decide whether you're going to continue to let him be the guy or if you're going to make someone like Ensberg beat you. But as you said, it's tough to make Ensberg or any other Astros beat you here because they hit so well at home. But Berkman is definitely the key. He's the man.
So now Ensberg. Ensberg has had 1 hit. It was a home run in the second inning Sunday night against Mark Burley that gave the Astros a brief lead in Game 2. The pitch to him. Ooh, high fastball swung on and fouled straight back, but I think he'd like to see that pitch again.
Well, that's the pitch that he hit for the home run in Game 2 in Chicago. A high fastball, first pitch he saw, and he hit it out of the ballpark. But it was very, very important for the Astros to get off to a good start and lead this ball game. Now the fans can join in. If they would have fallen behind, I think you would have seen a much different atmosphere here. So I think it was very, very important, and they got the job done. Biggio with his double, and Berkman driving him in.
And Berkman picking up Taveras, who had the breakdown. He did not get the runner over to third, popping up his bunt attempt. And then Berkman knocked in the run anyway. Berkman, the runner at first. He had 4 steals this year. 1 strike, the count to Ensberg. Right-handed hitter, the pitch to him. And a slider is high and outside for a ball. 1 ball, 1 strike. They set off some fireworks, perhaps to commemorate the first run scored by the Astros here in a World Series in Houston. the fireworks usually you would see for a home run. So there's a smoky haze lingering over the left and center field areas now. There's a called strike 2 to Ensberg.
Well, one of the things that Ensberg has been doing is pulling off, opening up a little too quickly because he's had trouble whipping the bat through the zone. And when you do that, it seems like every pitch that's away is off the plate outside, and that pitch was not off the plate outside. But it appears that way when you're pulling off the plate because the plate actually moves with you when you pull off. So it moves to the inside more.
Berkman away from first. Here's the pitch. Swing a double play ball. 2 hops to short. Uribe to second one. Iguchi to first. A double play, and the inning is over. But the Astros jump ahead. Biggio the double. Berkman singles him home. We head to the second inning with Konerko and Przinsky coming up. 1-0. Houston. It's the World Series on ESPN Radio, delivered by the United States Postal Service, and we'll continue after these messages from your local station. Game 3 of the 2005 World Series tonight from Houston on ESPN Radio. I'm John Miller with Joe Morgan, and the Houston Astros have taken a 1-0 lead. Not many teams have taken any kind of a lead against the White Sox in this postseason, and almost invariably, when a team has gotten ahead, that lead has been short-lived. For instance, in Game 2, when Morgan Ensberg led off the second inning with a home run to put the Astros ahead 1-0, the lead did not survive the next half inning. So here come the White Sox into the second with their big cleanup hitter, Paul Konerko, to try and get something going here against Oswalt. Right-hander against right-hander, the pitch. Swinging a line drive, a fair ball down the left field line, headed for the corner. Going after it in the corner is Berkman as Konerko trots into second base with a stand-up double. He jumped on the first pitch from Oswalt and ripped it right over the head of Ensberg for a clean double.
Well, I don't think they've decided how they want to pitch Konerko, whether they want to stay away with the fastball, which is where they've had some success. But they seem like they try to get ahead of him, and those first pitch fastballs that are not away, he's been hammering them.
So here now is A.J. Przinsky. 1-0 Houston leading, top of the second. I saw Konerko before the game talking to him, and he was watching videotape of Oswalt and said that he had never faced Oswalt before at any time, anywhere. Had never faced him even in a spring training game. There's a fastball inside to Przinsky right under his elbow for ball 1. Przinsky is 2 for 8 so far in this World Series. And Konerko has now seen one pitch against Oswalt, and he owns him. Aaron Rowand on deck. No wind blowing at all tonight. Here's the pitch. Fastball inside again. 2-0.
Well, he's trying to keep him from pulling the ball, so he's trying to jam him, make him inside out the pitch and go the other way. But now he's falling behind 2-0, because if you get the ball out away from him, he can go ahead and pull it. And that's why he was pitching him inside, but he's going to have to go away on this pitch.
And the pitch is swung on and sliced foul off the left field line and back into the lower deck. 2 balls and a strike to Przinsky.
Well, he couldn't get to the fastball, so if you're Oswalt, I think that's what you do. You just reach back, get a little extra.
Przinsky has seen Oswalt before, and he's done well against him. 5 hits in 8 career at-bats. Some of those last year as he was with the Giants in the National League. There's a curveball that hangs high and away for a ball, and it is 3-1.
Well, if you're Oswalt, you do not want to walk Przinsky, because the way the White Sox play, they may bunt both runners over into scoring position.
Well, after Rowand, who's on deck, you've got Crede, and he has been great in the clutch. The 3-1 pitch. Fastball up and away. He walks him. Putting 2 men on with nobody out, and we'll see how Ozzie plays it with Rowand coming up. And right now, we'll pause 10 seconds for station identification. It's Game 3 of the World Series on ESPN Radio, delivered by the United States Postal Service.
You're on Daytona's Sports Source, 1380 WELE, Ormond Beach, Florida.
Back in Houston on ESPN Radio, 1-0, the Astros lead. Now, if you bunt here, Joe, with Rowan, Konerko, the runner at second, is not very fast, and it is a force out at third, so it's got to be a good bunt. And he shows no indication of bunting here. He takes a fastball up and in for ball one.
And I think that was one of the Astros trying to find out if he was bunting. The high fastball is a very difficult pitch to bunt, but it obviously did not show bunt.
The catcher, Osmus, ran out to the mound for a moment to speak with Oswald. Konerko at second, Krasinski at first. Third baseman Ensberg even with the bag. The pitch to Rowan. Low and outside, and all of a sudden, after that first pitch double by Konerko, Oswald's having a hard time finding the strike zone.
Well, with Krasinski, he was trying to spot the ball, and the first pitch he missed, he was just trying to go away from Rowan and hope he would hit a ground ball to shortstop.
2 balls, no strikes to count. Joe Crede on deck. Here's the pitch. Swing and a bouncer foul. It came in under the hands for the fastball there, and Rowan took a shot at it and bounced it foul just off to the left.
Well, I don't think he's lost control of the strike zone. He's just trying to make certain pitches, and that hasn't worked. I think he realized if he wants to, he can throw the fastball and get a lot of the plate and still get away with it because he has such a good fastball.
Big pitch here to Rowan. 2-1. Here comes. Fastball line to shortstop. That's going to be a double play. The shortstop, Everett, made the catch going to his left and then quickly flipped the ball to second to Biggio, covering just in time to double up Konerko, who could not get back in time.
Well, the Astros dodged a bullet there because obviously any line drive could be hit up the middle or in the hole, but he hit it right at Everett, and a nice play by Biggio to get there because you automatically move that way when the ball is hit to the left side.
So 2 down, Krasinski at first, and there's a slider over the outside corner to Joe Crede. Strike 1. Crede 2 for 8 in this World Series with a homer and 2 runs batted in. He has had RBIs in 4 consecutive games. And a fastball right there, outside corner at the knees. Strike 2. You know, I don't think Konerko made a mistake. He got his secondary lead. It took 1 step when the ball got a hit and tried to get back. What do you think? Here's the 2-strike pitch and a slider low and outside.
Well, being honest with you, it's up to you to know where the fielder is. You know, and when it's a line drive, you start back. Your first move should be back on any line drive, low line drive.
So he should have gotten back.
Yeah, I think he should have gotten back.
Now the pitch. A fastball is popped foul off to the right and back into the second deck.
I mean, it was a close play at second anyway, and I just think that you have to realize where you are. Anything low, you have to start back immediately.
1 ball, 2 strikes to count to Crede. Uribe on deck. Lamb, the first baseman, on the bag with Krasinski. Here's the pitch. And he curves him and bounces it in there. That one bounced in front of the plate, knocked down by Osmus, who keeps it in front of him. And the count is 2-2. 1-0. The Astros lead. We're in the second. The White Sox got a leadoff double from Konerko. Then Krasinski walked. They had 2 men on and nobody out. But Rowan lined into a double play. 2 double plays turned by the Astros in the first 2 innings. The pitch. Slider just off the outside. And Joe, we've seen this from Crede and a lot of the White Sox hitters with 2 strikes. I mean, you have to throw them a strike. They don't go out of the zone.
Well, and that's good disciplined hitting. That tells you that they're not afraid to hit with 2 strikes. A lot of teams that are afraid to hit with 2 strikes, they swing at a lot of bad pitches.
Krasinski runs the pitch and a pop-up foul off to the right on the first base side and back into the second deck. Krasinski will have to go back to first with 2 down. Crede outside the box takes a practice cut. Now he stands back in. Back foot on the back line of the batter's box. And he crowds the plate. Roy Oswald in a battle with Crede. This will be the 8th pitch that he'll have thrown to him here. Krasinski runs the pitch. Off the outside corner with a fastball. And he walks him. You know, the White Sox are a team not known for a lineup full of guys who work the count. The Red Sox are known for that. The Yankees have done well at that. The A's get a lot of credit for that. But in this postseason, from what we've seen, they have a whole lineup of guys who do work the count and are tenacious with 2 strikes. So a walk to Crede. 2 walks in the inning issued by Oswalt. And the only batter that he retired in the inning was on a huge play, a line shot hit by Rowan, but into a double play. And Oswalt, even so, still having to work out of a big jam here. 2 men on, 2 men out. Here is Juan Uribe. And a slider at the knees over the outside for a called strike. Uribe is 3 for 6 in the series. 3 doubles. 1-0. Houston leading in the top of the second. Oswalt throws. Fastball just missing on the inside. And they wanted that call, but did not get it from Jerry Lane. That was the 20th pitch of the inning thrown by Oswalt. Here's a stretch. The pitch. Swing and a pop-up. The first baseman, Lamb, right behind the bag, steps into foul ground, makes the catch. And the inning is over. The White Sox put 3 men on with a double and 2 walks, but do not score. Lamb, Lane, and Ausmus coming up. Last of the second, it is 1-0 Houston. And this is Game 3 of the World Series on ESPN Radio, delivered by the United States Postal Service. Of the 2005 World Series, we are at Minute Maid Park in Houston. The roof is open, although the Astros wanted it closed. But baseball said no. Baseball is an outdoor sport. 61 degrees is the game time temperature. And the people here, Joe, when it's 61 degrees, they must feel like it might snow. I mean, this is pretty cool for Houston.
Well, what they fought the battle with Major League Baseball and won in the LCS and were able to keep it closed. The Major League Baseball wanted it opened in.
Here's the first pitch now from John Garland to Mike Lamb, and a curveball in there for a called strike. Lamb, a left-handed hitter.
But they were able to show Major League Baseball that they'd had such a high percentage of the time having it closed.
Now a fastball that runs inside, a ball and a strike.
And a lot of that obviously was due to the humidity and the heat here during the summer.
Here's the 1-1 pitch. Swing, and there's a fly ball into shallow center. Racing in is Rowan. Now he's under it. He waits and makes the catch in shallow center field. Lamb is out, number 1. 1-0, Houston leading. Here in the second, the batter will be Jason Lane. And Lane has not yet really made his presence felt in this World Series, and he was a key hitter for the Astros. He had 26 home runs this year, but only 1 hit in the World Series and 8 at-bats. 1-0, the Astros are leading. The Astros who need to win tonight. I mean, it's not completely a must-win. I mean, they're not eliminated if they lose, but
they will be shortly thereafter.
Yeah.
If they do not win tonight.
No team has ever gone down 3-0 and won a World Series in 100 previous World Series.
And I think it's imperative that they also win tomorrow.
Lane takes the ball too low. Now he swings and fouls one back to the screen. A ball to the strike.
And a lot of people, you know, the White Sox jumped off to a 2-0 lead. They just held third by winning 2 games in their home park. The Astros have to do the same. They have to hold third by winning in their home park. And obviously they're capable of doing that. But they have to start by winning tonight.
The 1-1 pitch. High fastball is swung out and fouled back to the screen. And Garland ahead of the count. 1 ball, 2 strikes to Lane.
A lot of things happen to you psychologically if you lose tonight's game. But if you win tonight's game, it's like turning the series around. So that's the way the Astros have to look at it, and I think that's the way they are looking at it.
Tomorrow night's game, Game 4, is scheduled to be Brandon Backey for the Astros against Freddie Garcia. And a fastball is fouled back to the screen again. A very defensive-looking hack that time by Lane. A fastball that was up and on the outside, and he just tried to fight it off and did. A ball and 2 strikes. Garland's windup. He throws. And a sinker bounced foul back behind the... I say sinker. That was a sinking changeup. Bounced foul back behind the plate. 1 ball, 2 strikes.
Even though you have a 7-game series, John, the first 2 games of any series, a 7-game series, are very, very important. If the Astros would have split in Chicago, then they would be the ones who have the edge. But since they lost both games, obviously Chicago has the edge.
Now a slider low and outside for a ball. And it is 2-2. Tomorrow, 8 o'clock Eastern is our broadcast time, 7 Central on ESPN Radio. The 2-2 pitch. Inside with a sinker. And it is 3-2.
And you can see John Garland is a different pitcher tonight than he was against the Angels. And that's because he has his sinker tonight, and he's not trying to overpower the Astros with his fastball. And that's because of the short porch in left field. He wants to use the sinker.
3-2 pitch. There's a shot down the left field line. Crede giving chase. That ball bounces in the corner, and it is a foul ball. It disappeared from view from where we're sitting up behind home plate. And the left field line umpire, Joe West, then gave the signal, foul ball. Maybe a foot or 2 foul in that left field corner. So still 3-2 the count to Lane. And apparently he broke his bat on that when he gets a new piece of wood. And he's having one of those protracted battles with the pitcher. He's already seen 8 pitches in this at bat. So Lane over to get a new piece of wood. He doctors it up near the on-deck circle with some pine tar and some rosin. Now he stands back in the box. 3-2 the count. John Garland delivers. Swing, and it's popped up. First base side, Konerko coming over. Foul ground over to the seats. Reaches in and can't get it. A fan with a glove actually reached above the glove of Konerko. He didn't catch it either, but he prevented Konerko from having a shot to catch it.
Well, as long as the ball is in.
3-2 pitch. Fastball just off the outside corner.
Garland wants to know why.
Garland steered in at the plate umpire. Lane, a little extra time after that call. It's ball 4 to Lane. He goes to first. And I don't know if Garland said anything to Lane, but he was staring in at him for a while. So a 10-pitch marathon at bat for Lane, and he coaxes a walk from Garland. So with 1 out, Lane is aboard, and here is Brad Ausmus. Right-handed hitter. He's 3 for 7 in this World Series. Now the stretch. Here's the pitch. Swinging a chopper over the mound towards second. Uribe right in the bag for 1. Has it. Throws to first. Double play. Well, it was not hit all that hard, but Uribe caught the ball with his foot already on second base, and it turned it into an easy double play. There have been 4 double plays turned in the first 2 innings of this game. On to the 3rd inning. Garland will be coming up. Then the top of the order, Pasadnik. It is 1-0 Astros. It's the World Series on ESPN Radio. Delivered by the United States Postal Service. And we'll continue after these messages from your local station. WELE. Now to the 3rd inning from Houston. The 101st World Series. I'm John Miller with Joe Morgan. Didn't you used to play here?
Not in this ballpark, but here in the city. I started my career here in the city.
You
so
played at,
have a fondness for.
You played at Colt 45 Stadium?
Played there and played at the Astrodome as well.
When it was the 8th wonder of the world.
Yeah. That was actually my rookie year when they had the 8th wonder world. They opened the dome then.
Is Roy Oswalt to the pitcher John Garland for the fastball for a called strike. So John Garland, and in the American League, he rarely has a chance to bat. Now he takes one that's just a little bit low, apparently. Although that looked pretty good. Garland did have 2 at-bats this year, and he had a hit and an RBI. The 1-1 pitch. Fastball at the knees. That's strike 2 call. Jerry Lane, veteran home plate umpire. Darrell Cousins at first. Gary Cederstrom at second. Angel Hernandez at third. And a curveball. Strike 3 call. So Garland strikes out looking. I guess when you're pitching, you've only batted twice all year, and a guy throws you a fabulous curveball, you feel a little bit like you've been picked on.
Well, the problem is that as a starting pitcher, even if you're in the National League, basically all you see are fastballs.
Here's the leadoff man, Praslednik, and he looks at a called strike on the inside with a changeup, and it is 0-1. Praslednik struck out looking his first time. Left-handed swinger. Third baseman Ensberg in on the grass for him. The pitch, curveball, strike 2 called. To the count. Iguchi is on deck. Here it comes. Fastball grounded to third. Tough hop, and Ensberg fields it cleanly. The long throw to first in time. Nice play there by Ensberg with a very fast runner.
Well, they guard the line a little bit with Praslednik, because normally with 2 strikes you would move over more towards shortstop. But I think the real key is that they found that to handle Praslednik best with the fastball if you throw it away. And so he was ahead in the count, so he had a couple of pitches to play with, and he got one over the outside and got Praslednik to chase it.
Here's Iguchi, and a one-hopper right back to Oswalt. And he lobs it over to first for the out, and this inning is over just like that. An 8-pitch inning for Roy Oswalt. Jermaine Dye stranded on deck. Down to the last of the third. Adam Everett, Roy Oswalt, Craig Biggio coming up. The Astros 1, the White Sox 0. It's Game 3 of the World Series on ESPN Radio. Delivered by the United States Postal Service. Of the 2005 World Series coming to you from deep in the heart of Texas. We are in Houston tonight. The World Series in Texas for the first time. I'm John Miller with Joe Morgan on ESPN Radio. And the hometown team, the Astros, with a 1-0 lead here. Last of the third as Adam Everett, the 8th place hitter, will lead off against 26-year-old right-hander John Garland, an 18-game winner this year for the White Sox. Everett, followed by Oswalt, the pitcher, and then the leadoff man, Craig Biggio. Everett, a right-handed swinger. The pitch to him, a ground ball off the fists, foul on the third base side, and on down the left field line, right past Doug Mansolino, the third base coach, and it is 0-1. Oswalt on deck. Now the pitch, and a sinker that runs inside for a ball. 1 ball, 1 strike. The question, we showed you the matchup tomorrow. Freddie Garcia for the White Sox. Brandon Backey for Houston. The 1-1 delivery. A broken back grounder past the mound to short. Charged by Uribe. The backhanded grab, an off-balance throw, not in time. Everett beats out an infield hit.
Uribe played that ball a little different than most shortstops would. They would come straight in at an angle. He comes in, he takes it backhand on the backhand side. He transfers it very quickly, but he can't get enough on the throw, and Everett beats it out. I think he felt like he had to get a strong throw away, and he could not do that. So that's why he took it on the backhand side.
I mean, it almost looked like it actually maybe cost him a second, the way he kind of rearranged his body to backhand it instead of grabbing it straight on, because he was headed straight on initially. There's the throw to first, and Everett is back to the bag. I want you to talk to him after the game about that, Joe.
Something happened that he decided to do it that way, and I don't know exactly what it was, because he's got great footwork. Most shortstops couldn't have been able to do that, even get in that position.
There goes the runner. They pitch out. The throw down to second base. They've got him in a rundown. Now the throw hits him. Uribe trying to throw it back to first, and he drilled him right in the midsection. Wow. Shades of Reggie Jackson in the World Series at Yankee Stadium 28 years ago.
Well, first of all, it's amazing that you try hit and run or something with the pitcher up there. And he should have run him back further anyway before he threw it. He threw it, just turns and fires.
It'll be scored as an error on Uribe for allowing Everett to get back to first base safely. Now a throw to first. Everett is back to the bag. So Yeah, I mean, apparently they were going to hit and run with the pitcher. When's the last time you saw that?
I don't know. I guess they're just trying to, keep the White Sox off balance, I guess.
Oswalt hit 178 this year. 13 hits and 73 at bats.
It looks like an obvious bunt situation,
Now he squares around, and he drops it up the first base side. Brzezinski, the catcher, out to get it. His only play is the first. Iguchi over the cover. He takes the throw for the out, and Everett has been moved over to second base.
I don't know exactly what was wrong with that play. Just do it the first play. Excellent bunt by Oswalt.
By the way, the play I'm talking about, Reggie Jackson, and it was it 77 or 78? Reggie was in a rundown, and Bill Russell, the Dodgers shortstop, made a throw back to first base, and Reggie very cagily kind of stuck his hip out in the way of it. The ball rolled away, and there was a long argument that followed. In this instance, it really was just the opposite. Everett all of a sudden saw this throw coming right toward his midsection, and his life may have flashed before his eyes as that one hit him. There's a swing, ground ball by Biggio into right field, a base hit. Here comes Everett. He's being waved home. Dye with the throw, offline, and he scores. The ball bounces away from Brzezinski and up the third baseline several feet. But Biggio will hold it first with an RBI single, and the Astros have a 2-0 lead.
Well, the Astros got lucky because the White Sox didn't execute when they pitched out. And again, this is the scenario that you wanted anyway. You want to bunt the runner to second base and let Biggio drive him in, which he does. And they now have a 2-0 lead. Dodd did a good job of keeping the ball down so that Konerko could have cut it, and that kept Biggio at first base.
Dye has a pretty strong arm. Maybe not as strong as it once was.
But it was a ground ball, so you're not going to have much chance of throwing anyone out on a regular ground ball through the infield.
So now Biggio at first, and here is Taveras, and a swing and a foul back to the screen, and it is 0-1.
And he had pulled Crede in so close, he tried to pull the ball by him, and he fouled it back. But he had a real good swing at it. He had a pull swing at it.
Now the White Sox making the error in this inning. It's only the 5th error they've made in their 11 postseason games, and that run is an unearned run, and that is the first unearned run they've allowed in any of these postseason games. So they have been very opportunistic. They've taken advantage of errors. They've taken advantage of bad umpire calls. They've taken advantage of almost everything given to them, but they haven't given away anything. Now a fastball up and in to Taveras, or now we have to say it in the past tense. They had not given away anything until just now here in the 3rd inning.
But being honest with you, John, that's not a clear-cut error anyway, because you're not sure if a guy's in a hot box if you're going to get him out. And if you don't make a mistake and he gets back to first base, so they're anticipating him being out when he wasn't necessarily going to be out.
Now the pitch to Taveras, fouled off the fists and into the crowd, off to the right. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Taveras popped up to third on a bunt attempt in the 1st inning. He is nonetheless 4 for 8 in this series. The Astros ahead 2-0. Biggio, who at one time was a great base stealer and a fast runner. He runs well now, but he's no longer a prolific base stealer. The pitch, swing and a miss. Garland strikes out Taveras with a sinker that ran in under the hands.
That great sinking fastball, great 2-strike pitch. When you got 2 strikes and you start the ball in the strike zone and let it sink down, the guy has to go for it.
The official scorer on that error you're talking about, Joe, also ruled that Everett was caught stealing, and then the error by the shortstop enabled him to get back to first base safely.
Well, that covers his ruling, because if you do, if you give him a caught stealing, you can give him that. But it's not necessarily caught stealing, because if he gets caught, say you pick a guy on first base, he breaks the second, and the throw hits him in the back.
Yeah,
that's not a caught stealing. It's not an error. You pick the guy off.
Would have been a
stolen base. Yeah.
There's ball
I'm not going to argue with him. He can go either way.
He's sitting right down here. Maybe we could arrange a meeting with you. There's ball 1 to Berkman. Now he swings and lines a base hit to right field. Here comes Biggio, rounding second, heading for third. Over to his left to field it is Dye. He throws back to second. Lance Berkman with his second hit in a row. And the Astros have runners at first and third with 2 down. And the cleanup hitter, Ensberg, coming up.
Well, they haven't figured out how they want to pitch Berkman. They went away last time up. He single to left. They come inside this time, and he pulls it to right. And I guarantee you Berkman's smart enough to know how they're pitching. If they come inside, I'm going to pull it. Last time I went away, they've got to come inside.
Berkman, in his last 5 trips to the plate, going back to the 3rd inning in Sunday night's game, in those 5 plate appearances, has had 3 hits and a sacrifice fly and 4 runs batted in, including an RBI tonight. So here is Ensberg. 2-0, the Astros lead. Ensberg's another guy. He had that home run. Good for a run in game 2. But that's the only time he's been on base in this World Series. He had 36 homers and 101 runs batted in during the year.
And a lot of the problems came, after he got hit in the right hand with a pitch. So his struggles are because of an injury.
And he takes a sinker low and inside for ball 1. Ensberg was a dangerous hitter in this ballpark or in almost any ballpark. He had 20 home runs here, but he also had 16 on the road. Then he hit over 300 with runners in scoring position. The pitch to him. Swing, there's a shot. If it's fair, it's gone. High and deep and foul. Wow. That one hit way out beyond this yard. And cleared the outer edge of the 3rd deck down the left field line.
Well, the pitch was inside, and he pulled it, and it was foul. He wasn't going to stay. He couldn't keep it fair.
Now the pitch, ground ball into left field, a base hit. Biggio comes in to score. Berkman over to second. So Ensberg follows up his tape measure foul ball homer with a hard ground ball RBI single. His second hit of the series, and it is 3-0 Houston. They've scored twice in this inning.
And the Astros have taken advantage of the fact that they should have had Everett picked off, and they did not record an out, and we've had this base hit after there were 2 down.
So both of these runs are unearned runs. Right. Berkman at second, Ensberg at first. Here is Mike Land, left-handed hitter. The pitch to him. Ooh, the changeup, and he was badly fooled. That one came in knee high. He was way out in front of it, and it ended up around his ankles. 0-1 the count. Lamb flied out to shallow center in the 2nd inning. Berkman at second, Ensberg at first, 2 down. The pitch. Change up, and he swung and missed again. Those 2 pitches were almost identical, and the result was identical.
Well, let's see if he'll throw him 3 straight change-ups. One pitching philosophy says you have to throw him another changeup. He hasn't proven that you can even make contact with it.
Here comes another changeup, swung on and missed. He struck him out.
And that's what he should do. If the guy can't handle it, throw it again.
But 2 unearned runs for the Astros. The White Sox blow a rundown play and ends up costing them 2. Now to the 4th inning. The big guys are coming up. Dye, Konerko, and Przinsky. It is 3-0 Houston in Game 3 of the World Series on ESPN Radio. Delivered by the United States Postal Service. Come the White Sox into the 4th inning in Houston, and the White Sox have some catching up to do now in Game 3. The Astros, with their ace right-hander Roy Oswalt on the mound, have built up a 3-0 lead. 2 unearned runs in that 3rd inning rally, but also a rally where they put together 4 singles, so they sustained a rally.
Well, John, you made the point early in the game that, they feel more comfortable hitting here. This is their home park, and they're basically built for this ballpark.
Jermaine Dye, and a big curveball from Oswalt, drops in there for a called strike. That had Dye's knees buckling.
That's a very deceptive pitch because he really throws his arm at you.
Now a slider lined into deep left center field. Going back is Taveras on the warning track. Jumps up and makes the catch. To the left of the 404-foot marker. Right in the spot where the 25-foot high wall drops down to a 10-foot high barrier. We got the visiting bullpen back behind 3 archways that comprise that wall. They've got 3 screen barriers up in each one of the 3 archways, and you've got to hit it up onto the walkway above all of that to get a home run out there. That's 25 feet high, and then that drops down suddenly to a 10-foot high barrier once you're past the bullpen. Here's the swing now by Konerko. Fly ball, shallow center. On the run, Taveras gets there, and he's got this one.
Well, finally they got a ball inside on Konerko. They've had success away, but this time they decide to come inside, and they actually jam Konerko with a fastball. He's seen 2 fastballs. He doubled on one. Now he gets jammed on the second one inside.
Shootout. Here is Brzezinski. Jam sandwich.
Yeah, I try to figure out, if you're the White Sox, you got to figure out how they're going to pitch Berkman, or if they're going to pitch to him at all.
Now showing bunt is Brzezinski, and he pulls back from a curveball and drops in there for a called strike. Well, Berkman is killing him.
Yeah.
And in these last 2 games especially, but he's driven in runs in all 3 of the games. 6 RBIs total. There's a fastball that's high and inside to Brzezinski for a ball.
It's a little more difficult to pitch around him in this ballpark because of Ensberg and the short porch in left field. But I think if I'm the White Sox, I start debating on whether I'm going to pitch to him. I would think about just pitching around him.
Ensberg has had 5 hits in 9 at-bats, including 2 doubles and 6 RBIs in 3 games. Here's the 1-1 pitch, and that's a changeup low and outside for a ball. And it goes to 2-1. Aaron Rowand would be next. 3-0. The Astros are leading in the top of the 4th. Now Oswalt tosses the ball in. He wants a different one.
Actually, you said Ensberg, you meant Berkman.
Yeah, well, what am I saying?
Yeah, you said Ensberg.
Berkman, 5 for 9.
Yeah.
2 doubles and 6 runs batted in. The 2-1 pitch, and a fastball is high, ball 3.
But you made me go back and look anyway. I didn't think Ensberg had but a couple of hits, but I went back to look.
Ensberg, 2 hits in 10 at-bats.
Right.
And just got his 2nd RBI. 3-1 the count. Here's the pitch. Swing and a ground ball up the first base side, foul. Handled by Lamb, and he tosses it back to Oswalt. 3-2 the count to Brzezinski. Plate umpire Jerry Lane wants that ball tossed in for an inspection, and a new ball is sent out to Oswalt.
I have to tell you, hitters get a pretty good advantage when they do that, John. You know, you used to be able to throw a scuff baseball, a dart ball, etc. You can't do that anymore.
3-2 pitch, swing and a pop-up along the left field line. That will drop back in amongst the spectators, out of play. Still 3-2 to Brzezinski.
When the ball used to hit the dirt, even at the plate, you used to have to ask the umpire to take a look at it. Now they just automatically throw it out once it hits the dirt.
Well, Oswalt and the Astros were trying to keep that 1 ball in play.
Exactly, and they took it out.
Now Brzezinski backs away. Lamb caught the foul ball and tossed it back to Oswalt. Oswalt was getting ready to look for the signal, but Jerry Lane, the plate umpire, said, no, I want to look at that ball. Here's the 3-2 pitch. Swing and a foul again. Another pop-up that will drop very softly back into the crowd on the third base side. So Brzezinski giving Oswalt a battle here. Now Oswalt has a new ball. He doesn't like it. He tosses that one in and gets another one. Sometimes a pitcher will not like the feel of the seams. Seams maybe aren't high enough. But he likes this one. He goes into his windup. 3-2 pitch is low. And he walks him on a 3-2 slider. So Brzezinski has walked twice in this game. Remember, Brzezinski's a guy who's had success against Oswalt in the past. Brzezinski 5 for 8 lifetime against Oswalt. Mostly in his days with the Giants last year in the National League. And perhaps not so coincidentally, Oswalt has walked in twice tonight. Here's Aaron Rowan. Big moment of the game with 2 men out and nobody out in the second inning. He lined into a double play. Oswalt with the throw to first. Back to the bag is Przinsky. Przinsky has made it known in this postseason that he's liable to steal a base if you don't pay attention to him. Here's the pitch. Curve. Strike, and it's 0-1.
And I was starting to say it before, he's got great arm speed with the curveball because they're completely fooled by his curveball. No one's even swung at it.
They're not swinging at it, and it's almost invariably in there for a strike.
That means he's got great arm speed. They're hiding it.
There's a fastball to the hands. A roller hit softly towards short. Coming into barehanded is Ensberg. The throw to first is in time to retire Aaron Rowan. A nice play there by Ensberg. A walk. And a man left. 3 stranded so far with the White Sox. Down to the last of the fourth. Lane, Ausmus, and Everett coming up. Houston 3, Chicago nothing. It's Game 3 of the World Series on ESPN Radio. Delivered by the United States Postal Service. Astros into the last of the fourth inning. Game 3 of the 2005 World Series, and Houston looking for its first win in this World Series, down 2-0, holding a 3-0 lead over John Garland and the White Sox. I'm John Miller with Joe Morgan on ESPN Radio. Jason Lane will lead off here. Lane, Ausmus, and Everett, the 6, 7, and 8 spots in the Astros batting order. Lane walked his first time on a 10-pitch at bat. Right-handed swinger, and a big curveball from John Garland drops in there for a strike. He took a page out of Roy Oswalt's book right there.
And John, when you're in a situation where you just have to win this ball game, what you try to do from here on out is just tack on one at a time.
There's a swing, and there's a drive deep into left center field. Rowan all the way back to the wall. He looks up, and that ball is gone. A home run. It hit above the yellow line, just to the left of the 404-foot marker, slammed off one of those pillars out there and shot back onto the yard. But the second base umpire, Cederstrom, immediately signaled home run. So Jason Lane, who hit 26 home runs during the year, hits his first in the World Series. It is 4-0 Astros.
Well, he took a big curveball, and then Garland tried to sneak a fastball by him, and it did not work.
That ball was just to the right of the spot where the wall is 25 feet high. Here's Ausmus, and he takes one in the dirt for ball 1. So if he hit that ball maybe 2 or 3 feet to the left, if he pulled it just a little bit more, it would have been off the wall and in play. But instead, it hit to the right of a yellow line and above the yellow line. Here's a ground ball back to Garland. He reaches quickly to his left and snares it and throws Ausmus out at first, out number 1. I mean, it's just real odd, the dimensions and the way they configure the outfield barriers out there. But it's not a cheap home run. That ball was just to the left of the 404-foot marker in very deep left center field.
No, that was a big fly because I mean, anytime you hit the ball over 400 feet, you're doing a good job.
Now a fastball in at the knees. Was that called a ball? That's called a ball. Wow. Pretty good looking pitch here, called ball 1 to Everett. Right-handed hitter. Now he swings, and it's a one-hopper to short. Uribe's got it. Winds up. Throws to first in time. And Everett, who legged out an infield hit to shortstop in the third inning, starting a 2-run rally. Both runs unearned. This time is thrown out by Uribe, out number 2. A big believer in a bunch of yellow lines on basically the same barrier. You know, like Fenway Park has a yellow line out in deep left center field where the left field wall meets the bleachers. There's a called strike on the outside to Oswalt. So that delineates the wall in play versus the wall that's behind the bleachers. This is just, they decided to sort of arbitrarily make the wall get shorter at a certain point. There's a ball, and it is 1-1 to Oswalt.
Well, I think originally the line extended across from 404 above the screen out there, but
now the pitch is swinging a miss, strike 2.
But when they realized how easy it was to hit the ball out in left field, I think they made it, you know, a bigger park to hit in. They tried to anyway.
Yeah. Well, they really did.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not an easy home run anywhere out there now. 1 ball and 2 strikes to count to Oswalt, who had to sacrifice his first time. The pitch, a one-hopper right back to Garland, who trots a few steps to first, lobs the ball there to Konerko for the out. That's the inning. Another run for the Astros. Crede coming up. We go to the 5th inning. Houston 4, the White Sox nothing. The World Series on ESPN Radio. Delivered by the United States Postal Service. Continues after these messages from your local station.
To you.
All right, thanks, Dan. And indeed he is. Now, while we were talking there, we saw on the in-house monitor another replay sort of magnified of that home run by Jason Lane. And we were talking about those yellow lines out there and how the wall is 25 feet high. You got to hit it above a yellow line 25 feet above the surface. And then at the end of the third archway out there by the bullpens, there's a yellow line that comes down 15 feet on that pillar. Here's a called strike to Joe Crede, who walked his first time. Well, John, it is 0-1. But it looked to me, and to you as well, Joe, that ball is swung on. There's a drive into deep right field. Going way back there is Lane. And that ball is gone. A home run for Joe Crede. An opposite field home run. And it is now 4-1. The White Sox get their first run of the game. Crede's second World Series home run.
Well, this is a small ballpark because that ball was not hit that well straightaway right field, and it carried well into the seats. But, John, when I saw the home run originally, I didn't think it was a home run. But, you know, everybody called it a home run, and obviously I didn't have the replay at the time. But it appeared to me that it hit left of that yellow line, but they called it right away. So I said, well, maybe I was wrong. But on the ball that Crede just hit, I mean, that's just a routine fly ball to right field, and it goes well into the seats.
So here now is Uribe. And a fastball in there for a called strike. Garland, the pitcher, is out on deck. 4-1, the Astros lead. Now, we were talking about the Crawford boxes in left field. There's a breaking ball that is low. 1 ball and 1 strike. And that is a real cheap home run. The wall is 19 feet high out there in left field. There's a slider, a swing and a miss by Uribe, strike 2. But in right field, and he hit that ball pretty much in a straightaway right field. The wall is only 7 feet high, and it's not very deep. They measured his home run there at only 363. Swinging a foul back to the screen. And you get a lot of arguments from pitchers as to whether it's even that deep out there to right field. 1 ball and 2 strikes. So there are places to hit him in this ballpark. You can get a fairly cheap homer. There's a hanging curveball. It's lined into left center. That's a base hit for Uribe. So Uribe, with his first hit of the game, he fouled out to first his first time. And Oswalt has been snapping those curveballs in there most of the night. That time he hung one.
Well, John, I'm not a fan of replay because I don't believe that it should be part of the game. And we've had some mistakes made by umpires, throughout the postseason. But guess what? The players have made some mistakes, too. I mean, that's the human element that's involved. You don't like to see it happen, but it is part of the game.
Here's Garland showing bunt, and he takes one down and away for ball 1. But, I mean, the way they built that out there, it's like an invitation for mistakes to be made.
Well, I think the one thing they should have done is make sure that that wall up there is not the same as the concrete. So if it hits in there, then it stays.
There's a bunt up the first base side, and it is foul.
That it doesn't ricochet the same as the concrete, but apparently they have, the material there is just as dense as the concrete, and it bounces back the same way.
Well, just to the left of that yellow line where the ball hit is actually above the wire screen in the bullpen area, and it is just beneath the yellow line by maybe 3 or 4 feet, and it's probably the same stuff, and it is part of the concourse out there in which people are standing, so it likely was cement. There's a bunt and a miss by Garland, and it is 1 ball and 2 strikes.
Well, one thing that's happening here is that Ensberg is starting almost halfway between home and third base, and then he rushes in. If he just bunts the ball, it's going to get past him. But now he backs up a little bit.
4-1, the Astros lead. He shows bunt and pulls the bat back from a breaking ball that is in the dirt. 2-2. And again, Ensberg was right there almost on top of him. Nobody out of the inning. Crede has hit a home run to right field. Uribe then followed with a single to left center. 2-2 to Garland, who's trying to bunt Uribe over. Pacetic, the leadoff man, is on deck. Here comes Ensberg. Now he swings away and hits a shot, a hard grounder foul that almost got first base coach Tim Raines.
And that was a real nice play there. Change of pace by Ozzie Guillen. Let him go ahead and swing away. Everybody's so close, just swing. If he hits it anywhere but up the middle, they're not going to be able to make a play.
So he had shown bunt, and as the pitch came in, he brought the bat back and went ahead and took a hack at it. 2-2. He shows bunt, brings the bat back, swings and misses. Or actually, according to Jerry Lane, the plate umpire, foul tipped it into the glove of Ausmus. Strike 3. Third strikeout for Oswald. So Garland was not able to move Uribe over.
And it's not easy for American League hitters, pitchers, to be able to sacrifice. I mean, they give a crash course down the stretch, you know, in case they're going to make it to the World Series, but it's not easy to do that quickly.
Third strikeout for Oswald. So Garland was not able to move Uribe over.
And it's not easy for American League hitters, pitchers, to be able to sacrifice. I mean, they give a crash course down the stretch, you know, in case they're going to make it to the World Series, but it's not easy to do that quickly.
Now Pacetic, the pitch to him, left-handed batter, in there for a called strike with a fastball.
That's why when you're in the American League city, the National League's they have a problem simply because they may not have a guy who's used to being a DH. And when you're in the National League, obviously the pitchers have a problem trying to sacrifice because they don't do it all year.
1 strike pitch. Fastball just missing inside. And Oswald very unhappy about that call. He thought he had that one in there for a strike. One ball, 1 strike to count to Pacetic. He was called out on strikes in the first inning. Grounded to third in the third. There's a throw to first. Uribe dives safely back to the bag. 4-1. The Astros lead the White Sox here in the top of the 5th inning. Tanda Iguchi is on deck. 4 runs, 7 hits for Houston. 1 run, 4 hits, and 1 error for the White Sox. Now the pitch. Swinging a ground ball into right field, a base hit. Here comes Uribe to second base. He had to hold up to let that ball go through to avoid being hit by the ground ball. And then he reaccelerated and went on to second base. So 2 men on with 1 man out. Here comes Iguchi. Let's pause for station identification. This is the World Series on ESPN Radio, delivered by
You're on Daytona's Sports Source, 1380 WELE, Ormond Beach, Florida. WELE.
John Miller, Joe Morgan with you on ESPN Radio from Houston. And Roy Oswald struggling here in the 5th inning. Crede homered to the opposite field to lead off the inning. Uribe then singled to left center. Garland struck out. Now Pacetic is singled to right. And after Iguchi, they've got the big hitters coming up. So here we go. 1 out, 2 men on. 3 of the 4 hitters in the inning have had hits.
But they haven't really hit the ball that hard except for maybe Crede's home run. The other ones were not hit hard.
The pitch, Iguchi looks at a fastball for a called strike.
And I don't believe Crede's ball was hit that well either, but, you know, it did get out of the ballpark. But the base hit from Uribe was kind of off the end of the bat, and that was a jam shot there by Posednik that found the right side, the hole on the right side.
The 1-strike delivery. Fastball is too low. 1 ball, 1 strike. Iguchi singled his first time and then hit one back to Oswalt for the final out of the 3rd inning.
Well, he was trying to hit the single to right field in the 1st inning, his first at bat, and then he tried to go to right field on the next at bat, and Oswalt threw a fastball in that jammed him.
There's a swing, a base hit to center field. Got a slider and rips it over the middle. Here comes Uribe coming around third, heading home. The throw in by Tavares is cut off near the mound by Lamb. Stopping at second is Posednik. And the White Sox have another run home. It is 4-2 Houston. That's the 4th hit of the inning against Oswalt as Iguchi gets an RBI.
And that was a solid single to center field by Iguchi. And the pitch was supposed to be away. He doesn't get it away, and he just rips it right back through the middle for a base hit.
And what about the advisability of a guy who's struggled to get around on a fastball throughout this postseason and thrown him a slider instead?
Well, I think what happened is Iguchi threw them off balance by going to right field his first time up. That really changed their outlook on how to pitch him, I think. That he went the other way.
So he's had a different approach tonight to kind of set that base hit up.
Yeah.
All right, so now Jim Hickey, the pitching coach, out to the mound to chat with Oswalt, who has looked very mortal in this inning. 2 runs and 4 hits in for the White Sox, only 1 out, and now the big guys are coming up. Here's Jermaine Dye with Konerko on deck. 4-2 Houston.
And that's why I said when you have the lead as Houston did 3-0, you need to tack on 1 here, 1 there, because the White Sox are definitely going to, they're going to have an uprising at some point.
Dye has grounded into an inning-ending double play and is flied out deep to left center. Right-handed hitter. The pitch. Fastball. Strike on the outside. At the knees. We're only in the 5th. That was the 20th pitch thrown in this inning by Oswalt already. So it's a high-stress inning for Oswalt. Posednik, a very fast runner at second base. Iguchi, who runs well at first base. 1 out. Oswalt on top. The pitch on the way. Fastball inside. Belled high. And off the corner. 1 ball, 1 strike. A ball and a strike to count to Jermaine Dye. Here's Oswalt to the plate. There's a swing and a pop-up. Foul on the first base side. Coming over to his right is the catcher Osmus, but that ball drops back out of play. And the count, 1 ball, 2 strikes to Jermaine Dye. Dye has had 2 hits in 7 at-bats in this World Series, including a home run that knocked in the first run of the series. So the possible tying runs are on base for the White Sox, who trail 4-2. Oswalt on the first base side of the pitching slab. He throws. Look out! Did that hit him? Almost. Fastball right in toward the midsection of Jermaine Dye, and he made a little jackknife move to get away from it. Two and 2 the count to Dye. Dye asks for time and backs away. The outfield deep, shaded just a bit toward left field. The center fielder Tavares several feet over toward left. Here's the pitch. He goes inside with it and misses off the corner, and it is ball 3. 3-2.
Well, they've definitely tried to pitch Dye inside this entire series, and one of the reasons they hit him the other day, or it hit the bat, and he was considered to be hit by a pitch. I don't think they'll be running here, but Ozzy's a little different.
Oswalt, just in case, goes into his stretch and then spins around and bluffs Posednik back to second. The second baseman Biggio came breaking in behind him.
But you never know. Ozzy's a different, he manages, you can't figure him out half the time.
3-2 the count for Sednick at second. There they go. The pitch is swung on and hammered down the left field line. Foul. He hit a shot, but foul back into the seats.
And maybe the reason he's doing that, John, is because Sednick has had a lot of success this season of stealing third base.
And they tried to go to the inside yet again. As you've been pointing out, Joe, this time Dye jumped on it.
Well, they definitely do not want to leave the ball out over the plate for him.
So the runners were going on the last pitch. 3-2 the count. There they go again. The ball is swung on and fouled back to the screen.
And I don't think they're going to be able to get Sednick if he does strike out or swing and miss, because Sednick's getting a pretty good start at second base.
And meanwhile, they are giving Oswalt a workout here. 26 pitches in the inning. This will be the 8th of this sequence to Jermaine Dye. Sednick at second, Iguchi at first. 4-2, Houston leading, and now Oswalt steps off the slab. Dye steps back in there, taps the inside corner of the plate with his back. Here's the stretch. They go, the pitch. Swung on, a little bloop into center field. That's in there, base hit. But Sednick never did stop running. He scores easily. Stopping at second, Iguchi. And Jermaine Dye, an off-balance stroke on a little slider, and he dunks it into shallow center ahead of the on-rushing Taveras. And now it is 4-3 Houston. And what an at-bat that was by Jermaine Dye.
And it was a nice slider down and actually out of the strike zone. It reaches out and pokes it into center field. The question is, on that play, Iguchi stops at second base. The point is that if you're running on a hit and run and the guy comes in and catches it, you're going to be out anyway. And Sednick didn't stop. He just kept going and scored easily.
So now Konerko. And Taveras is trying to deke him into thinking he was going to catch it, and apparently Iguchi bought the deke. Konerko looks at a called strike. Konerko hit the first pitch he saw from Oswalt for a double down the left field line in the second inning, and then he flied out to shallow center in the fourth inning. He's 1 for 2. He's had 15 RBIs in 10 previous postseason games this year. One strike the count. Here comes swinging. There's a high fly ball over to left center. Under it is Taveras. He makes the catch. Iguchi tags at second. Bluffs. The throw comes in behind him to second, and he just barely gets back in time.
Well, he obviously could have gone to third base because they were making sure that Dye didn't move up on the play. And I think that was a smart play to throw to second base and keep Dye from moving up. And a smart play by Willie Taveras, and Iguchi could have gone over to third easily. But again, he should have been at third base on the hit and run because you can't get back on a line drive. So you might as well keep going.
And had he been at third,
that would have scored.
Same fly ball had been hit. This game would now be tied.
And remember, Sednick did not stop, and that's the way to do it. You keep going.
3 runs in for the White Sox. It is 4-3 Houston. Runners at first and second. Iguchi the runner at second. Dye the runner at first. And Przinsky is coming up, the left-handed hitter who's had success in the past against Oswalt. 5 hits, 8 at-bats. He's walked twice tonight. This will be the 30th pitch of the inning thrown by Oswalt. And it's a fastball that runs off the outside. 1 ball, no strikes. 4 runs, 7 hits for the Astros. 3 runs, 7 hits, and 1 error for the White Sox. In an inning where not only has Oswalt scuffled considerably, but you start wondering how long he's going to be able to go in this game. There's a shot deep into right center field. That one is way out there. That ball is up against the wall and up onto Towns Hill. Iguchi in to score the tying run. Here's Dye right behind him. He scores the go-ahead run. A 2-run double by A.J. Przinsky, and 5 runs have scored for the White Sox, who lead 5-4.
Well, you mentioned Przinsky has hit him well, and both parties know that. And once he missed away with the fastball, he came back with another one. But it's pretty much in the middle of the plate. Przinsky probably thought that ball was out because he didn't run at all.
He kind of stood to admire it at the plate for a few moments.
But good base running by Jermaine Dye. He took off right away with 2 outs and was able to score.
So 5 runs are in. And here is Aaron Rowand, the 9th batter of the inning. Talk about a high-stress inning for Oswalt as he throws ball 1 to Rowand, his 32nd pitch of the inning. Now the pitch, and a curveball low and outside for a ball, and it is 2-0.
And, John, we talked about this in the open, saying that, you know, we thought Roger Clemens was the right guy opening day. We thought Pettit was the opening guy today, and I was sure that Oswalt was the right guy, but maybe the White Sox are saying you don't have a right guy over there to stop us.
Yeah, well, they have stunned the crowd here, and they may well have stunned the Astros. Their ace, Oswalt, who was unstoppable previously this postseason. And there's a swing and a little looper foul past the bag at first and on down the right field line. And now it is 2-1 to Aaron Rowand. But Oswalt not only had been the guy, just untouchable in 3 previous postseason starts, he had pitched 4 shutout innings in this game and had a big lead. But not big enough, as it turned out. 5 runs in for the White Sox, and they lead 5-4. Here's the pitch. There's a fastball swung on and foul tip into the glove of Ausmus, and now it is 2-2.
Now, the one thing I've noticed, you know, in the last couple of innings is he has been getting the fastball up, even though he threw that one by Rowan. He had the low fastball going early in the ball game.
2-2 the count. Brzezinski at second. The pitch to the inside and off the corner. Now it is 3-2. 3 balls, 2 strikes, the count to Rowan. Joe Crede is on deck. Now Oswalt on top. He throws. And a slider low and outside. A 3-2 slider. And again, the White Sox just so disciplined at the plate on those 2-strike pitches, taking close pitches time after time. And Rowan gets the walk. And now we start over again. The White Sox have battered around. Oswalt has thrown 37 pitches in the inning. He's faced every single batter in the White Sox lineup. And the man who led off the inning with a home run, Joe Crede, comes up again. Crede walked back in the 2nd inning and homered to right here in the 5th. The pitch, swinging and a bouncer fouled off to the left. And Crede has been the guy with runners in scoring position in this postseason. He has gone 4 for 4 with runners in scoring position, going back to Game 2 of the American League Championship Series when he drove in the winning run in Game 2. Now a big curveball, and that is in there for a called strike 2. And the Astros bullpen gets busy. Right-hander Russ Springer starts to throw. Brzezinski at second, Rowand at first, a 2-strike pitch, another curveball, and he bounces it down into the dirt, knocked down by Ausmus. The count 1-2.
And that was a pretty good pitch because he just threw a great curveball that he took. And if Rowan was looking for another curveball, you might get him to chase this one, and he didn't chase it. I mean, Crede, I'm sorry, but that was a good pitch by Oswalt. Good 0-2 pitch.
Here it comes. Look out, that got him. A fastball to the inside, and it hit him. Got him up. A glancing blow up near his sternum. And the bases are loaded now. And it goes on. This nightmarish 5th inning goes on for Oswalt. The unending inning, as he has now thrown 41 pitches. He had thrown only 54 pitches in the first 4 innings combined. And he's thrown 41 in this inning, 95 overall.
Well, Crede was yelling at Oswalt as he ran down the first baseline, as if I guess he might have done it in questioning.
Carl Everett is screaming from the dugout, and the plate umpire, Jerry Lane, turned over to Carl Everett and started shouting at him to sit down. And now Lane takes the mask off, and he walks over toward the Houston dugout, and he's hollering back at them, and now he's making signals to both dugouts.
Well, what has happened was Garner was yelling at Crede because he was yelling at Oswalt And then I guess Everett got into it, but that's where it started.
So the bases are loaded now for Uribe. Here's the pitch and a fastball at the knees on the outside corner for a called strike. And this crowd has had the life just taken right out of them here by this inexorable White Sox lineup. The pitch to Uribe. Fastball just missing inside. There have been some close pitches on that inside corner that have not been given to Oswalt in this inning, who has now thrown an amazing 43 pitches in this inning. They're wearing him out. 5 runs in for the White Sox. They lead 5-4, and the bases are loaded. The 1-1 pitch. That is a called strike 2 in the outside corner with a slider. 1-2 now. Uribe hit a single after Crede's home run. Here's the pitch. Swing. There's a drive down the right field line. Slicing into the corner. That ball is foul. And not foul by much. It had a home run distance. And it flew right past the foul pole. But just a few feet foul. 326 feet, the official measurement to that right field foul pole. So Uribe took aim at that right field pole, and he didn't miss a grand slam by much. Roy Oswalt about to throw his 46th pitch of the inning. 3 men on, 2 men out. The 1-2 pitch. Swing at a pop fly over to right center. There is Lane, the right fielder, and he makes the catch. And the Chicago White Sox, tearing the ace of the Astros to shreds here in the 5th inning. They make him throw 46 pitches. They get to him for 5 runs. 11 men came to the plate. They leave them loaded. The top of the order coming up with the Astros. Biggio, Taveras, Berkman. After 4.5, it's 5-4 White Sox. Game 3 of the World Series on ESPN Radio. Delivered by the United States Postal Service. Another dramatic turnaround by the Chicago White Sox. In Game 2, of course, it all happened on one swing of Paul Konerko's bat. His grand slam turned a 4-2 deficit into a 6-4 White Sox lead. But also, remember in that ball game, with 2 down in the 9th inning, the Astros got a clutch 2-out pinch hit single by Jose Vizcaino to tie that game. And despite everything, despite the nightmare for Oswalt in that 5th inning, they come to bat here. They're only down by a run in the 5th inning. Here is Biggio. He has doubled and singled. He's had an RBI, and he has scored 2. He takes a fastball from John Garland for a called strike.
I think what'll be interesting to see how Garland finishes off this inning, if he's able to. This is a very important half inning after your team has taken the lead for you. Show them that you appreciate it, and you go out and turn the inning around.
There's a ground ball to third. Over to his left to get it is Crede, and he throws to first in time, and Biggio has kept off the bases for the first time tonight. Biggio had doubled and scored a run in the first. He singled a home run in the third, and then later scored another one. So he had a hand in the first 3 Astros runs. They eventually built a 4-0 lead after Jason Lane homered in the 4th inning. But that whole lead dissipated in one White Sox inning. Here is Willie Taveras, and he looks at a called strike. It is 0-1. Taveras has popped up a bunt attempt, and he is struck out. Lance Berkman on deck. Crede plays shallow at third for the speedy Taveras. The pitch. Swing, a little pop-up. Second baseman Iguchi into shallow right center. Makes the catch. And Taveras is gone. 2 down. So on 4 pitches, Garland has retired the first 2 hitters here in the last half of the 5th inning.
And it definitely seems like he's gotten a boost from the fact that his team has taken the lead for him. And I think that's a great response by Garland so far in this inning.
And I think Berkman needs to make him throw a few pitches here because Oswalt, I don't think, has had enough of a rest yet after throwing 46 pitches.
Well, that's the point. You want to get your guys right back after Oswalt, but I think Berkman's got to go for it.
A slider for a strike on the inside.
I think he's the one guy that can swing the bat well, so you don't want to take the bat out of his hand.
He singled home a run in the first inning. He had another single in the third. Batting left-handed, the pitch to him. Swing and a miss on a good slider down and in, and it is 0-2. Wow, Garland has allowed base runners in every inning through the first 4 innings of the game. Now, staked to the lead for the first time, and he looks like a different man. A fastball is swung on and fouled back to the screen.
And that's what you want, your teammates want to see. They want to see you respond after they score the runs for you. And so far in this inning, he's responded very well.
5-4 White Sox. 2 down, nobody on here in the last of the 5th. Ensberg would be next. The pitch. And a changeup off the outside. 1 ball, 2 strikes to Lance Berkman. 2 down, nobody on for the Astros. A little bit of a breeze is picked up now here in Houston on a cool night. Here's the pitch. Change up, and that runs off the outside. Ball 2. Pretty good eye on those last 2 pitches shown by Lance Berkman. A little bit of a breeze, and it's blowing out towards center field. Now the 2-2 pitch. Swing, and there's a high foul off the third base side and back into the second deck. It was only 61 degrees at game time. And I say only. I mean, that's a very cool night in Houston. 2-2 pitch. Swing, and there's a drive into left center field. On the move is Rowan, the center fielder, back into his right, onto the warning track, and he makes the catch with the left fielder Posednik alongside near the 362 marker. The side is retired. A very quick inning, the first inning in which nobody reaches against John Garland. So now we go to the 6th inning. The White Sox are coming back again. They lead after 5-4. Game 3 of the World Series on ESPN Radio, delivered by the United States Postal Service. White Sox into the 6th inning, and let's see what Roy Oswalt has left right now after the 46-pitch gauntlet that he had to run in the 5th inning. The White Sox put 5 runs on the board against him.
Well, I think what's great is he gets to start off with the pitcher, and being honest with you, that's a breather, it should be for him, and that's what he needs right now.
John Garland, who has struck out twice in this game, leads off. Now the pitch. Swinging a ground ball to shortstop, fielded by Adam Everett, and the throw to first in plenty of time. And so that was just what Oswalt would have hoped for there. A 1-pitch out, and he needs a couple of more quick ones like that, or he's not going to be in this game very long.
But I don't think Posednik's going to go for that. I think you're going to see him at least take 1 pitch.
Well, Garland heads back to the dugout. Posednik took a little extra time in the on-deck circle to give him some time to get back to the dugout. Now, Garland has just reached the dugout, and Posednik just stands in to the left-handed batter's box. Posednik hit a single in that 5-run 5th inning rally. He swings it. It's a ground ball to second. Fought it was left. Biggio's got it. Spins around for the outfield grass. Throws to first in time to get him.
Well, it shows how much I know about this game.
But usually that's what you like to see. But remember, these are players. Scott Posednik used to be in the National League with Milwaukee for a couple of years. But they're not used to that pitcher etiquette in the American League.
Well, normally he doesn't put the first pitch in play anyway, but he did there.
I think that may be the first time this whole postseason that we've watched. There's a called strike to Iguchi.
And he put the onus on Iguchi to have to take that pitch. And Iguchi's not the leadoff hitter.
Now here it comes, and a slider, a little bit low for a ball. 1 ball, 1 strike. Iguchi knocked in a run. The second of those 5 runs in that 5th inning. He lined a slider into center field for an RBI single. He's got 2 hits tonight, 2 for 3. The 1-1 pitch, curveball, grounded to third. Ensberg to his left, it kicks off the heel of his glove, takes a high hop and on into left field.
Well, he almost got out of the inning with 4 pitches.
The But Ensberg took a little bit of a bad hop as he was playing it off to his left, and he was not quick enough to come back up with it. It took a little in-between hop. Might have gotten him on the wrist. He will be charged with an error. And the inning goes on. Here is Jermaine Dye. The pitch to Dye. Fastball swung on and fouled back and out of play. And Dye had the at-bat, I thought, the real gritty, determined at-bat of that inning. Oswalt throwing him great pitch after great pitch. Dye fouling off pitch after pitch. And I don't know what it was, maybe a 10-pitch at-bat. He finally got a low slider, and there's a ground ball foul here on the third base side. And just off balance and everything, somehow flicked that low slider into shallow center for an RBI hit.
Well, it's good hitting because a lot of guys, you have to become defensive when a guy has 2 strikes on you and he makes a great pitch, and Dye did a great job of flipping it into center field.
5-4 White Sox. And back to the bag is Iguchi on a pickoff throw there by Oswalt. I'm John Miller with Joe Morgan, ESPN Radio, bringing you the 2005 World Series. The White Sox lead the game 5-4. They lead the series 2-0. There's a curveball and a check swing. An appeal made and no swing, says Darrell Cousins, the first base umpire.
Again, that was a beautiful pitch from Oswalt, trying to get him to go out of the strike zone and chase it, but Dye held up. And like you say, they've had some very gritty at-bats against him tonight. They've been able to lay off of those close pitches.
The 1-2 pitch. Fastball swung on, a high fly ball to center. Taveras waiting for it, and that's the inning. So it wasn't as quick as it might have been, but a 9-pitch inning for Oswalt. Konerko stranded on deck. Ensberg, Lamb, and Lane coming up. We go to the last of the 6th. White Sox 5, Astros 4. After 5.5, it's the World Series on ESPN Radio. Delivered by the United States Postal Service.
Been the killer P's for the White Sox, Pasednik, Przinsky, and Paul Konerko that have done a lot of damage.
So it's a 5-4 lead for the White Sox as we go to the bottom of the 6th. Don't forget to join David and myself on the post-game show from field level tonight here on ESPN Radio. Now back to John and Joe.
All right, guys, thanks. And here we go. The Astros come up now in the last of the 6th inning with the cleanup hitter, Morgan Ensberg, followed by Mike Land and Jason Lane. 5 runs, 8 hits, 1 error for the White Sox with 7 left on base. 4 runs, 7 hits, 1 error with 2 left on for the Astros. Ensberg has grounded into a double play, and he has singled home a run. Right-handed hitter, wide open stance. The pitch from the right-hander, and a slider swung on and popped up foul and back into the second deck. And he got a fat-looking pitch to hit right there.
Well, but he can't get the barrel of that bat out there, John, like he was early in the year because of the hand injury. And he was a little upset with himself, like you say, because he had a good pitch to hit, and he couldn't do anything with it.
1-strike delivery. Fastball swung on and fouled. And right now, I mean, Garland's really showing him no respect at all. He's just laying pitches in there as if to say, hey, I know you can't get around on these. Now the catcher, Przinsky, will run out to the mound, and maybe to give Jerry Lynn a little time to put himself back together. That ball fouled off the catcher and then off the mask of Jerry Lane. That pitch is just right down the middle, about belled high. 0-2 the count. Time for Joe Morgan to answer the question of the game, brought to you by Equifax. Get your credit score and credit report now. Visit Equifax.com or call 800-4-EQUIFAX. And the question comes from Aaron McZonis from New York, New York. There's a ball up and away to Ensberg for a ball. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Joe, here's the question. I'm gonna wait till Ensberg's done. Are you ready?
I can wait.
So cool, so calm. Here's the pitch. Change up, pulled foul. Now, I'm not waiting now. Back with it. All right, here's the question from Aaron. Joe, what do you think about momentum? Big Mo. Does it have any effect on players, or are they professional enough to not let it bother them?
Well, I don't think there's any doubt that momentum does have an effect on at the beginning of a ball game.
1-2 pitch. Change up. Strike 3 called over the outside corner. Wow.
I think at the beginning of the ball game, and most of it, you know, there's the old saying that momentum is only as good as today's starting pitcher. But I believe that the beginning of a ball game, momentum from the game before carries over. But once you get into the game, second, third inning, I don't think that it has as big a effect on the game after that. And then it's going to be just who pitches best and who hits best. But I think it does carry over at the beginning of a ball game.
Here's Mike Lamb, left-handed hitter. He swings and hits one on the fist. A little bloop right to the shortstop, Uribe. And he stands right there and makes the catch, and that is out number 2. So Lamb is 0 for 3. I mean, since they fell behind, the Astros are not even making Garland break a sweat out there. They're swinging at first pitches, and they're not having prolonged at bats. He's making it look easy all of a sudden.
Well, the Astros are not the same type of they don't have the same approach that the White Sox have anyway. I mean, the Astros, especially in this ballpark, you give them a fastball, they're going to try to put it out of here.
Here's Jason Lane, who did put one out of here back in the 4th inning, although some television replays where you've seen on the in-house monitor would dispute that. The 1 ball, no strikeout. There's a swing, and on the fist, a one-hopper to short, fielded there by Uribe. The throw to first in time, and the inning is over. An 8-pitch inning for John Garland. Our thanks to Aaron McZonis. He's won an ESPN Radio gift pack. You can ask your Equifax question of the game by logging on to ESPNradio.com. We head to the 7th inning now. Konerko's coming up, 5-4 White Sox. It's the World Series on ESPN Radio. Delivered by the United States Postal Service. The 7th inning, and the White Sox are coming up with their cleanup hitter, Paul Konerko. And here the White Sox have put 5 runs on the board against Roy Oswalt tonight. And Konerko has not been involved in the scoring. He hit a leadoff double in the 2nd, but eventually got doubled up on a subsequent line drive hit by Aaron Rowan. In the 4th inning, he flied to shallow center, and he flied out to center in that 5-run 5th inning. Roy Oswalt into the 7th. He and the Astros trailing 5-4. The pitch and a fastball a little bit high for ball 1, and what's been a small strike zone from Jerry Lane. Here is Oswalt to the plate, and a fastball, and again not getting that inside call. Good looking pitch on the inside and at the knees, but called off the inside by Jerry Lane. 2-0 the count. Here's Oswalt. He throws. Slider low and outside. Ball 3. Brzezinski on deck. Rowan due up 3rd in the inning. Russ Springer, a right-hander, has gotten up again in the Astros bullpen out beyond the right center field fence.
And don't be surprised if he doesn't let Konerko swing 3-0 here.
Here it comes. And the fastball is too high. He walks on 4 pitches. That is the 5th walk allowed by Oswalt, plus he has hit a batter. So Konerko goes over to first. Here comes Brzezinski. And Brzezinski got the hit that drove in the tying and go-ahead runs in that 5th inning. A booming double to center. Here comes Phil Garner. His ace, Oswalt, has thrown 113 pitches. And Garner didn't like what he saw at the start of this inning. He comes out, takes the ball from him, and Springer's coming in. A runner at first, nobody out. 5-4 White Sox in the 7th. This call to the bullpen brought to you by Valvoline Max Life, engineered to help extend the life of your car. It's Game 3 of the World Series on ESPN Radio. Delivered by the United States Postal Service.
Phil Garner has gone to his bullpen. Let's get the details on the pitching change with John Miller.
Right, Dan, and here is Russ Springer, the veteran right-hander, on in relief. He inherits Konerko at first base, and Brzezinski is the hitter. And that may be another reason why Oswalt's no longer in the game. Brzezinski just wears him out. Now 6 for 9 lifetime against him. There's a swing and a ground ball foul past the third base coach, Joey Cora. Strike 1 to Brzezinski. He walked twice tonight against Oswalt, and then he hit that long double to the big part of the yard. It bounced up onto Tow's Hill to the right of straightaway center. It's 436 feet. the deepest part of the ballpark out there in center field, above that hill. The hill is in the field of play. Now the pitch to Przinsky, a cutter running in on the hand, and he bounces it foul off to the right, and it is 0-2. Roy Oswalt, 6+ innings, allowed 5 runs, 8 hits, and it was a laborious night for much of the game for him. He walked 5, hit a batter. Here's the pitch, and a cutter down and in for a ball. 1 ball, 2 strikes. In fact, the White Sox put 15 men on base against Oswalt. 8 hits, the 5 walks, a hit batsman, plus Higuchi reached on an error by Ensberg. So that's a long night's work. A lot of pitches thrown out of the stretch. Now here it comes. There's a swing and a pop-up off the third base side. And Springer comes over himself, steps in front of Ensberg, and makes the catch in fair ground right near the foul line. Konerko holds it first. Now Aaron Rowand will come up. So the Astros were depending on Oswalt giving them another strong game, as he did twice against the Cardinals, as he did once against Atlanta, and getting them their first win. They're still in a good position to be able to win this game, but it did not happen with Oswalt out there commanding everything from the mound. 5-4 White Sox. Here is Rowand, the right-handed hitter, and he looks at a called strike. Tomorrow night, Brandon Backey would be the Astros scheduled starter against Freddie Garcia. There's the swing and a miss. And that's one of the differences between the ball clubs. This White Sox team has a little more depth all the way around, but their starting pitching is very strong 4 deep. The Astros have those 3 top-notch starters at the top of their rotation. There's a swing and a foul back to the screen. And Brandon Backey's got a guy who's got great stuff. He could pitch a great game tomorrow night.
The only problem I have, you'd like to see him in a better position, because he's kind of a high-strung individual, very excitable. And if things go wrong, they seem to snowball a little bit. But he does have great stuff, and, he's pitched some great games in postseason for them, especially last year.
Well, he kind of emerged and burst upon the scene last year in a big way. We saw him on Sunday Night Baseball earlier this season, pitch a shutout in this ballpark. But he has not been consistently strong. Here's the 0-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. He struck him out. A high cutter, or maybe a slider. Had some good movement running away from Rowand. 2 down. Konerko stood at first, and here is Joe Crede. And Crede continues to be the guy that gets big hits for the White Sox. Tonight, it was his opposite field homer in the 5th inning that drove in their first run of the game. He swings here, ground ball to second, over to his left. Biggio drops to his right knee to get it. Straightens up, throws to first for the out, and the inning is over. So a good job there by Springer. 5-4, White Sox, middle of the 7th. The 7th-inning stretch brought to you by new extra-strength Rolaids soft chews. Chewy, not chalky, for a whole new kind of heartburn relief. Now let's go to the voice of Minute Maid Park. Here is Bob Ford.
Gentlemen, we ask that you please rise and remove your caps. Yesterday, our nation lost a true American hero. Her courageous stand in Montgomery, Alabama, 50 years ago, was an instrumental spark to the early civil rights movement. Now, tonight, prior to the performance of God Bless America, we kindly ask you to join us for a moment of silence in memory of Rosa Parks. Thank you. And now, joining us to sing God Bless America, please welcome 4-time Grammy winner and the voice of New Orleans, Tell It EMI recording artist, Mr. Aaron Neville.
God bless America, land that I love, stand beside her and guide her through the night with the light from above, from the mountain to the prairie, to the ocean, white with foam. God bless America, my home, sweet home. God bless America, my home, sweet home.
Good. Here we go now to the last half of the 7th inning in Texas. And just as if to remind us where we are, for the first time in World Series history, in the 7th inning stretch, as is the custom here in Houston, they sang a rousing chorus of Deep in the Heart of Texas. Joe taught me that song years ago. The sage in bloom is like perfume. Deep in the heart of Texas. Reminds me of the one I love.
Something's going on the field. I don't know exactly what's going on. Jerry Lane goes in, and now he's calling the crew chief Joe West in. Joe West, who is the left field line umpire. And now they both go over to the White Sox dugout and immediately break that up and head back to their positions. Lane back to the plate and West back to left field. So what do you think that was all about? I have no idea. It had something to do, I thought, with the pitcher, but they didn't talk to anyone. Basically just gave them some direction and went back to their position.
So here is Brad Ausmus, who has grounded into a double play and hit a comebacker. Here's the pitch and a hard sinker from John Garland, low and inside for ball 1. The Astros bullpen is busy, and the White Sox bullpen is getting busy for the first time.
Well, they're going to pinch hit for Springer's position.
Here's the pitch down. Another sinker runs inside, and it is 2-0. Neil Koch, a left-hander, is up. And Luis Vizcaíno, a right-hander, is up in the White Sox bullpen. There's a fastball that's in there for a strike. And Ausmus says something to plate umpire Jerry Lane about that call. 2-1 the count. Adam Everett is on deck. Then the pitcher Springer due up third. Now time taken. Just as Garland has started his windup. Garland has only thrown 78 pitches in this game. Now the 2-1 pitch. And a sinker in off the inside. 3-1. And Ausmus ought to know better than anybody. If a pitch comes to the inside, just take it. It's going to be called a ball. Here's the 3-1 pitch. And that's low and outside, ball 4. 5-4, the White Sox lead. And Ausmus coaxes a walk to lead off the inning. And here comes Everett. Now, what do you think? Bunt him over?
I think you have to. I mean, you're the home team. You're trailing. This game is a must-win for you. I think you have to go ahead and play it in that direction. You have to go ahead and bunt.
Everett has had an infield single and scored a run, and he is grounded out to short.
Unless you want to get into a hit-and-run situation and try it. But I think you need to bunt.
Here's the stretch. He shows bunt, and he takes, and that one misses. 1 ball and no strikes, and now Przinsky asks for timeout. He's going to go out to the mound and speak to John Garland, who has stopped throwing strikes. 5-4 White Sox, last of the 7th. Both bullpens are going. Wheeler, the right-hander, up in the Astros bullpen. Cox, the lefty. Vizcaíno, the right-hander, in the White Sox bullpen. Springer has come out on deck, so Phil Garner has not tipped his hand in terms of who would be coming up next. Ensberg very shallow at third now, down the line from the bag. Everett shows bunt, bunts at it, out in front of the plate. Przinsky wants to throw to second, and then decides, no, I'm going to go to first with it. Iguchi covering, and he throws out Everett. Ausmus safely into second base on the sacrifice.
Well, they had a shot at him at second base, but they decided to take the sure one, and I think that was the wise play.
Springer goes back to the dugout, and it will be Jeff Bagwell who will come up. And you hear the ovation from the crowd here.
Well, the one thing that was happening in Chicago is the more at bats Bagwell seemed to get, the better he swung the bat. So I'm sure that's why they decided to use him here in this situation.
So Bagwell coming up. The possible tying run at second base, 1 out. And we'll pause here 10 seconds for station identification. This is the World Series on ESPN Radio, delivered by the United States Postal Service.
You're on Daytona's Sports Source, 1380 WELE, Ormond Beach, Florida.
I'm John Miller with Joe Morgan on ESPN Radio, the 101st World Series. The White Sox leading 2-0, and they lead this game 5-4. 1 out in the 7th inning. Osmus, the possible tying run at second base. Bagwell, a right-handed swinger. Here's the pitch. Fastball too low. 1 ball and no strikes. Bagwell in this postseason is 2 for 9 as a pinch hitter in the postseason, though 1 for 3 with an RBI. A base hit to the outfield could tie the game. Bagwell, feet wide apart in that familiar stance. Down in the crouch. Now he backs away, tired of waiting for Garland. Jeff Bagwell in his first World Series. The chance to inject some life into the flagging hopes of the Houston Astros. Now the pitch. A changeup in the dirt. Knocked down by Przinsky. And it goes to 2 balls and no strikes. Nice save there by Przinsky, and the ball had bounced in front of the plate. So Bagwell's got the count heavily in his favor here, 2-0. Biggio, his longtime running mate here in Houston, on deck. Osmus leads away from second. Garland checks him, now throws. Swing and a miss. Plate umpire Lane indicates that he actually foul-tipped that ball, a 93-mile-an-hour sinker.
Well, Bagwell had a big swing at it. He had a 2-0 pitch, and he was looking dead red. He got the fastball, and he had the big swing.
Looked like he was taking aim at the Crawford boxes right there. 2-1 the count. Everybody standing at Minute Maid Park. 5-4 White Sox. Here's the pitch. Inside with a sinker. Running down and in. Bagwell took it for ball 3. 3-1. Now Garland shows the slab. He shows the middle of the slab. Holds the ball back behind his right hip. Gets the sign from Przinsky. Osmus away from second. Here's the stretch. He's at the belt. The 3-1 pitch. Bagwell takes a changeup. Strike 2 call.
Beautiful pitch from Garland. I mean, a little surprising. He threw a fastball by him in another hitter's count, 2-0, but he comes back 3-1 with a changeup over the outside corner.
Now if you're Bagwell,
well, what
are you thinking now?
Well, you can't think right now. That puts you in a state of mind where I just have to see the ball and hit the ball. You can't look for anything right now.
3-2 to Bagwell. Garland gets the sign from Przinsky. Here's the stretch. He looks back at second. Here comes changeup. Swung on and popped up. The first baseman, Konerko, coming down the line right onto the pitcher's mound. Climbs up the mound and makes the catch. So John Garland, after falling behind Bagwell, threw him a 3-1 changeup for a called strike and a 3-2 changeup to put him away.
Well, Bagwell had the 2-0 pitch to hit, and he tried to go for a little bit too much probably because he figured he'd get another pitch to hit, but he came with a 3-1 change and a 3-2 change, and both of them were strikes. And Ozzy's out to the mound.
Ozzie Guillen, the White Sox manager, walking slowly out to the mound, hands in his coat pockets.
And he's looking Garland straight in the eye, in his eyes, and he's asking him, "Are you okay?" And I like that. He looks him right in his eyes and says, "Are you okay?" And if he sees any wavering, I'm sure he would have made a change. And obviously he didn't see any. He's leaving him in.
And he's leaving him in to face a guy who has hit a double tonight to left center and scored a run, who has hit an RBI single tonight and scored another run. Craig Biggio has been the big man for the Astros tonight. He's had a direct-handed 3 of their 4 runs.
Well, I think what you'll see here is a different approach to Big Biggio. They've thrown him a lot of fastballs. I think you're going to see either sliders or changeups. They're going to change their approach.
5-4 White Sox. 2 down, runner at second. The pitch. Changeup. Swung on and missed. Strike 1.
And that's what you do. I mean, you have to change your approach if the guys had 2 base hits off of fastballs early in the ballgame.
Garland goes back and knocks him. I don't know where he found mud on this night, but he seemed to have some in his spikes, and he knocked him off on that little welcome mat on the back slope of the pitcher's mound. Now he gets the sign. Osmus ready to run from second. Here's the pitch. Changeup. Swung on and missed again. Strike 2.
And you can always decide how you want to change your approach to a guy, but you have to be able to execute. And we've seen Garland execute. That's 4 straight changeups he's thrown. And you have to have a good one to throw that many in a row.
5-4 White Sox. Osmus the runner at second. 2 down. Here's the 0-2 pitch. Another changeup, low one outside, dug out of the dirt by Brzezinski, and the count 1 ball and 2 strikes. Well, he started throwing that changeup with a 3-1 count to Bagwell and got him. And he's thrown 3 in a row here to Biggio. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Everybody's still standing, chanting Biggio. The pitch, changeup. That is low. 2-2. Will be running at the crack of the bat with 2 down. He is the possible tying run. Time running short on the Astros. 2 down, last of the 7th. 2-2 pitch. Fastball, strike 3 called over the outside corner. A 94-mile-an-hour heater got him looking. And so the Astros with a man in scoring position, but they could not get him home. Some impressive work there by John Garland. Now we go to the 8th inning. It is 5-4 White Sox. Game 3 of the World Series on ESPN Radio. Delivered by the United States Postal Service. Continues after these messages from your local station. Inning number 8. Game 3 of the 2005 World Series, and the Chicago White Sox are so far doing it again. They lead 5-4 as we go to the 8th inning with Juan Uribe in the pitcher's spot, and the leadoff man Scott Pisetti due up. A new pitcher comes in for the Astros, Dan Wheeler. 5 runs in that 5th inning for the White Sox. They turned a 4-0 Astros lead into a 5-4 White Sox lead, and they have held that 1-run advantage ever since. Here's Uribe. Busts the bunt, takes a slider from Wheeler at the knees for a strike. Carl Everett has come out on deck for the White Sox to be the pinch hitter for John Garland. So apparently we've seen the last of Garland. The White Sox bullpen busy. There's a swing and a drive into right field. Back into his left a bit is Lane, and he makes the catch. 1 away. Uribe is now 1 for 4 in the game. His 1 hit started the rest of that 5-run rally in the 5th inning after Crede led off the inning with a home run. Uribe then hit a single. That was the beginning of the 4-run rally that followed the home run.
And if you could go back and take 1 pitch back in this entire game, I think it would have been the curveball that he threw to Uribe after Crede hit the home run.
It was a hanger, and Uribe hit it out into left center for a clean base hit. Here's Carl Everett now, the pinch hitter for Garland. 5-4 White Sox. Everett, a switch hitter, batting left-handed. Norman of the White Sox DH. There's no DH in the National League Park. And there's a check swing, a slider in there for a strike, and it is 0-1. Cliff Polite, a right-hander, is up in the Chicago bullpen. One strike delivery, swinging a foul off the fists. Back to the screen. 0-2 the count. In the Astros half of the 8th inning, the hitters do up Willie Taveras, Lance Berkman, and Morgan Ensberg. So that could be their best shot to get back in this game with those guys coming up. Berkman's been the big run producer. And the 0-2 pitch. Swing, line drive, past the diving Biggio, and into right field, a base hit. So Everett with a pinch hit single to right. One out, one on, and here comes leadoff man Scott Posednik. Posednik, who is from Texas, comes from the town of West, Texas. Willie Harris is going to go over to first base and act as a pinch runner for Carl Everett. And Willie Harris is a guy who might not be hanging around first base very long. He is very fast. Posednik, who's got a lot of speed himself coming up. Posednik had a base hit in that 5-run 5th inning rally and scored one of the runs. There's a throw to first, and Harris dives back to the bag. Posednik has promised the Hall of Fame up in Cooperstown that the bat with which he hit that home run the other night will be theirs. There's a ball, and it's up and away. 1 ball and no strikes to Posednik, but apparently Posednik is still using the same bat tonight. And I asked the representative of the Hall of Fame, I said, what if he breaks the bat? He says, well, one way or the other, broken or still all in one piece, it's the same bat. And it'll be in the Hall of Fame. 1 ball, no strikes to Posednik. There's a throw to first. Diving back is Harris. Posednik, for his part, said, you know, when he thought about the home run afterward, he thought, wow, my bat's going to the Hall of Fame. Says, one day, I'm going to take my son up to Cooperstown, and I'm going to show him that bat. And he thought, there's nothing in the world cooler than that. There goes Harris. The pitch taken. Strike 1. The throw to second is high. The tag is too late. It's a steal for Harris.
And the problem there is Harris had a pretty good jump, but the throw was high, and by the time they came down with it, they had no chance to get Harris, and he slides in safely, and now they put another insurance run in the scoring position.
Harris, who is a part-time player, only had 121 at bats this year. Stole 10 bases.
Well, he was, you know, the second baseman for a while before Iguchi took over permanently.
1 ball, 1 strike to Posednik. The pitch. Curveball is a fly ball to left field. Drifting back in the ball. Onto the warning track is Berkman, and he makes the catch about midway onto the track right in front of the 19-foot high wall out there. Harris had gone halfway, so he returns to second base. That shows you how shallow it is to left field here. Posednik, who has very little power to begin with, it went to the opposite field and almost found that wall out there.
Well, and it turned Berkman around. He got a horrible start on it because he turned the opposite way that you normally turn if you're an outfielder. Always turn to your glove side.
So 2 down. Harris still at second. And here is Iguchi. He's had 2 hits tonight, including an RBI single in the 5th inning. He takes a fastball on the inside corner. They got the call that time, and it is 0-1. Iguchi singled in the 1st inning. Hit a comeback in the 3rd. And he hit an RBI single to center in that 5th inning rally, and later scored a run, and was safe on an error by Ensberg in the 6th. Now the pitch, and a curveball swung on and missed. Strike 2. 5-4. The White Sox lead. A little bit of a breeze blowing out toward left field now here in downtown Houston. The crowd on its feet, trying to rally Wheeler. Runner at second. Jermaine Dye on deck. Would be next. 2-strike pitch. And he kind of dropped down a little bit and threw a fastball off the outside. 1 ball, 2 strikes. 42,848, the official paid attendance at Minute Maid Park tonight. Willie Harris gets his lead off second. He's got a long lead. Wheeler checks him. The right-hander ready. Delivers. Slider grounded to third. Ensberg's got it. Sets himself to throw to first in time. And the inning is over. So it's still a one-run game. Willie Taveras, Lance Berkman, Morgan Ensberg coming up for the Astros. And the White Sox will go to their bullpen. We go to the last of the 8th inning. 5-4 Chicago. Game 3 of the World Series on ESPN Radio. Delivered by the United States Postal Service. Here come the Astros, last of the 8th inning. They have 6 outs of life left to them here in Game 3. They are down already 2 games to none. They need to win badly tonight, or this World Series could end up being a very short one. But they are trailing 5-4. The White Sox go to their bullpen. Cliff Polite, a well-traveled right-hander who for the first time in his career put it all together in a big way this year with the White Sox. He comes on for Garland. Garland, 7 innings, 4 runs, only 2 earned runs, and 7 hits allowed. And Garland, after he gave up that home run to Jason Lane in the 4th inning, never gave up another hit. In fact, only one more man reached base against him. That was Osmus, who walked in the 7th. Strong night for Garland. Here's Willie Taveras, who's been kept off the bases tonight. He takes a fastball away, ball 1. Taveras' job in the regular season, get on base, set up the big guys. And that's his job right now. One way or the other, he's got to get on base. Lance Berkman on deck. Polite from the stretch. Here it comes. Fastball hit high in the air. A routine fly ball out into left center, in and to his left for Sednick. He's got it. And Taveras is gone, 1 away.
Well, if you're the White Sox, that was an important out for you because it means no one's on base when Berkman comes up.
Berkman has been the man, including tonight in the 1st inning. He came up with a runner at second and 1 out, and he promptly knocked him in. He singled home Craig Biggio. Berkman also hit a single in the 3rd inning as he fueled a 2-run rally there, and he flied out deep to left center his last time. Switch hitter batting left-handed. He's had 6 RBIs in this series. Here's the pitch to him. Low and inside for ball 1. Polite this year had a 2.0 ERA, 67 and a 3rd innings pitched, only 42 hits allowed, but he did give up 7 home runs. 1 out, nobody on. 5-4 White Sox. Here's the pitch. Swing. There's a deep foul drive down the right field line. Pulled it back into the second deck, but very much foul. 1 ball, 1 strike. Neil Cox, a left-hander. Dustin Hermanson, a right-hander, up in the White Sox bullpen. Brad Lidge, the Astros closer, a right-hander, is warming up in the Houston pen. 1 ball, 1 strike to Berkman. Now the pitch, and a fastball is low. 2-1. Low and inside. When you see a guy like Berkman up there in this ballpark, it looks like there's so many spots where he could hit a home run. He could pull the ball to right field. That's a friendly porch. Or as he did in the clinching game, what ended up being an 18-inning game against Atlanta in the division series, the Crawford boxes are awfully inviting. 2-1 the count. Now the pitch. Swing and a ground ball foul up the first base line, and first baseman Konerko is playing right on the line. They've got the no doubles defense going right now on that side, although not on the left side. The third baseman Crede is playing 30 feet off the line and very deep. Konerko is right on the line, deep at first. 2-2 the count. Here's Polite. He delivers. And a slider inside. Keeps crowding Lance Berkman.
Well, you don't want to get the ball out over the plate because he can go the other way, as we saw in the first inning. And he can reach the boxes in left field very easily.
3-2 the count to Berkman. Morgan Ensberg, the home run leader for the Astros this year, is on deck. Now the stretch. Pulit ready. Here it comes. Swing and a miss. He struck him out with a changeup.
Well, the White Sox have used the changeup very, very well this offseason. I mean, you go 3-2 and you throw a guy a changeup. He hadn't seen one the entire at bat. That's what makes it so difficult to handle. You've seen fastball, slider, and that's basically what you're looking for if you're Berkman.
So now Ensberg. He has grounded into a double play to end the first inning. He singled home a run in the third and was called out on strikes in the sixth. Here's the stretch. Pulit delivers, and a slider low one outside for ball one. A check swing by Ensberg. 5-4. The White Sox lead the Astros. Morgan Ensberg had a breakout year this year. 36 home runs, 101 runs batted in. Pulit ready. The pitch on the way. A slider, another check swing. That one is too low. And on appeal, the first base umpire, Darrell Cousins, says, no, that's a swing. So the pitch was too low, but he was ruled to have swung at it.
Well, I would tend to disagree because he never, the barrel of the bat stayed behind at all times.
1 ball, 1 strike to Ensberg. The infield swung around toward the third base side. The 1-1 pitch. And a swing and a miss. A great slider. That one, we had a lot of bite to it.
And he missed it by 2 or 3 feet. It was like he thought it was a fastball all the way.
1 ball and 2 strikes. 2 down and nobody on. Last of the 8th. Mike Lamb, a left-handed hitter, would be next. Here's the stretch. Pulit throws. Slider just off the corner. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
He's throwing them 2 different types of sliders. One is a little flatter and harder. The other one is has more of a down break, and it's a little slower.
To the count to Morgan Ensberg. The third baseman, Crede, hugging the line, deep at third. Pulit sets. The pitch on the way. And that is low. 3-2. This crowd, the scoreboard exhorting them to make some noise. And the crowd is having a hard time making any right now. 3-2 to count. Here's the stretch. Cliff Pulit on top. The pitch on the way. Slider in the dirt. He walked it. So Ensberg will go to first base with 2 down. And Mike Lamb will come up, the left-handed hitter. And Ozzie Guillen has got the left-handed thrower, Neil Cox, ready in his bullpen. Brzezinski goes out to the mound, and now here comes Ozzie. Ozzie seemed to want to think about it an extra few moments. The Astros have already used Jeff Bagwell off their bench. So we'll see if Ozzie's going to make this move, and it looks like he is. He's made the call. How Phil Garner decides to counter the move, if at all. A runner at first, 2 down, last of the 8th. The White Sox are leading 5-4. This call to the bullpen is brought to you by Valvoline Max Life, engineered to help extend the life of your car. This is Game 3 of the World Series on ESPN Radio, delivered by the United States Postal Service.
Back with you in Houston. Time now for Did You Know? Brought to you by OnStar. When something unpredictable happens on the road, it's nice to have the 24-hour assistance of OnStar. Did you know the Chicago White Sox are 38-20 this year, including the playoffs, in one-run games? And that, of course, includes that dramatic 7-6 win in Game 2. They're up by 1 run right now in the bottom of the 8th. Ozzie Guillen has gone to his pen again. And with the details, back to John and Joe.
All right, thanks, Dan. And Neil Cox, who faced Mike Lamb in the 8th inning of Game 1 of this World Series and struck him out. And it looks like you can be able to face him again here, Joe, although Phil Garner does have other options here, including Chris Burke, a right-handed hitter, and the switch-hitting Jose Vizcaíno. But again, he's going to let Lamb swing for himself against the left-hander. And Lamb, in the regular season, hit only 179 against left-handed pitching. 10 hits in 56 at-bats against the lefties.
Well, I think he figures he's trying to get some lightning in a bottle here.
Here's the pitch, and Cox misses up and away with a slider. 1 ball, no strikes.
Because if he brings Vizcaíno in, or maybe even Burke, he figures he's got more chance of getting a home run one swing here from Lamb.
Now the pitch, and that one runs off the outside corner. A fastball missing. 2-0, little cutter. White Sox bullpen going. Bobby Jenks, the big right-hander, the closer, has joined another right-hander, Dustin Hermanson, out there. Now the pitch. And that one is up and away. Ball 3. The right-handed batting, Nathan Lane, who's a Broadway star. Jason Lane. Jason Lane is on deck. Here's the pitch. And that one is a called strike. You got the high strike call there. With a fastball, and it is 3-1. Now, you got the lefty versus lefty here, but Lamb has got the count heavily in his favor. Cox throws, and he's low and outside, ball 4. So Cox brought in as the left-handed specialist, but he couldn't throw a strike there to the left-handed batter. That moves Ensberg over to second base into scoring position, and it brings up Jason Lane.
And out comes Ozzie again.
He's got Hermanson. He's got Jenks. And Ozzie. And he's giving the signal for Dustin Hermanson, apparently. He did not give us that huge signal that he used for Jenks the other day in Chicago. So 2 men on, 2 men out. And Lane due up here with a 5-4 White Sox lead. And with this pitching change, we'll step out for a moment. This is Game 3 of the World Series on ESPN Radio, delivered by the United States Postal Service.
Once again, welcome back to Minute Maid Park here at Houston. Dan Shulman with you, and a reminder that right now on ESPN Deportes, it is the UEFA Champions League, the most prestigious club soccer tournament in the world. Real Madrid, Manchester United, Juventus, and many more. Beginning November 7th, watch as the greatest players of the major leagues come home for high-powered baseball in the highly competitive Dominican Baseball League. Watch it on ESPN Deportes, now available on Dish Network. Ozzie Guillen churning through his bullpen here in the bottom of the 8th with the latest reliever to come into the game. Back to John and Joe.
All right, Dan, and Joe, Ozzie's got a lot of different ways of going about it, because in Game 1, in a similar spot and a 1-run lead, it was Bobby Jenks to whom he went. But here now he's running through the bullpen. He's matching up batter after batter, and he's using Dustin Hermanson now, who is working on 26 days of rest. He had not pitched in a big league game since September the 30th. He was the closer most of the year. He had some back problems, and finally in mid-September they said, well, we're not sure one day to the next whether he's going to be able to go or not. Let's go with Bobby Jenks. Well, here's Hermanson. 2 men on, 2 men out. Jason Lane, the hitter. He's had a home run tonight. The pitch, a slider low and outside for ball 1. How do you predict what you're going to get from Hermanson when he hadn't worked in nearly a month?
Well, you're going to get sliders. That's what you're going to get. Now, whether he throws strikes with them or not, we'll have to wait and see.
Hermanson into his stretch. Veteran right-hander. The 1-0 pitch. There's a swing and a miss on a slider. And it is a ball and a strike. And he's also got a pretty good split finger pitch.
Well, I'm not so sure about the scouting reports that some of the Astros are giving. Hermanson's going to throw you a slider, especially if he's behind the count or ahead in the count. He's going to throw you a slider.
2 men on, 2 men out. 5-4 White Sox. The pitch on the way. And he swing. Yeah. Yes, he did. Strike 2, a slider that ended up in the dirt. And Lane fooled badly on that one.
Well, look like they think it's a fastball coming, and he's going to throw you a slider. I mean, that's the way he pitches.
1 ball and 2 strikes. Ensberg, the possible tying run at second. Bruntlett, the pinch runner for Lamb at first base. The possible go-ahead run. There's a swing, a line drive, fair ball down the left field line. It hits off the ball boys' bench, coming around third, and scoring the tying run is Ensberg. Into second with a double is Lane as Bruntlett stops at third. It is 5-5 as Jason Lane hits a smash down the left field line. It looked like it was going to head into the corner, but the ball boy down there tried to pick up his bench and get out of the way, and I don't know if it hit the bench or hit him, but instead of scooting on into the left field corner, it ricocheted back toward the infield just a few feet. And it could have been that Bruntlett might have been able to come around to score had that one kept on going down the line.
Well, that was a bad break from the Astros, for the Astros, although they got a good break because Hermanson hung the slider inside after getting the guy to chase 2 away from him. He hung it inside, and he ripped it right down the line. And I'm sure that ball, if that ball goes in the corner, they would have tried to score Brumlett from first base, and they probably would have been able to score him from first base.
So here is Brad Ausmus now. Don Cooper, the pitching coach, has gone out to talk to Dustin Hermanson. Ausmus tonight has grounded into a double play, hit a comebacker, and walked.
And if you're the Astros, Ausmus is a good guy to have up there. He's a veteran. He knows what Hermanson throws, and he's going to look for a good pitch to hit.
Here it is, a slider. Called a strike, and that was really a pitcher's strike there. And Ausmus, who's been working behind the plate all night with Jerry Lane's strike zone, not very happy with that call.
And you can see why. That ball looked like it broke down and out off the outside corner. It was definitely low.
1 strike to count. The pitch. Slider reached for and fouled off to the right. And now he's behind in the count 0-2. He is 4 for 12 lifetime against Dustin Hermanson. Hermanson's got a lot of background in the National League. So he's faced Ausmus several times.
Yeah, and the point is, the reason Ausmus has had some success is he knows he's going to get a slider, and he's been able to wait to get a good one to hit, but he may not be able to do that now with 2 strikes.
Here it is, a fastball to the inside, and he took it, and again, that inside pitch has not often been called a strike tonight. A great pitch there by Hermanson, and he looks a little steamed that he didn't get the call.
Now, that was to show him a fastball because he figured he was looking for a slider. He didn't want to get much of the plate with that.
1-2 the count. He's ready. Here it comes. He goes inside again. Strike 3 call. And now Ausmus trails after Jerry Lane as Lane walks away from the plate and has several words for Lane. So, bad luck for the Astros. A ball headed for the left field corner that did not go to the left field corner. 1 run does score. They have tied this game. Big hitters coming up with the White Sox. Dye, Konerko, and Przinsky. We go to the 9th inning. It is 5-5. The World Series on ESPN Radio, delivered by the United States Postal Service, continues after these messages from your local station. Astros still breathing here in Game 3. Down in the series, 2-0, but they have come back to tie this Game 3, 5-5, as we head to the 9th inning. And having seen a television replay of the double hit by Lane down the left field line that appeared to be headed into the left field corner and maybe to drive in 2 runs, but the ball, it looked to me as on a television replay of the in-house monitor that the ball boy did get out of the way of it. The ball hit a piece of padding protruding from the wall and bounced back. Dan Wheeler is still in there, and he delivers ball 1 to the powerful Jermaine Dye. The right-handed hitter leading it off here in the 9th inning. The big hitters are up. Dye, 31 homers. Konerko on deck, 40 homers. And then Przinsky. Wheeler, the right-hander ready, delivers. Slider swung on and missed. Strike one. Changes for the Astros on the field. Lance Berkman has moved from left field to first base. Eric Bruntlett, who ran for Lamb, stays in the game to play left field. Here it comes. Slider swung on and missed. Strike two. In the Astros bullpen, a left-hander, Mike Gallo, is warming up. In the White Sox bullpen, right-hander Orlando Hernandez, El Duque, is warming up. 1-2 the count. Wheeler sets. He throws. Fastball just a little bit low.
Nice try there by Wheeler after two excellent sliders. He tries to nail the outside corner, but it is definitely low.
2-2 the count. Here's Wheeler. He's at the belt. The pitch on the way. Slider off the outside. Not this time for Dye. He took it. Ball three.
And Dye has proven to be a tough out in that he forces you to make a lot of good pitches. You can't get him out with one good pitch.
Dye 1 for 4 in the game. His one hit was an RBI single in the 5th inning. The 3-2 pitch from Wheeler. Here it is. Swinging a bouncer over Wheeler's head towards short. Racing into glove it is Everett on the run. Throws to first for the out. And there is one away.
And that was a very difficult play because he couldn't wait to get the good hop. He actually gets it on the in-between hop and has to throw on the run because Dye runs very well. If he takes his time, Dye would have beaten it out. Nice play by Everett.
And Everett, who is an excellent defensive player, and he showed it right there. Now Konerko. And when Konerko stands in, those Crawford boxes in left field look like they're about 220 feet away. They look ever so close, ever so inviting for the right-handed batting slugger. Here's the pitch. Fastball away. Ball one to Konerko, who's hit a double down the left field line. Flied to shallow center. He flied out to center again in the 5th inning and walked into 7th. He is 1 for 3. Konerko has had 5 home runs and 15 RBIs in this postseason. 5-5 to score. The pitch, and that's up and away. Ball 2. So you might have to forgive Wheeler if he wants nothing at all to do with Konerko here.
Well, I think he just has to try to stay away. If you don't make the pitch away, then go ahead and walk him, I guess. But I'd never like to see this in an extra inning ball game. You've got to go after a guy. At least try to get the ball on the outside corner.
Look out. He tries a breaking ball up and in, and that got Konerko. That was a breaking ball that just got away from Wheeler, high and tight, right toward the chin of Konerko, and it just skimmed off his left hand or his left wrist.
And out immediately comes Phil Garner. That's it.
We got the left-handed batting Przinsky coming up, and the left-handed Gallo has been warming up in the bullpen. White Sox have had a lot of gift base runners in this one tonight. 5 walks and 2 hit batsmen by Astros pitchers. A runner at first, 1 out, top of the 9th in a 5-5 game, and Gallo is coming in. This call to the bullpen is brought to you by Valvoline Max Life, engineered to help extend the life of your car. Game 3 of the World Series on ESPN Radio, delivered by the United States Postal Service. Can you find the Joe Morgan bringing you the World Series on ESPN Radio. We're in Houston, Texas, the first World Series game to be played in Texas, and the Astros are in a critical state. They need a win, already down 2-0 in this World Series, and they're in a 5-5 tie. A.J. Przinsky, the left-handed hitter, who had a booming double to center field. It bounced up onto Towles Hill. That completed a 5-run 5th-inning rally. That was against Roy Oswalt. He's coming up now with a runner at first and 1 out here in the 9th inning. And Phil Garner's going to Mike Gallo, a left-handed specialist, to try and get him out.
Well, if he can get the ground ball, obviously Przinsky hits into a lot of double plays because he stays on top of the ball a lot. And that's what Gallo's job is now, to get the ground ball.
Gallo got Przinsky in the 8th inning of Game 2 in Chicago on Sunday night on a ground out. And also retired Joe Crede right after him on a ground out. Those are the only 2 batters he's faced in this World Series. Here's the pitch. Slider outside for ball 1. Gallo, during the regular season, was in 36 games, pitched 20 in the 3rd innings, allowing 18 hits and 10 walks. He's kind of a finesser, not a big strikeout guy. A 1-0 pitch, swing and a pop-up foul, and that will come back out of play. Przinsky is 0 for 3 in his career against Gallo. 5-5 in the 9th inning. Left-handed hitters as a group actually hit pretty well against Gallo. 268 during the season. Gallo throws. Just missing around the outside. So nobody's quite sure what the strike zone is at the moment. 2-1 the count. Przinsky only hit .230 against left-handed pitching during the regular year. 5-5 in the 9th inning. Konerko the runner at first. Here's the pitch. Swing and a foul tip off the glove of Ausmus. And it is 2-2.
Przinsky helps him out. That pitch is off the plate inside, and he took a swing at it. But with that hole on the right side, anything inside, gives him a chance to pull something through the hole. That hole created because Berkman's on the bag with Konerko. The second baseman, Biggio, is shaded toward the middle in double play position. 2-2 the count. Gallo ready. He throws. Swing, a little dribbler towards second. In and to his left is Biggio. He thought about second. No play there. Flips the ball over to Berkman at first in time for the out on Przinsky. But the go-ahead run goes down to second base in the scoring position. And this is one of the things that happened in Chicago when the Astros tied the game against Chicago. They tried to check their swing, and they moved both runners in the scoring position where they scored on a base hit by Vizcaino.
So now, Phil Garner is coming out with the right-handed hitting Aaron Rowand due up.
Well, I'm trying to see who he's going to take out.
He is bringing in Brad Lidge, and it looks like also going out to left field is Chris Burt to replace Bruntlett out there as the double switch. A runner at second. 2 down in the 9th inning. Rowand coming up. It's 5-5. Lidge coming in. And with the pitching change, we're going to step out and be right back. It's the World Series on ESPN Radio, delivered by the United States Postal Service. Brad Lidge, the Astros closer, comes on, and Lidge, one of the most dominating closers in the National League for the last couple of years, but he has been prone to the long ball here suddenly in his last 2 outings, and each time it's come at a bad time. His hanging slider was hit for a 3-run homer by Albert Pujols 8 days ago for the 4-2 lead in the 9th inning in this ballpark. And suddenly the Astros were trailing, and they lost that game. He was not used again until Sunday when Scott Pasednik, of all people, took him out of the yard. Although Lidge, in that ball game, afterwards said that he thought it was actually not a mistake. He said he threw the pitch where he wanted to throw it, and he kind of tips his hat to Scott Pasednik for being able to hit it out of the yard. He said that the pitch that he threw to Pujols, he wished he had that pitch back. But The one to Besednik, he said he'd throw that pitch to him 10 times out of 10. So here he is now to face Aaron Rowand. Konerko at second base, the possible go-ahead run. Bobby Jenks is back up in the White Sox bullpen. Lidge from the stretch. The pitch to Rowand. And a slider off the outside. 1 ball and no strikes.
Well, the one thing you notice here from all the pitchers, not just Lidge, but every pitcher that's starting off in these situations are starting them off with a breaking ball. Every pitch. Every first pitch has been a breaking ball for the last 2.5 innings.
5-5 to score. Brad Lidge from the stretch. The pitch on the way. And a slider for a strike call to the outside. Another breaking ball away.
Yeah, but I think you're in this situation with Lidge. You know, first base is open. So if you think that your slider is your best pitch right now, then that's what you throw.
The ball and a strike to Rowand, who is 0 for 3 with a walk in this game. Here's the pitch. Ball is a little bit up and off the outside at 97 miles an hour. 2-1 the count. On deck, Joe Crede, who's been one of the best clutch hitters for any team in this postseason. Konerko, the runner at second. Ready to run at the crack of the bat with 2 down. Lidge on top. He delivers. Slider swung on and missed. Strike 2. That was a good one. Down and away. A little bite to it. Bill Garner said the difference this year for Lidge versus last year, his control of the fastball hasn't been quite as sharp, and that slider has been much more inconsistent. The crowd on its feet rooting Lidge on. Konerko gets his lead from second. Lidge into his stretch. He throws. Slider struck him out swinging. The inning is over. Konerko is stranded. Now the Astros with Everett, Burke, and Biggio due up. We go to the last half of the 9th inning. It is 5-5. Game 3 of the World Series on ESPN Radio. Delivered by the United States Postal Service. Of the 9th inning from Houston, Texas, Game 3 of the World Series. I'm John Miller with Joe Morgan on ESPN Radio. And the Astros scratching and clawing to stay alive in this series. Already down 2-0. Changes for the White Sox. Orlando Hernandez, El Duque, has come on to pitch. And Chris Widger has come on to catch. A double switch. Widger will go into the 9th spot on the order. Duque will be in the 5th spot where Przinsky had been. The Astros coming up with Adam Everett, Chris Burke, and Craig Biggio in a 5-5 tie. Let's pause now 10 seconds for station identification. This is Game 3 of the World Series on ESPN Radio.
You're on Daytona's Sports Source, 1380 WELE, Ormond Beach, Florida.
The Astros, last of the 9th. Orlando Hernandez, the veteran right-hander.
Johnny, he hasn't pitched in a while enough.
Here's the pitch now to Adam Everett, and a soaring fly ball. Shallow left field. Down the line is Uribe. Now he's caught. Oh, well, I thought it was going to be called off by Besednik, but he stepped back to his left a bit. Besednik got out of his way, and Uribe made the catch in fair ground.
Well, I was going to say you might want to take a pitch. Since he hasn't pitched in a while, but hey.
Duque has not pitched since he came on in Game 3 against the Red Sox in the division series and pitched that remarkable bases-loaded jam and got out of it, retiring 3 in a row, not even allowing anybody to score. And the White Sox held the lead and then won that game. He went the last 3 innings in that game. 1 out. Here is Chris Burke. The third baseman, Crede, hugs the line, running against a possible double. The pitch. And a slider outside for ball 1. Burke up for the first time, hitting in the 9th spot in the order. Burke in this World Series, 0 for 3. The pitch to him. And another breaking ball outside, 2-0. Hernandez, a great October pitcher with the Yankees. Here's the 2-0 pitch. Fastball outside. He kind of had a slinging motion on that one. He missed badly with it. 3-0. And he's had some arm problems again this year. Now his windup, the big kick, the pitch. Fastball. Wow, just missing. Right around the knees, right around the outside corner, and called ball 4.
Well, Everett hit the first pitch he saw of the inning and popped up, and now he gets 4 balls in a row to Burke. The one thing you can do if you're Burke, Burke's a good base stealer where he can run. And I don't want to say he's a good base stealer, but he has some speed.
He was the one who came around to score the tying run in the game on Sunday night in Chicago with 2 down on the base hit by Vizcaino. He just outran the throw from Posednik.
Phil Garner went out and said something to him before the next pitch. He ran back into the dugout.
So here is Biggio. He is 2 for 4 in this game. Right-handed hitter. And Hernandez with a throw to first. He had him leading the wrong way, but it's a bad throw that bounces in the dirt. Pulled out by Konerko, but he has no chance to make the tag. Otherwise, Burke would be heading back for the dugout right now.
Well, if he'd have thrown it on the inside of the bag as well, he threw it down toward the line, away from the runner sliding back in. And I'm not so sure Duque didn't balk there. He gave him a little limp knee.
Now they pitch out, but nothing happening here. 1 ball and no strikes to Biggio.
Well, Ozzy's done a good job of pitching out in this series, but it didn't work there. I would think that he's telling him about to watch that trick knee, but he gave it to him and he almost got him. When I say that front knee, he kind of flexed that front knee, and anytime you bend the front leg, you've got to go to the plate.
There's a turn and a quick throw to first. That ball hits Burke. It rolls away toward the Houston dugout. Konerko gives chase as Burke gets up and races over to second. So another low throw to first base by El Duque, and this one not handled by Konerko as it went right into the right hip of Burke as he made a head for his dive back to the bag. An error on El Duque, and now a base hit could win the game for the Astros. Biggio has a double and a single and an RBI already tonight. Here's the stretch. There he goes. The pitch up and away, and he steals third, uncontested.
And I guarantee you that's what Phil Garner was telling him. I want you to go as far as you can go until they get you.
Well, now everybody's got to come in. The outfield's got to come in. The infield's got to come in. And we'll see if they'll even pitch to Biggio here. It's already 2-0 to him.
Well, you got Tavares up next, who is not a good RBI man. You could go ahead and walk Biggio and then pitch to Tavares.
Here's the stretch. The 2-0 pitch. High and tight. And it is 3-0.
And I think that's, about what they're doing. I think also what you do here is if you are the White Sox, you're leery of the squeeze, so you may go ahead and just throw another pitch here and see if you can catch them trying to squeeze or something.
The catcher, Widger, ran out to speak to El Duque. 3-0 the count. The only strike thrown in the inning is the first pitch of the inning thrown to Everett, who popped it up.
Swung at it.
Yeah, or
some unknown reason.
And popped it up. Now the stretch, the 3-0 pitch. That ball is too high, and he walks Biggio.
Well, I think that was a planned situation. They were just going to take a chance and see if they're going to squeeze. And since they didn't, they just went ahead and walked him. But instead of just giving him 4 intentional balls, they just decided to go throw the last 2 high.
Now, you talk about a squeeze. Tavares was a good bunter for base hits, but we've seen him not look so good bunting for sacrifices.
This is an interesting situation. I think if you are the Astros, you have Biggio at first base, I'd just go ahead and send him.
The first baseman, Konerko, is on the bag with him.
But just force them to do something.
Here's the stretch. Here's the pitch. Swing and a miss, and he blew a fastball right by him, an actual foul tip into the glove of Widger, and he chased a bad ball out of the strike zone away. And he was a very poor hitter in these clutch at-bats during the season. He hit only .218 in these clutch RBI at-bats. Well, runners at first and third, one out. The infield out and outfield both in. The pitch, swinging a foul straight back to the screen.
Yeah, I think if you're Phil Garner, you're in an interesting situation here. If you pinch hit Vizcaíno in this situation, they probably walk him to load the bases, but so what? You got Berkman coming up next.
And you got just the situation you want.
Yeah.
But now if they get Taveras out, they can walk Berkman.
Which is exactly the reason that they're pitching to him.
0-2 the count. The possible winning run. Burke over at third base. Biggio at first. El Duque delivers very high. 1 ball, 2 strikes. They also have, you mentioned Vizcaíno, who already had that big pinch hit in Sunday's game. Orlando Palmeiro, whom we have not yet seen in this World Series, is 4 for 8 lifetime against El Duque. Here's the stretch. 1-2 the count. The pitch on the way. Very high.
Well, I think you're also in that same situation. They're thinking, well, he might squeeze, so they're throwing the pitches high, which would be almost impossible to bunt.
2-2 the count. Burke got a walk to lead off the inning. Took second on a wild pickoff throw. Stole third. Then Biggio walked. Runners at first and third, 1 out. 5-5 to score. The pitch. Swing and a miss. He struck him out. He changed up with a breaking ball on him and got Taveras to chase it. So they have struck out Taveras. He is 0 for 5 tonight, and that will allow them to walk Berkman if that's what they choose to do.
Well, I don't think there's any doubt about that.
Ozzie Guillen, the manager's coming out of the dugout. He's going to talk to him about it. Berkman has driven in 6 runs in the 3 games of this series, including 1 tonight. And Morgan Ensberg, a tough hitter in his own right, but not the same hitter now that he was most of the year until he got hit by a pitch on his right hand.
Well, 2 things that they can be discussing here. Not so much whether to walk Berkman, but does he think he can throw strikes if they walk the bases loaded? Because he's been a little erratic. And that's the question. You see, there's a lot of conversation going on right here.
Went out to break up the conference. He comes back behind the plate. Guillen goes back to the dugout.
And, John, I think sometimes managers are afraid to run out of players, but I think in that situation, as I said at the time, there's no doubt I would have pinch hit for Taveras. You've got Palmeiro, and then you've got Vizcaíno, and then you've got Berkman.
Here's the stretch. They're not walking Berkman intentionally, at least. A fastball to the inside, and it's off the corner. Not far off the corner, just enough. 1 ball to no strikes. And, of course, I don't think he's all that concerned whether he throws him a strike or not.
No, I don't think so either.
Berkman has singled home a run. He singled again in the 3rd. Fly deep to left center in the 5th. Struck out in the 8th. First and third, 2 down. The infield and outfield both back to normal depth. And a high fastball right in the eyes of Lance Berkman, who lurches back out of harm's way.
I don't know exactly what they're trying to accomplish here, John, because they don't want to pitch to Berkman. But I don't know what they're trying to accomplish. Yeah, I mean, what are you doing here?
Now they're going to walk in intentionally.
Yeah, I don't know what they were trying to accomplish with the first 2 pitches. Unless they thought, well, Berkman might swing at something up and out of the strike zone, but he's not going to do that.
Here comes ball 4, intentionally wide. So the intentional walk, the bases are now loaded. And Morgan Ensberg, most of the year, they would have loved this scenario. Ensberg was the big guy until he got hit in the hand with a pitch back in early September. Tonight, though, he has driven in a run with a single. That was back in the 3rd inning.
Well, I think here's the situation of hitting that comes up right now. If you're Ensberg, you don't have to say I have to go up there and get a hit. He has to get me out. That's the theory. You do not have to get a base hit. So make him get you out. Don't get yourself out by swinging at something out of the strike zone. Make El Duque get you out.
Bases loaded. 2 down, last of the 9th. El Duque trying to get the White Sox into extra innings. Ensberg trying to get Chris Burke home from third base. El Duque has walked the bases loaded here in the 9th. From the stretch. Here's the pitch. And he got him chasing a bad ball. A slow breaking ball off the outside corner. Strike 1. He made him look over anxious on that one. Here's the stretch. He throws. And a fastball is swung on and fouled right back to the screen. And it is 0-2.
Well, that wasn't a strike either, John. That's a high fastball. El Duque is so smart. I mean, he goes upstairs. He says, hey, you know, you can't hit this pitch. He goes up and fouls it back. Now he has pitches to play with. But he still has to be careful about bouncing one of those breaking balls with the runner at third. Because any short pass ball, Burke could score.
3 men on, 2 men out. 5-5 the score. Duque nods his head to the side. He sets the 2-strike pitch. And a breaking ball is swung on, and he just barely got a piece of it. He's throwing kind of a sidearm, I don't know, change-up slider or something. 73 miles an hour, but it had like a slider break to it. 0-2.
Well, that pitch there kind of surprises me a little bit. I thought El Duque would go up and out of the strike zone with a fastball to see if he would chase it.
0-2 the count. He sets. He throws. Fastball up and out of the strike zone.
Yeah, that's what I thought he would do the pitch before. Get it a little better closer than that so he could swing at it.
1 ball, 2 strikes. Burke at third. Biggio at second. Berkman at first. 2 down. The 1-2 pitch. High and inside with a fastball. Now it is 2-2.
Well, this is the pitch of decision right here. And if you're El Duque, you've got to throw him a breaking ball. And if you're Ensberg, you've got to make sure it's a strike.
Ensberg facing El Duque for the first time in his career. Right here in the World Series. Ensberg with his feet wide apart. Not as open as we've seen him earlier in his stance here. Here's the stretch. The 2-2 pitch on the way. There's that slider, and he struck it out swinging. And El Duque pitches himself into all kinds of trouble. And then pitches his way out of trouble, striking out Ensberg, and this game is going to go extra innings. On to the 10th. Crede, Uribe, and Widger due up. It is 5-5. It's Game 3 of the World Series on ESPN Radio. Delivered by the United States Postal Service. Now to the 10th inning. The White Sox are up with Joe Crede against Brad Lidge. And Crede swings and squibs a slow roller to the right side of the infield. Into field at the second baseman Biggio. And he flips it over to first in time for the out. So Crede is gone. Swinging at a first pitch slider there from Brad Lidge. The Astros failing to score in the 9th inning. And it was almost an inning where El Duque was his own worst enemy. Issuing the walk to Burke. A wild pickoff throw, allowing the steal. They had the runner at third and only 1 out. And they could not find a way to get him home. And here is Uribe. And a high slider misses for ball 1. Uribe 1 for 4 in the game. A single. Back in the 5th, his only hit, but that started the rest of that 5-run rally. White Sox only scoring of the game all came in the 5th. Now a slider. That's in there for a called strike.
The problem with that Astro inning there, right situation, wrong guys hitting. That's the problem.
And he had some guys on the bench
right
that he did not use. He stayed with Tavares. There's a fastball popped up foul into the upper deck off to the right. 1 ball and 2 strikes to Uribe.
And the interesting thing to me there, John, is that during the LCS, Tavares didn't even play a lot of the time.
They put Burke in center field, and Tavares sat for 3 days. 1-2 pitch. Slider in the dirt outside. He's throwing almost nothing but sliders right here to Uribe.
Well, when you get to this time of the ball game, John, they're not going to, give a guy, say, a fastball they think he can hit out. They're going to make him hit a breaking ball. At least that's their theory.
5-5 to score. The pitch. Sliders swung on and missed. He struck him out.
I mean, I think the one problem that I have is that hitters, like they're going up there looking for something else, like they're going to get that fastball that they want. I mean, with El Duque and the bases loaded in the 2-2 count, it has to be a breaking ball. He has to throw it.
Now Chris Widger up for the first time, and he takes one of the dirt. When Widger came in the bottom of the ninth inning as part of a double switch with El Duque, it marked the first time in the last 8 games that Ozzie Guillen has made any kind of a maneuver with one of his position players. There's a swing and a miss on another slider at 89 miles an hour. 1 ball, 1 strike to Widger. His regular players, his regular lineup has been in from start to finish for 7 straight postseason games until tonight. There's a fastball just off the outside, and it is 2-1 to Widger. Veteran right-handed hitter. Widger is playing in a game for the first time in this entire postseason for the White Sox. Here's the 2-1 pitch. Fastball swung on and fouled back to the screen. 2-2. Brad Lidge facing Chris Widger. Widger hit .241 in the regular season in 141 at-bats with 4 home runs. Two down, nobody on. The 2-2 pitch. Fastball and a check swing. A little bit up out of the zone, and he managed to lay off, and it is 3-2. Scott Pasetnik on deck. He would be next. Everybody's standing here at Minute Maid Park. They've been standing for much of this game. Here's the windup. 3-2 pitch. Sliders swung on and missed. Strike 3. Lidge has retired 4 in a row, 3 of them on strikeouts since he entered the game. 3 up, 3 down. Now to the last of the 10th inning. Lidge, Lane, and Ausmus due up. It is 5-5. Game 3 of the World Series on ESPN Radio. Delivered by the United States Postal Service.
Tire City, Volusia County's...
Game 3 of the 2005 World Series. We're in Houston, and the first World Series game, and this is, after all, the 101st World Series played, and it's the first time it's ever been in Texas, and the first World Series game played in Texas goes extra innings. The Astros 5, the White Sox 5, and Orlando Palmeiro will pinch hit here for Brad Lidge against El Duque. Palmeiro, left-handed batter, the pitch to him, and a curveball low and inside for ball 1. It almost hit the left foot of Orlando Palmeiro. Palmeiro, pinch hit specialist, 4 hits, 8 at-bats lifetime against El Duque. Palmeiro hit .284 in the regular season. The pitch, fastball inside, a little too tight. 2-0 the count. And again, it would have been interesting. What if Palmeiro had come up for Tavares with runners at first and third in the 9th inning and 1 out?
That's a good word. Interesting.
Now the pitch inside for a ball. And you talked about it at the time. Either they pitch around him and walk him, and then have to face Berkman.
Yeah, they wouldn't have pitched around him. I mean, you can't do that to get to Berkman. There's no way.
And Palmeiro has had success against El Duque. 3-0 pitch. That is inside, and it's a 4-pitch walk. So here we go again. That's the 4th walk allowed by El Duque. He's faced 7 hitters, and he's walked 4 of them. The one was an intentional walk to Berkman, but only after he'd fallen behind him 2-0. Now here comes Herm Schneider. 28 years he's been the White Sox trainer, and he's out to the mound along with manager Ozzie Guillen to see if El Duque is okay. I mean, El Duque has never looked quite right ever since he came into this game.
Well, and we talked about the first time, the first pitch, Everett swung and popped it up, and then he walked 2 guys. He's walking guys all over the place if you force him to throw strikes.
And And Del Duque is going to be taken out of this game. It looks like Luis Vizcaino, who had gotten up in the pen, is going to come in. Vizcaino was warming up. And Del Duque walks off with the trainer, Herm Schneider. A runner at first. Nobody out. Del Duque threw 28 pitches while he was in there tonight. 8 of them strikes. So a runner at first, nobody out in the 10th. Jason Lane, who's having a nice game tonight, a homer and an RBI double. He's coming up with nobody out. This call to the bullpen brought to you by Valvoline Max Life, engineered to help extend the life of your car. It's Game 3 of the World Series on ESPN Radio, delivered by the United States Postal Service. John Miller with Joe Morgan, bringing you the 2005 World Series on ESPN Radio. Last of the 10th inning. White Sox 5, Astros 5, and Luis Vizcaino on in relief of El Duque, who never looked right while he was in there, and finally removed from the game for an injury. We'll try and get a report from the White Sox clubhouse. And here is Luis Vizcaino, who was warming up, but he will be given as many pitches as he decides he needs. And looks like he says he's ready now. And meanwhile, the home plate umpire, Jerry Lane, is walking down the third baseline to go converse with the crew chief, Joe West, who is the left field line umpire. And over near third base, they meet up. A tie game, last of the 10th inning. Orlando Palmeiro, the runner at first. And now, you know, Phil Garner got some other decisions now, because a bunt would be an obvious play to move the runner over. But your best RBI man of the guys coming up is Jason Lane. You got Brad Ausmus behind him, he's not like he's a bad hitter, but he's not an RBI man.
No, I agree with you, John, but there are certain ways you play the game. I think you have to put the winning run in scoring position to put pressure on the pitcher. Okay. If you move that guy to second base and the guy knows one pitch, the game can be over, it puts a little more fear into his, mind out there. Because if you get a ground ball here, it's over.
Yeah. Lane is not bunting. He swings away and pops it up. Foul off to the left of the plate. Widger's got plenty of room. Here the on-deck circle, and he makes the catch.
Well, obviously, Garner agreed with you.
Well, and Lane had not had a sacrifice bunt at any time this year. So maybe just not a good bunter. Although
we wouldn't find out. We didn't find out tonight anyway.
We did not find. He's had one sacrifice bunt in his big league career.
Carl Everett didn't have one the other day either, did he, this year? But he dropped one down.
He had not had one in 2 or 3 years.
Yeah. Well, all I'm saying is you change the dynamics of the game if you get the winning run at second base.
But that has not happened. Palmeiro still at first with 1 out. Lane gone on just one pitch. Ausmus 0 for 3 with a walk. The pitch to him. Low and outside from Vizcaino.
See, right now, the White Sox know that in reality it takes 2 hits to get the winning run home. If the guy's at second base, that pitcher knows one pitch, the game can be over. Any one pitch I make, the game can be over. And that's the reason that the home team usually has an advantage in extra inning ball games, because they can put immediate pressure on the opposing pitcher.
And a throw to first. Palmeiro back to the bag. Well, now that Lane had not moved him up, if Palmeiro could steal a bag, that would certainly be a good idea. But Palmeiro had only 3 steals all year.
Well, you have a backup catcher there, John, as well, who hasn't thrown that much in the World Series situation.
Now the pitch and a check swing. That's in there for a called strike, a slider, to make it a 1-1.
And the one thing that Vizcaino is doing, he's got a quick start, but he does give you time to run. He actually spreads out a little bit more, so it gives you a chance to try to get a good, jump at first base.
Konerko on the bag at first with the runner, Palmeiro. The third baseman, Crede, deep and right along the foul line. There he goes. A huge jump, but the ball is swung on and popped into center. Waiting for it out there is ruined, and that would have been the easiest steal of Orlando Palmeiro's career. He left while Vizcaíno was still in his stretch.
You know what? It's amazing to me. I've seen a lot of this in this postseason. Guys running, and the pitcher's still holding the ball.
We've seen it 3 times in this World Series alone. The White Sox did it twice in Game 1 just the other night.
But I must admit, that surprised me with Osmus because he's a very smart player, and he sees the guy break that early. Just take the pitch. Even if you strike out on the next pitch, so what? You got the runner at second base. But he already had a strike, so I guess he didn't want to go to 2 strikes.
So here's Adam Everett. Everett has had an infield hit, grounded to short, had a sacrifice bunt, and popped up to short. Their best relief pitcher, Brad Lidge, is out of the game now, having been lifted for a pinch hitter.
And there's 2 things to look at. If you don't score here, you got to face the top of the White Sox lineup starting in the 11th inning.
Posednik, Iguchi, and Dye ready to come up in the 11th. Now the pitch, and it's low and outside, knocked down by Widger, and he kept the ball in front of him. Palmeiro holds on at first base. One ball to no strikes. Chris Burke on deck. The infield backed up except for Konerko at first. He's on the bag with Palmeiro. And a throw to first, back to the bag, Palmeiro. Well, the Astros, I mean, there's odd things going on here. When they had the possible winning run at third base with only 1 out in the 9th inning, and they could not get him home. Here's the pitch, and the slider is outside. 2-0. Vizcaíno came over from Milwaukee with Posednik in the deal that sent Carlos Lee to the Brewers in the offseason. Vizcaíno actually was a little bit disappointing for the White Sox. He did not pitch as well as they had hoped, but some other guys blossomed and took those late innings instead. This is his first outing in this entire postseason. The 2-0 pitch. Swing and a miss. Chased the slider on the outside. Now it is 2-1. That's one of those 2-0 pitches. Almost looked like the guy made up his mind to swing before the pitch was thrown.
Yeah, I mean, 2-0, you can sit and look for a certain pitch in a certain zone. And it makes you, hit it. But I wouldn't think you'd be sitting and looking for a 2-0 slider.
2-1 the count. There's a throw to first. Everett has not hit well in this postseason. He has had 11 hits in 47 at-bats. Has not had a single hit at all with a runner in scoring position. 0 for 13 in those situations in this postseason. But Everett's the old-time shortstop. He's a glove man. He hit only .248 during the season. The pitch low and outside, backhanded by Widger, and the count is 3-1.
It's a perfect situation here. 3 balls, 1 strike. You go ahead and send the guy so that maybe he can score on a long single or something like that. And if you're Everett, you sit on a fastball and just try to drive it in the gap someplace.
Chris Burke would be next. Chad Qualls, a right-hander, warming up in the Astros bullpen. The stretch by Vizcaíno. The runner not going. The pitch is swung on and popped up foul off the left field line and back out of play. And why he would not be going there,
I don't know either.
I can't even imagine.
He got a fastball, but this one was in a little bit. But I guess obviously he'll be going now, so...
I like how you still had some reservations.
Maybe so.
I guess maybe he might be going. Yeah. 3-2, 2 down. Konerko stays in the bag with him at first. The stretch. He is going, and the pitch is swung on a high foul fly off the left field line. And that will drift back into the crowd again.
And a good job there by Everett, though, John. He stayed with that slider. He pulled it foul, but at least he stayed with it. It wasn't like he was completely fooled and swung and missed.
I mentioned Adam Everett hit only .248 in the regular season, but he was a much better hitter in this yard. He hit .282 in this ballpark and had 7 home runs. He found those Crawford boxes a few times.
I don't know why they're holding him into first base.
There he goes. The pitch is up and away, and he walks it. Wow. How can you walk Adam Everett to move the possible winning run into scoring position? And here comes Don Cooper, the pitching coach for the White Sox, out to the mound to go visit Vizcaino. Vizcaino is the 6th White Sox pitcher used tonight by Ozzie Guillen. He still has the left-hander Damaso Marte available in his pen, and he has Bobby Jenks as closer.
But it's a little different than what we saw against the Angels, where they didn't use the bullpen at all.
And he might still have Vizcaino in the bullpen if El Duque didn't have to leave with an injury. So here's Burke, Chris Burke, the man who ended the 18-inning game against Atlanta, the clinching game in the division series, with a home run. And Burke will now try and end Game 3 of the World Series. A home run is not necessary. A base hit to the outfield could get it done. Orlando Palmeiro at second, 2 down. Here's the pitch. Slider swung on and missed. Strike 1. And you just have this whole long list of Astros hitters chasing that slider, each one looking very over-anxious.
It's like they're not recognizing the pitch. They're just swinging at the arm motion instead of recognizing the pitch.
Vizcaino ready. Here it comes. Way outside, and a great save by Widger. Lunging to his right and backhanding that one that was like 3 feet outside. So now it is 1-1 to Burke. Chris Burke trying to keep his ball club, and really not keep them, but project them back into this World Series. A base hit could do it. The pitch. Swinging a ground ball right back to Vizcaino on 1 hop. He's got it. He lobs it over to Konerko at first. The inning is over. The Astros in the last 2 innings have received 5 walks, but have not been able to figure out a way to get a run. Now the top of the order coming up with the White Sox in the 11th inning. Pasetnik, Higuchi, and Dye. It is 5-5. It's Game 3 of the World Series on ESPN Radio. Delivered by the United States Postal Service. And on we go into the night here in Texas. Deep into the night, deep in the heart of Texas. Into the 11th inning, the White Sox 5, the Astros 5. Game 3 of the 2005 World Series. I'm John Miller with Joe Morgan on ESPN Radio. And here is Chad Qualls. Orlando Palmeiro stays in to play left field. And Qualls faces the leadoff man, Scott Pasetnik. Pasetnik takes a called strike. He had bluffed the bunt. The third baseman, Ensberg, came rushing in. And Pasetnik threatened to drop one down. Pasetnik is 1 for 5 in the game. The hero who hit the game-ending home run in Game 2. And a slider from Qualls is inside for ball 1. Qualls, who on Sunday night in Game 2 came in and gave up the grand slam to Paul Konerko. First pitch that Qualls threw after he came into the game was hit out of the yard by Konerko with the bases loaded. The 1-1 pitch. Fastball on the inside. Strike 2 call. Roy Oswald went 6 innings plus. Russ Springer, Dan Wheeler, Mike Gallo, Brad Lidge, and now Chad Qualls have all worked in relief. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Here it comes. Oh, man. A fastball on the inside with movement back to the plate, but called a ball. And the plate umpire, Jerry Lane, has not been given this inside pitch most of the night. A great looking pitch. I will say been pretty consistent, not giving the inside strike. The 2-2 pitch. Swinging a ground ball into right field, a base hit. So sure enough, and it's almost inevitable, whenever the White Sox benefit by anything, be it an error by the opposition or a call that goes their way from an umpire, it seems like almost invariably the next thing is they take advantage of it.
Well, they've been doing a good job that way, that's for sure.
So Pacetic is at first. And now we'll see how Ozzie Guillen plays this.
Yeah, he's either going to bunt him over or you're going to have him steal. You're not going to sit there, I guarantee you that. Something's going to happen.
Here's Iguchi. He's 2 for 5. He's singled twice, knocked in a run. He's also reached on an error by Ensberg.
But I wouldn't be surprised if he bunts him over because Pacetic has been very successful stealing third base.
There's a throw to first. And back to the bag is Pacetic. Iguchi did not spread the hands apart on the bat at all. Five to 5 in the 11th inning. Pacetic with his second hit of the game. He's aboard. Now the pitch. He squares around the bunt. Bunts at it and misses. Strike one. Iguchi, during the season, had 11 sacrifice bunts. He was tied for the club leadership in that category with Juan Uribe. The White Sox had more sacrifice bunts than any other American League team. Here's the stretch. He's already squared around and pushes it up the first base side, but foul. Now it's 0-2, and Iguchi's there kicking at the dirt, shaking his head.
Well, that was a pretty tough pitch to bunt there.
Iguchi looks over at Joey Cora, the third base coach.
I don't think they won't have him bunting with 2 strikes. I think, they'll let him go. He's a pretty good hitter anyway.
Now the stretch. And a throw to first. Diving back to the bag is Pacetic. Top of the 11th inning here at Minute Maid Park in Houston. The Astros 5, the White Sox 5. Game 3 of the World Series. Jermaine Dye on deck. Konerko behind him. The pitch up and away like a semi-pitch out there. And in fact, it might have been that Qualls threw a pitch out that Ausmus did not ask for. Ausmus came up out of his crouch and reached high and to his right to catch that ball, and he goes out to talk to Qualls about it.
Well, the other thing is, John, the other point of it, he can say, if I want a pitch out, I want a good pitch out, because if you throw that pitch and he's gone, I can't throw him out from there anyway.
1 ball, 2 strikes. Pacetic with a long lead from first. He stretched it out a little bit now. Here's the pitch. Swinging a foul, and Iguchi hit that one down off his left foot or left ankle. 1 ball, 2 strikes. 5 to 5 in the 11th. The Astros, who jumped out to a 4-0 lead by the end of the 4th inning in this game with their ace Roy Oswalt on the mound, only to see the White Sox score 5 runs in the 5th inning, an inning in which Oswalt threw 46 pitches. The Astros tied the ball game in the 8th, and it's tied still. So to first, and a dive by Pacetic. He's just back ahead of the tag by Berkman. He had a long lead there, and Qualls made a quick throw.
And a nice quick throw there by Qualls, and that will, if you're the Astros, you think, well, that might cut his lead down. We'll see.
He gets out there again. Here's the stretch. Now he steps off the slab and bluffs him back. Berkman actually never made a tag on that pickoff throw. He slapped a quick tag on the middle of the bag as Pacetic was clutching with his right hand at the outer part of the bag. A long lead. He stretched it out again. There he goes. They pitch out. The throw to second by Ausmus. He's offline. He slides. Safe. A steal for Pacetic.
Well, I think that's exactly what he told Qualls. I want you to make sure you give me a good shot at him. He took the shot, but his throw was to the shortstop side of the bag, and he got a good pitch to throw on. Qualls did his job, and if they throw it to the second base side, they got him.
So Pacetic with the head-first dive, beat the throw, then he went right on past the bag, but kept one part of his body or the other on the bag. There's a swing and a foul off to the right as Iguchi.
Pretty good at bat there, John. He just tried to fight that off to the right side of the infield.
So Iguchi, although he can't be real particular with a 2-strike count, would still like to move Pasetnik over to third base.
He doesn't care if he gets jammed or whatever if he can push it to the right side.
Now to stretch. Qualls looks at second. Again. Now he throws. Swing, and he hits a fly ball to right. Coming in his lane. He makes the catch. Pasetnik tags and bluffs. The throw is airmailed and goes all the way over to the box seat railing and then bounces back to third base. And so the Astros, in spite of themselves, see Pasetnik stay at second base there. And so you see a lot of the Astros players doing some things that would indicate they're feeling the heat of a World Series.
Well, that was a great attempt by Iguchi just to move the ball to the right side, and he did so, but it wasn't quite deep enough for Pasetnik to, advance to third.
But Pasetnik did something smart, tagged up and started to race toward third, and Lane bought it, and he made the wild throw that Pasetnik was hoping he would make.
But they got a break because it hit the wall and bounced straight back.
Came right back to third base.
But you still have to be careful with Pasetnik stealing third base.
He had 16 steals and 18 tries of third base this year. And there's a called strike to Jermaine Dye. So the White Sox are set up nicely in the 11th. They've got a runner with great speed in scoring position, and their 2 best sluggers coming up. Their 2 top run producers coming up. Jermaine Dye with Paul Konerko on deck. Bobby Jenks up in the White Sox bullpen now, the closer. Here's the pitch. Swing and a miss. A good sinking fastball at 94 miles an hour, and it is 0-2. Dye is 1 for 5 in the game. He singled home the 3rd White Sox run in that 5-run 5th inning rally. 5-5 in the 11th. 1 out. Pasetnik at second. The 0-2 pitch and a sinker low and inside. 1-2. If he can get Dye out, he would not have to pitch to Konerko. The pitcher's spot is due up after Konerko. And 2 the count. Here's the stretch. Biggio over near second, keeping Pasetnik close. The pitch is swung on and missed. He struck him out with a slider. Down and away. 2 down. And let's see how they want to play with Konerko coming up.
Well, they just about have to walk him, I would think. I don't see how you can pitch to, their best RBI hit, man.
And they've already sent Timo Perez, a left-handed hitter, out into the on-deck circle. They're going to walk Konerko. The last time that Konerko stepped in against Qualls, he hit a grand slam against him. And even had that not been the case, with the pitcher's spot up next, they'd be, I'm sure, walking Konerko. Here comes ball 2 outside. Konerko in this game had a double his first at bat, is 1 for 3. This will be his 2nd walk. He also was hit by a pitch. He's been on base 4 times. And here comes ball 3. So Timo Perez in the on-deck circle. The White Sox still have Timo Perez, the lefty, Jeff Blum, a switch hitter, and Pablo Osuna, a right-handed hitter, available among the non-pitchers on their bench. There's ball 4 outside. So runners at first and second. Pasetnik holding at second. Konerko takes over at first. And Timo Perez will come up as the pinch hitter. Timo Perez, a former New York Mets outfielder. Jim Hickey, the pitching coach, goes out to the mound to talk to Chad Qualls about Timo Perez. Perez only had 1 at-bat in this postseason, and he is 0 for 1. This is his first appearance of any kind in the World Series this year. Perez hit .218 in the regular season with 2 home runs. You may remember that came on in the 2000 season, helped the Mets get to the World Series, and was a great force for them late in that season. But then he did not run from first base on a deep fly ball. He thought it was going to be a home run and started to trot. The ball stayed in the yard. I think Todd Zeal hit the ball, and he ended up still trying to score and got cut down at the plate on a great relay by Derek Jeter. That was in Game 1 of that World Series. So here is Timo back in a World Series 5 years later with a chance to knock in the go-ahead run. Hickey back in the dugout. 2 men on, 2 men out. Here's the pitch. Swinging a ground ball right to the first baseman. Berkman picks it up, runs it to the bag. That's the out, and the inning is over. Perez gone on 1 pitch. So the White Sox got their leadoff man aboard. Had a runner at second eventually with nobody out, but could not score. Biggio, Taveras, Berkman coming up. We go to the last of the 11th inning. It is still 5-5. It's Game 3 of the World Series on ESPN Radio, delivered by the United States Postal Service.
Where can you find the lowest mileage, cleanest pre-owned vehicles in Central Florida? At Sunrise on Ridgewood in Holly Hill. At Sunrise, you get all the advantages of new vehicles without the depreciation. That's right. Why pay the difference?
78 South Nova Road, Ormond Beach, 677-0160. Tire installation while you wait. Open 6 days a week at Tire City.
Daytona Dogs, serving Chicago-style hot dogs and more. Try these taste-tempting Vienna hot dogs, jumbo dogs, Italian beef or sausage, Polish sausage, and steak burgers are some of the many dogs Daytona Dogs serves. Next time you're in a mood for the taste that made Chicago famous, stop on into Daytona Dogs. Proud supporters of the Chicago White Sox. Go Sox! Located on West International Speedway Boulevard, Daytona Beach, half-mile past the racetrack. Call today for takeout at 258-9200, 258-9200.
Now to the last of the 11th inning, and Bobby Jenks, the White Sox closer as of the middle of September and on through into the postseason, comes on. Ozzie Guillen has only Damaso Marte now among his non-starting pitchers still available in the bullpen. So Jenks takes over here in the 11th inning. He'll face the top of the order. And Ozzie figures, I'm sure that, hey, with these guys coming up, Biggio, Taveras, and then Lance Berkman, and Ensberg up fourth, this game needs to be saving right now.
Right, exactly. Well, I don't think Marte hasn't been used in the postseason, so you're not going to bring him in this situation right now.
Well, Marte was used against the Red Sox in Game 3 of the division series, and could not throw a strike, got the bases loaded. That's when El Duque was summoned, bailed him out, and bailed the White Sox out. So here comes Biggio to face Bobby Jenks. Biggio's been on base 3 times tonight. He's doubled and scored a run. He has singled home a run and then scored again. He's grounded out to third, struck out looking, and then in the 9th inning he walked against El Duque. 2 for 4. Right-hander against right-hander. Here's the pitch. High fastball, a check swing. An appeal made to Darrell Cousins, the first base umpire, and he rules in favor of Biggio. Ball 1.
And if you're Biggio, you got to make him get the ball down.
Jenks ready. Here it comes. Swing and a miss, and he did not make him get it down. A high fastball up above the belt. Although not, according to the stadium radar gun, that 100-mile-an-hour gas we saw Saturday night, that one clocked at 93 miles an hour.
And it was definitely up and out of the strike zone.
Here's the 1-1 pitch on the way. Another high fastball, and he swings at it again. That one 98 miles an hour.
Well, you can't catch up with the ball above your shoulders there, and you got to make him get the ball down, and they don't make him get it down.
So now Biggio behind in the count, 1 ball, 2 strikes. The outfield fanned out straight away. Here it comes. That runs inside for a ball. 2-2. 5-5. The White Sox, 5 runs, 10 hits, 2 errors. 12 left on. The Astros, 5 runs, 8 hits, 1 error. 10 left on. We're in the 11th. Here it comes. swing and a pop-up foul off to the right. And that fastball was down below the belt.
Right.
And he had a pretty good swing at it.
Well, you can catch up with the one down low. You can't catch up with the one up top.
Third baseman Crede hugging the foul line. The first baseman, Konerko, well off the line. The 2-2 pitch. And he goes to that big curveball, but it drops low. 3-2 now to Biggio. Biggio would gladly take a walk here. Tavares on deck. Bobby Jenks into his stretch. 3-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. He struck him out through that cutter at 95 miles an hour, down and away. Biggio just tried to somehow fight it off and could not do it. Wow.
It was off the plate outside, but you don't have a lot of time to decide whether it's a strike or not.
Now here is Tavares. Tavares is 0 for 5 tonight. And a big moment there in the ninth inning. Runners at first and third and one out. He was not able to get that runner home from third base. Instead, he struck out. Right-handed swinger. The pitch to him. Fastball up and away for ball one. Tavares popped up on a sacrifice bunt attempt in the first inning. Struck out in the third. Popped up in the fifth. Flied out to shallow left center in the eighth. Struck out in the ninth. He's 0 for 5. The pitch and a fastball right in there. He won't get a better look at a pitch than that one from Bobby Jenks. 1 ball, 1 strike. You know, a guy's not having a good night when he's swinging at the balls and taking the strikes. 1 ball, 1 strike. Jenks throws. Fastball swung on and fouled. Back to the screen. 1 ball, 2 strikes to count now as we hit the witching hour in Texas. It is midnight. Good night and good morning. Welcome to Texas. Late night baseball in the World Series. And the Astros trying to get something going here. The pitch. Look out, it hit him. A curveball, and it hit him. It hit him in the helmet. He tried to duck under it, spinning away from it, but it hit him in the back of the helmet. A big break. Tavares takes first. The batter will be Berkman. We'll pause 10 seconds for station identification. It's the World Series on ESPN Radio, delivered by the United States Postal Service. John Miller with Joe Morgan. Game 3 of the World Series on ESPN Radio.
You're on Daytona Sports Source. 1380 WELE, Ormond Beach, Florida.
The guy they want to swing. But Tavares is a guy who could steal a bag, but if he stole a bag, then they could just pitch around him or walk him intentionally.
And that's true. I mean, that's why managers get paid to make those decisions.
But they get the big buck.
Yeah.
Here's the stretch. Konerko on the bag with Tavares, and Jenks makes a throw over there. Tavares is back. Lance Berkman is 2 for 4 with a walk tonight. And he's been the big guy in this World Series for the Astros. He's knocked in 6 runs in these 3 games. Here's the pitch. They pitch out. Tavares is not running. Or he was not running. Is not, was not. 1 ball and no strikes.
And remember one thing, just if a guy takes off to steal a base, a throw can get away, go into center field, a lot of things can happen if you make that defense execute.
Here's the stretch. Jenks throws. Swing, and there's a foul peeled off the left field line and back into the lower deck. 0-1 the count to Lance Berkman. This is the first time that Berkman has ever faced Bobby Jenks. Konerko holding against the speedy Tavares at first. 1 out. Second baseman Iguchi double played that. The shortstop Uribe back a little bit, well over toward the middle. Here it comes. Swing, and there's a high foul off the left field line. A high fastball at 96 miles an hour, and Berkman has not gotten around to either one of those fastballs. White Sox 5, Astros 5, last of the 11th. Berkman 5 for 11 in this World Series. 5 hits, 11 at bats. Jenks sets. He throws. Fastball very high. 98 miles an hour. And about chin high that time. 2-2.
And you're in a perfect position now because they're not going to pitch out. And if you still second and they walk Berkman, so what?
Down the stretch. The 2-2 pitch on the way. Way outside and high. 3-2. But Taveras was staying put at first base. Taveras is the 6th base runner for the Astros in these last 3 innings. And none of them have done anything since Chris Burt. There he goes. The pitch is low. Ball 4. So Taveras into second base. Berkman gets a walk. And that will bring up Morgan Ensberg. And it will bring out Don Cooper, the pitching coach, to visit with Bobby Jenks, who has hit a batter and now walked a batter to get himself into trouble.
Well, if you're the White Sox, you're probably thinking to yourself, can Ensberg get around on this fastball? And what you're going to tell Jenks is you don't have to be as careful by trying to hit inside corner, outside corner. You have to just get your best stuff over the plate and see what happens.
The Astros have not been able to get the big hit since Jason Lane's double, a 2-out double at that, down the left field line in the 8th inning. They brought in the tying run. Since then, Ausmus ended up striking out with runners at second and third to end that inning. They got Burt to third base with a 1 out in the 9th inning, but could not get the hit. They ended up with 2 men on in the 10th inning and nothing. And now they've got 2 men on again here in the 11th inning. And 1 out.
I'm a little surprised Crede is playing as deep as he is at third base with a base stealer, because if he has to run to cover the bag and it throws anywhere off line, he's not going to be able to make an adjustment.
It's not a bad play anyway to get into the vacate his position with that Ensberg up.
Yeah.
Here's the pitch. Ensberg takes. That's low. Ball 1. A 95-mile-an-hour fastball. So Jenks not displaying that sharpness that we saw in the game on Friday, or rather Saturday in Chicago. Here's the look back at second. The 1-0. Nope. Now he.
I don't know, man.
Started to go home, and then he, in the middle of it, he just stopped his motion.
That's the balk. That's the balk.
I mean, you got to spin around and make a.
That's a balk.
If
you make a move toward the plate, it's a balk.
Here's the 1-0 pitch. Fastball in there for a strike. But again, the Astros are just taking a 1 base at a time here.
Yeah.
Since Burke sped around the bases in the 9th inning.
And when you got a third baseman playing that deep, it puts a lot of pressure on him to execute the play.
Here it comes. And there's a slider. That's in there. Strike 2 call.
I think it's a little late now, though.
1 ball, 2 strikes to Morgan Ensberg. He was the home run and RBI leader this year for the Astros. He has an RBI tonight, a single back in the 3rd. Base hit could get it done here in the 11th. 2 on, 1 out. The pitch and a curveball, a check swing. The ball bounces in the dirt. Knocked down by Widger, and the count is 2-2. That was one of those check swings where he just started to move the bat off the shoulder, reading the pitch out of the strike zone. Taveras, the Astros' fastest runner. He's at second, a base hit away from the Astros' first World Series win. Here's the stretch. Bobby Jenks ready. The 2-2 pitch. And the slider is low.
Good point. Now what do you do?
Well, he has not had him run until it went to 3-2 on Berkman.
But if you're the White Sox, you don't change positions anyway. You don't cover third base if you're the White Sox.
Well, they got to run. That's what I'm saying. Here's the stretch. They're not running. The pitch is swung on and popped up along the left field line. Out goes Uribe. He's backpedaling. He's having a little difficult time now, staggering a bit, but he moves to his left and makes the catch. down. So even had they been running, it was a pop-up anyway. They would have had to go back.
Now, I think if you're in that situation, you're the White Sox and they take off, you don't cover. You don't want to open up any holes.
So 2 down, and here is Orlando Palmeiro.
And Ozzie Guillen's out of the dugout yelling, telling Sednick to come in, all the guys to come in closer. What he's saying is that Palmeiro doesn't have a lot of power.
Here's the pitch to Palmeiro, left-handed hitter, and a fastball, a strike to the inside. The 24th pitch thrown in this inning by Bobby Jenks. Palmeiro is mostly a singles hitter, and you got a very fast runner at second base. Palmeiro drew a walk in the 10th inning as a pinch hitter. That's when he entered the fray. 2 on, 2 out, 5-5 to score. The 1-strike pitch from Jenks. Here it is. Swing and a foul back to the screen. Now he's ahead of him. 0-2. At this point, I mean, it seems like Taveras is a weapon that they just haven't used.
Yeah.
To the count to Orlando Palmeiro. Jason Lane on deck. He would be next. Bobby Jenks goes into his stretch. He throws. Curveball grounded foul off to the left. And it's interesting. Had just thrown that fastball, and the guy not getting around, he threw him the slow curveball. Although it's a good one. He's got a real good one. And it's only slow in relation to his fastball. He's thrown that curveball 82, 83, 84 miles an hour. 2 men on, 2 men out. Again, Jenks ready. The 0-2 pitch. Fastball under the hands. Bounce foul back behind the plate. Palmeiro hanging tough in there. That was a 98-mile-an-hour fastball. Palmeiro, who has been a handy player with teams that have gone to the postseason, including the Astros last year. He was on the World Series champion Anaheim Angels in 2002. 0-2 the count. Jenks tries it again. Curveball outside. 1-2 now. Jenks has thrown 28 pitches. So in a game that is not a save situation, the White Sox closer is in a high-stress inning. Damaso Marte is their only other relief pitcher still available in the bullpen. Now the stretch, the pitch. Fastball grounded right back to Jenks. He throws to first. The inning is over. And the Astros are now 0 for 6 as a team with runners in scoring position in just the last 3 1/3 innings. Base runners everywhere, but they can't get the hit. We go to the 12th inning. Rowan to Crede, Uribe coming up for the White Sox. It is 5-5. The World Series on ESPN Radio, delivered by the United States Postal Service, continues after these messages from your local station. And since that time, they have not gotten any hits at all. But they have put 7 men on base in the last 3 innings. I mean, they've been given an extraordinary number of base runners for the White Sox, but they've not been able to take advantage of it at all. Here's Aaron Rowan leading it off for the White Sox. 12th inning, and a slider from Chad Qualls in there for a strike. Qualls into his 2nd inning of work. He threw 21 pitches. And he was under duress in that 11th inning after Pacetic led off with a single and stole second. But he got through it. Now the pitch to Rowan to swing at a ground ball foul on the third base side. And on through the coach's box where Joey Cora is manning the lines. And we notice Morgan Ensberg, the Astros third baseman, is guarding the line there back behind the bag. Joe Crede is on deck. Crede, who's had as many big hits, important hits, game-changing hits as anybody in this postseason. He's on deck. 0-2 pitch. He drops down from the side with a sinker. Swung on and missed. He struck him out.
Excellent pitch there by Qualls. got ahead of the hitter 2 strikes. You can throw that sinker down and out of the strike zone. Most of the time, he's going to have to go for it.
One out. Here is Joe Crede. Crede takes a strike call to the outside. Crede tonight has walked. But then in the 5th inning, he led off with a home run, and that started a 5-run rally. The only inning in which the White Sox have scored. Since then, he's been hit by a pitch, twice grounded out to second. Crede swings, bounces it right over the mound. Behind second, glove by Adam Everett, the shortstop. He throws him out at first. Out number 2. In the Houston bullpen now, Wandy Rodriguez, a left-hander, has started to warm up. The Astros bullpen now consists of only Wandy Rodriguez and Ezequiel Astacio, a right-hander, Rodriguez a left-hander, both of whom will be considered for a start on Thursday in a Game 5 if Roger Clemens could not go. So one of them, though, is going to have to be summoned in this game if it keeps going on much longer. There's ball 1 to Juan Uribe. Uribe is 1 for 5. His one hit was a single in that 5-run 5th inning rally. An inning in which they sent 11 men to the plate, 5 runs and 6 hits against Roy Oswalt. They forced Oswalt to throw 46 pitches in that inning. And a 4-run Astros lead, a 4-0 lead, became a 5-4 White Sox lead. He drops down. A fastball is a broken bat popped up to short. Right into the baseline near second base. Adam Everett, he makes the catch. It's a 7-pitch inning for Chad Qualls. 3 up, 3 down. For the last of the 12th inning now, Jason Lane, Brad Ausmus, and Adam Everett due up. It is the White Sox 5, the Astros 5. It's the World Series on ESPN Radio. Delivered by the United States Postal Service. John and Joe's excellent adventure tonight from the Minute Maid Park in Houston. Game 3 of the World Series. I'm John Miller with Joe Morgan. And Joe, we're seeing a game go deep into the night, the first World Series game in Texas. And as in any regular season extra inning game like this, it becomes a war of attrition at some point. Bullpens get emptied out. You begin to run out of arms, run out of options on your bench. Bobby Jenks is through 29 pitches in the 11th, back for more. And he throws ball 1 to Jason Lane here in the 12th. And also consider, Ozzie Guillen wants to go for the jugular and take a 3-0 lead, and he won't have any worries at all. But if they lose this game, where's Bobby Jenks going to be tomorrow? There's a called strike now to Lane. 1 ball, 1 strike. Wandy Rodriguez still throwing in the Astros bullpen, the left-hander. The pitcher, Qualls, is due up 4th in this 12th inning for Houston. Jason Lane has had a homer and an RBI double tonight. He swings and tops one foul, a slider in under the hands. That one rolls off to the left of the plate. 1 ball, 2 strikes. 5 runs, 8 hits, and 1 error for the Astros. They've left 12 men on. 5 runs, 10 hits, 2 errors. For the White Sox, they've left 12 men on. Jason Lane has walked. He homered in the 4th inning. A homer that actually the videotape replays say should not have been a homer. He's grounded out to short. He's doubled home run, and he's fouled out to the catcher. Here it comes. He swings, and it's a high fly ball. Shallow left. Pasednik in under it. Moves to his left laterally a little bit. Reaches out, makes the one-handed catch to retire Lane over in left center. Now Brad Ausmus. 33 pitches thrown by Bobby Jenks. Damaso Marte, the only non-starting pitcher still available in the White Sox bullpen, has now started to warm up. Remember, El Duque left this game in the 10th inning with tightness in his neck. That's the word from the White Sox clubhouse on El Duque. Ausmus 0 for 4 with a walk. Stands in, swings and fouls one right back to the screen on a 97-mile-an-hour fastball from Bobby Jenks.
Well, what the Astros have finally tried to do is make Jenks get the ball down.
The third baseman, Crede, hugs the foul line, back behind the bag. The 1-strike pitch. Swing and a miss, and he made him look bad. A 98-mile-an-hour fastball on the outside and down with a little cut to it. Oh, and right in the middle of the swing, Ausmus said, what am I doing? Swinging the pitch is already by me. 0-2 to Ausmus. Here it comes. Fastball, he just powered it right by him. Swinging, strike 3. 96 miles an hour.
Oh, when Jinx gets the fastball up, no one's been able to make contact with it. They fouled a couple, but when he gets that fastball up high, you're not going to be able to catch up with it.
Here's Adam Everett. And Jose Vizcaino comes out on deck. The only non-pitchers available on Phil Garner's bench, Jose Vizcaino, a switch hitter, and the backup catcher, Raul Chavez, a right-handed batter. Jenks to Everett, a swing and a miss on a 90-mile-an-hour slider.
And we have his breaking ball gets pretty big at times, but like you say, it's still pretty fast. And when I say gets big, it has a bigger break to it than other times.
0-1 the count. He throws. Another one, another swing, and another miss. Strike 2. Everett tonight has had an infield single. He's grounded out, had a sacrifice bunt, popped out, and walked. He's 1 for 10 in this World Series. Here's the stretch, the 0-2 pitch. And that's low and outside with that cut fastball. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Jenks, the 7th pitcher used tonight by the White Sox. An extra inning game. We're in the 12th inning, the 55th extra inning game in World Series history. Here's the pitch. A swing and a foul back to the screen. And that was a hanging breaking ball. The last time there was an extra inning game in the World Series was Game 4 of the 2003 World Series in Miami. The Yankees and the Marlins. A game that ended when Florida shortstop Alex Gonzalez hit a home run against Jeff Weaver of the Yankees. Jenks ready. He throws. He struck him out with a fastball. 96 miles an hour. His 41st pitch of the night, and he blew him away with it. So we're going to the 13th inning now, and this will be now the second longest World Series game in World Series history. On to the 13th. It is 5-5. Game 3 of the World Series on ESPN Radio, delivered by the United States Postal Service. Inning number 13, Game 3 of the 2005 World Series. I'm John Miller with Joe Morgan. We're in Houston. And Chad Qualls back for his 3rd inning of work. He had a 7-pitch 12th inning. Chris Widger leads off against him, a right-handed batter, hitting in the 9th spot on the order, and he takes a called strike. Damaso Marte warming up in the White Sox bullpen. Now in the Houston bullpen, we'd seen Wandy Rodriguez for a while out there. Now the right-hander Ezequiel Astacio is warming up. And there is a ball to Widger. 1 ball and 1 strike. The Astros bullpen picking up for Oswalt tonight. Springer, Wheeler, Gallo, Lidge, now Qualls. They've gone 6 shutout innings against the White Sox. There's a swing and a miss. Fastball to the inside, a sinker. 1 ball and 2 strikes. They've only allowed 2 hits, no runs in 6 innings in relief of Roy Oswalt.
It's kind of interesting. I mean, both bullpens have pitched very well, at least scoring-wise.
The 1-2 pitch. Way outside and back to the backstop. Now it is 2-2. Scott Pasednik, the leadoff man, is on deck. Iguchi due up 3rd in the inning. 5-5 in the 13th inning. The Astros, only the 2nd team in history to be 15 games below 500 in the regular season and still make it to the World Series. There's a swing and a foul back to the screen. It is still 2-2. The only other team ever to do that, the 1914 Boston Braves. They were 15 under 500, went to the World Series. And in Game 3 of that 1914 World Series, They went 12 innings against the Athletics, and they won that game 5-4. They ended up winning that World Series. There's the ball down and in, and now it's 3-2. The only longer game by innings in World Series history than this one was Game 2 of the 1916 World Series, the Red Sox and the Dodgers. And the pitcher for the Red Sox was Babe Ruth. Swinging a foul. That one came up and hit Widger. Still 3-2 the count. And the Babe went all 14 innings. Got the win. Gave up 1 earned run, 6 hits, and won the game 2-1. That was the first game he ever pitched in the World Series. 3-2 the count to Widger. Here it comes. And a sinker low and inside. He walked him. So Widger forced Qualls to throw more pitches just to him than Qualls threw in the entire 12th inning when he retired the side in order. He threw 7 pitches to do it, but an 8-pitch at bat by Widger. Now I'm just going to take a wild guess, Joe, and say that I think Pasetti's probably going to bunt.
Yeah, and in a way, this may not be bad for the Astros.
Keep Pasetnik off the bases,
right?
If they can throw him out on this
they
bunt.
Can execute. Yeah.
There's a throw to first. Widger back to the bag. Iguchi on deck. Jermaine Dye after him. You're at the top of the order now. Here's the stretch. And he steps off the slab and looks Widger back. You see any indication from Pasetnik?
No, he didn't move at all. Good job by Pasetnik not to give it up if he is bunting.
White Sox 5, Astros 5. Top of the 13th. He squares around the bunt. Takes outside. And Qualls, after getting ahead of Widger, suddenly found it difficult to throw a strike. Pasetnik is 2 for 6 in this game. He singled leading off the 11th, then stole second. He was at second with nobody out, but they could not get him home. He squares the bunt, bunts it up the third base side, foul. It was quickly gloved on a hop by Ausmus, who then went ahead and threw to second base, but the ball was immediately signaled foul by Jerry Lane.
Well, it's interesting that we've seen Pasetnik try to bunt a couple of times, and he's still trying to bunt it down the third base line instead of down the first base line with a runner at first.
Which is what he did against the Angels.
We've seen him do it a couple of times.
And game 1 of that league championship series. One ball, one strike. Ensberg very shallow at third. There's the throw to first, and back to the bag is Widger. This game began 4 hours and 53 minutes ago, and we only mention that because this is now the longest World Series game in history by actual time. Now Pasetnik shows bunt. Bunts it right out in front of the plate. It's gloved by Ausmus. The second one. The relay to first. 2. A double play. Pasetnik did not run. He thought it was going to be a foul ball and only broke late. A great play by Ausmus, springing forward to grab that one on a hop to start the double play.
Well, what he really did, and he threw off balance, just a great play there. The ball bounces out in front of the plate, and it is a fair ball when he touches it. It is a fair ball. He throws it on the run, and that allows Everett plenty of time to get Pasetnik at first base.
And I think Pasetnik, although eventually he did run, even then seemed to doubt that it was really a fair ball. Wow. That was odd to see a guy whose game is speed not just go ahead and break out of the box with all of his speed right away.
Well, what happened, the ball bounced behind the plate, and then it bounced forward. It did not bounce away. It did not hit the plate. It hit behind the plate and then came forward.
Here's Iguchi. After fouling one pitch, he swings and fouls another one. Back to the screen, and it is 0-2. The double play from the catcher to the shortstop to first. 2 to 6 to 3 on a sacrifice bunt attempt. 2 down, nobody on. Iguchi, 2 for 6 in the game. Right-handed hitter. The pitch on the way. Swing and a miss. He struck him out. A sinker in the dirt. And Ausmus tags him out. The inning is over. Now Now to the last of the 13th inning. The Astros coming up with the pitcher's spot, then Biggio and Tavares. It is Houston 5, the White Sox 5. It's the World Series on ESPN Radio, delivered by the United States Postal Service. Now to the last half of the 13th inning. Game 3 of the 2005 World Series. The White Sox, who could be right on the verge of wrapping up the whole thing if only they could win this game. The Houston Astros, who must win to avoid being right there on the staring into the abyss. And this game goes deeper and deeper into the night, down to the last of the 13th inning. And here are a couple of updates on what's going on. Damaso Marte, the left-hander, not seen in the game since he could not throw a strike against the Red Sox in the 7th inning of Game 3 of the Division Series at Fenway Park. He got rescued by El Duque that night, and this is his first outing since that time. He has come into the game along with Jeff Blum, a double switch. Blum will go into the 5th spot in the order, so he would be due up 3rd in the 14th if there is a 14th. Marte moves into the 2nd spot where Iguchi had been. So Blum to second base, Iguchi out of the game, and that's the double switch. Now also, as Marte came in from the bullpen, Mark Burley, starting pitcher, walked out to the bullpen for the White Sox because Marte is the final reliever available to Ozzie Guillen. And here is Jose Vizcaíno, the pinch hitter for Qualls. And Marte throws him a slider, too low for ball 1. Vizcaíno, a switch hitter, batting right-handed. And his only other at-bat in this World Series, he had a 2-run, 2-out pinch hit single on Sunday night to tie that game. Now a fastball in too tight. And Vizcaíno is himself a former World Series hero. In what had been the longest game by time in World Series history until tonight, he ended that game against the New York Mets with a pinch hit single for the Yankees. He swings and lifts a foul out of play off to the right on a fastball from Marte, and that one is into the lower deck. 2-1 the count. Craig Biggio on deck. Willie Tavares due up 3rd in the inning. Here's the pitch. Swinging a foul back to the screen.
And a good swing there by Vizcaíno. Fastball up and in, and he had a good cut at it. Bobby Jenks worked 2 shutout innings, no runs, no hits. He walked 1, hit 1, struck out 3. Now the pitch and a fastball high and outside.
Well, you have a question to answer if you're Phil Garner if he does reach base. Would you bunt Biggio to give Tavares a chance?
Now the pitch is swinging a foul off to the right and back out of play into the luxury suite level. 3-2 the count to Jose Vizcaíno. Here it comes. Swing and a pop-up. First base side, foul ground. Coming over is Konerko, but that one goes about 6 rows back in amongst the spectators, out of play. So Vizcaíno leading it off here in the 13th as a pinch hitter. Continues to battle on. He's seen 7 pitches already from Marte. 3 balls, 2 strikes the count. 5-5 to score. The pitch. Swing and a foul straight back. Marte came right after him with a high hard one at 93 miles an hour. Marte on the staff rather than the guy who was the 5th starter the last part of the season. Brandon McCarthy. Here's the pitch. And it's high and tight, ball 4.
An excellent job by Vizcaíno to get it started here in the bottom of the 13th inning.
A 9-pitch battle, and Vizcaíno gets himself on. All right, so you're the manager. What would you do?
Well, I mean, that's a good question. I mean, it just depends on how much faith you have in Tavares against the left-handed pitcher. He'd have a better shot against the left-handed pitcher. I think he's going to bunt, but I think you have to be careful that you don't go out of the strike zone when you do bunt. Make him throw a strike.
And Biggio gives away the bunt as Marte throws to first.
I mean, I think bunting is the right play. You have to give yourself a chance. I mean, Tavares might bloop one in. Anything can happen.
And, of course, after Tavares, you would have Berkman,
who would not bat,
who would walk. And then you get Ensberg. Now Biggio shows bunt, and he takes a called strike. Third baseman Crede charging hard. The first baseman Konerko having to hold against the runner. Then he came rushing in. The fans chanting Biggio. 42,848. Deep into the night, 5 hours and 2 minutes after we started. Game 3 still going. Biggio shows bunt. Did he pull back in time? The ball, a slider down and in, and apparently he did. 1 ball, 1 strike. White Sox 5, Astros 5, last of the 13th. Jose Vizcaino, the runner at first. Konerko on the bag with him. The middle infielders are pulled in. Double play deck. Here's the stretch. And the throw to first.
And he did not appear to be bunting on that particular play. He did not start to square around. He didn't make a move at all.
To 5 in the last of the 13th inning. Here's the stretch by Marte. He throws. Biggio swings and he fouls one off the mask of the catcher Chris Witcher.
Yeah, he didn't give it away the pitch before when he threw to first base, and he got a good pitch to hit. Fastball pretty much in the middle of the plate, and he had a good swing at it.
1 ball, 2 strikes. To Craig Biggio. Here's Marte on top. Kicks, throws. A slider, he tried to backdoor him, but it was low. 2-2 the count. You can see Marte, he got excellent stuff.
Well, he's worked his way into a perfect hit and run position here, too. They can't pitch out, and he's got to try to throw a strike. He doesn't want to go to 3-2.
Runner not going. The ball is swung on and lifted foul. I mean, it's almost like every time you talk about this is a good time to do this, a good time. The Astros haven't done anything.
Yeah, well.
I mean, they've had one base runner after another here these last 4 innings.
And I guess they just figure something's going to work out.
Here's the stretch. Here's the pitch. And it's rolled foul off to the left of the plate. A good slider there from Marte. And Biggio with a shortened up swing, just trying to fight it off.
Well, Marte is throwing the ball pretty well, John, considering, like you said, the last time we saw him against the Red Sox when he could not find the plate.
That was October the 7th, 18 days ago. He throws. Fastball, strike 3 called on the inside corner. And he got a little extra on that one at 95 miles an hour. Put it right over the inside edge.
Well, excellent pitch. That pitch gets a lot of the plate, though, John. It's not really on the inside corner. It gets a lot of the plate.
So 1 down here is Willie Tavares. So Biggio with a wasted out. And he did not move Vizcaino up. Here's Tavares, who has been on base 1 time when he got hit by a pitch. He swings and pops it up foul off to the right, which is ironic because in Chicago, Tavares, along with Berkman, was the Astros' best hitter. He hit 2 doubles deep to left center in the first game on Saturday, and he had a triple and an infield single and 2 runs scored in game 2. Tonight he's 0 for 5 and has been hit by a pitch. He runs up as if to bunt, takes a fastball inside. 1 ball, 1 strike. Tavares had 29 bunt hits this year, and he had 41 other infield hits where he wasn't bunting. He had 70 base hits that did not leave the infield. The pitch to him, slider, and did he swing? Yes, he did. That ball ended up in the dirt and was a great save by Widger, but Tavares swung at it.
Well, he definitely swung at it. It was a good, sharp breaking slider, and he just couldn't hold his bat back.
ball and 2 strikes. Lance Berkman, the Astros' big slugger, on deck. Here's the pitch. Nope, instead a throw to first by Marte. Vizcaino back to the bag. 5-5, last of the 13th. It's one of those exercises here, these last, 4 innings or so. 5 innings now for the Astros. You start thinking, well, they have to hit a home run to ever score again. There is strike 3 called. And so Tavares, after swinging at a slider in the dirt, takes a fastball for strike 3.
Another good fastball, and it's not on the inside corner. That ball gets a lot of the plate again. I mean, that's getting a lot of the plate. But they're looking for the slider because he was throwing some pretty good sliders to both Biggio and to Tavares.
2 down. And here's Berkman. And, of course, with the left-hander in there, Berkman will bat right-handed. And that has been his weaker side, the side from which he is less likely to hit a home run. And he takes ball 1. Although Berkman, batting right-handed against Burley, drove in 3 runs in Sunday's Game 2, including a 2-run double down the left field line in the 5th inning of that game, which he really hit hard. Marte, the 8th White Sox pitcher. The Astros have used 6 pitchers. They've got Astasio throwing in their bullpen. There's a swing and a pop-up foul out of play off to the right. 1 ball, 1 strike to Berkman.
And Marte is throwing the ball very well. And as you said earlier, he's got good stuff. It's just a matter of whether he throws strikes with it or not, and he's throwing the ball well.
Marte, I mean, they've used him as the closer with the White Sox in the last 2-3 years on many occasions. Third baseman Crede hugging the line deep at third. Here's the pitch, and a slider is low. 2-1, the 23rd pitch thrown in this inning by Damaso Marte. The only man left in the White Sox bullpen is now the starting pitcher, Mark Burley. There's a swing, a ground ball to short. Over to his left to get it. Uribe underhands to Blum at second with a force out on Vizcaino, a leadoff walk, and then nothing for the Astros. And now we're going to the 14th inning, the second time in World Series history that a game would have reached the 14th inning. Ezequiel Astasio, a right-hander, is coming in with the bullpen. He'll face the big hitters, Dye, Konerko, and then Jeff Blum due up third. It's 5-5 after 13. It's the 3rd game of the World Series on ESPN Radio, delivered by the United States Postal Service. Now the 25-year-old right-hander Ezequiel Astasio from the Dominican Republic becomes the 7th Astros pitcher. And he'll have to be good in a hurry. His first pitch is a curveball that drops in there for a called strike to Jermaine Dye. He's facing the big guys right now in the World Series. Jermaine Dye with Paul Konerko on deck. Ensberg at third, hugging the line. A new second baseman is in. Fastball lined into right center field. That's a base hit. Over to pick it up, the right fielder, Jason Lane. And Jermaine Dye gets his 2nd hit of the night. A game in the 14th inning. Only one other World Series game. There have been 101 World Series, all with 4 games or more, and only one other time has a game gone into the 14th inning, and that was October the 9th, 1916. Babe Ruth pitched all 14, and the Boston Red Sox beat the Brooklyn Dodgers 2-1. Here is Konerko. He has doubled, twice flied out, walked, been hit by a pitch, and been walked intentionally. He's 1 for 3. The pitch. Swing and a smash to third. Diving to backhanded is Ensberg. The second one. Vizcaino to first.
Man.
Ooh, a double play.
That is a big league double play right there. And Vizcaino just came into the game and had to turn it at second base. But an unbelievable stop down there by Ensberg, and then he made a perfect throw to second base, which allowed Vizcaino to make the play at second base. It doesn't get any better than that.
Now that was some big-time baseball there. what you expect to see in a World Series.
Yeah, well, I mean, I just didn't expect Vizcaino would be able to turn it like that. He just came into the game.
Here's Jeff Blum, who just came into the game in the last of the 13th inning defensively. And he gets his first at bat here. He started the year with the San Diego Padres. A switch hitter, batting left-handed. Very versatile player out of the University of California. A former Golden Bear at Berkeley. The pitch. And that is a splitter low for a ball. 2-0. Astacio was 3-6 with a 5.67 ERA in the big leagues this year. 14 starts, 8 relief appearances. 81 innings pitched, 100 hits allowed. He throws. Swing. There's a smash deep to right field down the line. That ball is a home run. And Jeff Blum with a screamer down the right field line. And in his first World Series at bat, he hits a home run. And the White Sox lead 6-5.
Well, when you fall behind 2-0 and you have to go with a fastball, I mean, Blum was sitting on it. And he got it exactly where he wanted and nailed it.
Blum, who hit only one home run after he was the one acquisition they made at the trading deadline. He hit one homer in 95 at-bats, and yet here he is in the World Series. Finally gets a shot, and he hits one out. Here is Aaron Rowand, and he takes a ball low. Jeff Blum, 32 years old, born in Redwood City, California. Now the pitch, and he tries a breaking ball and misses up and in with it. So Blum with a home run here. What a moment for him. The pitch is swing and a miss on a fastball. 2-1 to Rowan. Meanwhile, you've got Astacio with very little experience and a guy who gave up 23 home runs in 81 innings in the regular season. The 2-1 pitch, and there's a swing and a miss. 2-2 now. 30th time that a player has hit a home run in his very first World Series at bat. Mike Lamb did it earlier in this series, game 1 on Saturday night for the Astros. 6-5 White Sox in the 14th. There's a swing and a bouncer foul off to the left of the plate. So Rowand stays alive. Rowand is hitless in this game, 0 for 5 with a walk.
Well, you almost figured someone was going to have to hit a home run in order to score here, the way things were going.
Now the pitch. That's a splitter in the dirt, and the count is 3-2. The Astros in their half of the 14th inning against Damaso Marte will have Morgan Ensberg, Orlando Palmeiro, and Jason Lane due up. But Mark Burley has started to warm up in the White Sox bullpen. 3-2 pitch. Swing and a bouncer hits slowly. Third base side. Ensberg from deep third races in, picks it up, and does not throw it. Did not get a good grip on the ball in the first place. And it's debatable whether he would have had a chance to throw out Rowand anyway.
Well, he's playing back deep with 2 strikes, and I mean, he just kind of charged it, and he does not have a chance. I think Rowand would have had a base hit anyway.
So the inning still going, and here is Joe Crede. 6-5, the White Sox scoring for the first time since the 5th inning. They had been shut out for 8 innings. There's a swing and a miss, and it is 0-1. Joe Crede has walked, homered, been hit by a pitch, and then grounded out 3 straight times. 6 runs, 13 hits for the White Sox. The Astros, 5 runs, 8 hits. They have not had a hit since the 8th inning. There's a hard slider in the dirt, swung on and missed. Strike 2. He tried to hold up, couldn't do it. It was a nightmare for the Astros in all that time. In the 9th inning, they had 3 men on. 2 on in the 10th. 2 on in the 11th. A leadoff walk in the 13th. but no runs in any of those innings and never a hit in any of those innings. They've stranded 10 men since the 8th. Runner goes, the ball hits softly, third base side, and this time Ensberg's going to let it roll, but it hits the bag. Man. Another soft roller and an infield hit. Rowan goes to second.
Well, he's throwing the ball well. I mean, after the home run, even then he was throwing the ball okay, but just a couple of bad breaks. He fell behind Blum. He gave him a low sinking fastball. He hit it out for the home run. And now we've had 2 choppers down the third baseline.
So as Jim Hickey, the pitching coach, heads out to the mound, 2 men on, 2 men out, and Juan Uribe coming up. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is the World Series on ESPN Radio, delivered by the United States Postal Service.
Well, the way Burley...
John Miller, Joe Morgan, good morning to you here in Houston. It's almost 1 o'clock in the morning now. And Estacio to face Juan Uribe with 2 men on and 2 men out. The White Sox ahead 6-5. Uribe's 1 hit, 6 at bats, and he takes ball 1.
Well, the way Burley's throwing in the bullpen, I think he may be coming in to try to finish this off.
So Burley, who was the starting pitcher the day before yesterday and pitched 7 innings and threw 100 pitches. The 1-0 pitch, and there's a splitter in the dirt, swung on and missed. It's a ball and a strike. Uribe's only hit, the single in the 5th inning, after Crede's home run, it made it a 4-1 Astros lead. Uribe's single started the rest of that rally, which eventually became a 5-run inning. Right-handed hitter. Estacio's 1-1 pitch. Way outside with a fastball. Backhanded by Ausmus. 2-1. Jeff Blum with a home run. Blum, veteran big leaguer, going all the way back to 1999 with the Expos. 2 years here in Houston. There's a swing at a high pop-up foul out of play off to the left and into the second deck. 2-2 the count. He had a year with Tampa Bay last year. Started this year with San Diego. And he was the guy they acquired. Ken Williams, the general manager, picked up at the trading deadline. Now Estacio into his stretch. He throws. And a slider in the dirt, and the count is 3-2. The home run by Blum, the only run allowed by the Astros bullpen tonight. Springer 1 inning, Wheeler 1 1/3, Gallo 1/3, Lidge 1 1/3, Qualls 3. Qualls was just superb for 3 innings. 11th, 12th, and 13th. There go the runners. 3-2 pitch. Very high and inside. Ball 4. And now the bases are loaded. And here's Chris Widger. The bullpen had pitched 7 shutout innings until here in the 14th inning. And Oswalt pitched a scoreless 6th inning. White Sox have been shut out for 8 since their 5-run 5th. Fastball is too low. Ball 1 to Widger. Meanwhile, Garland went the first 7 for the White Sox. Polite was charged with the run of the 8th inning. And since then, the White Sox bullpen has shut out the Astros for the last 5 innings. Although it hasn't been pretty.
No, I mean, they've gotten a lot of opportunities. They just haven't been able to punch a winning run across.
7 walks and a hit batsman supplied to the Astros in the last 5 innings. But no runs. The 1-0 pitch. And that is a ball too low. A slider that dropped low. 2-0. Now this is on the verge of getting out of hand. Right now it's a one-run game. The bullpen getting busy for Houston. The pitch, fastball in there for a strike. It's 2-1 now. Widger came in the game in the 9th inning as part of a double switch, replacing Pazinski behind the plate. He has struck out and walked since he entered the game. Top of the 14th, bases loaded, 2 down. The pitch, low and outside with a splitter. 3-1. Now he'll have to throw the pitch he's trying to avoid throwing here.
Yeah, but 2-1, you got to throw it. You can't worry about him hitting the ball out of the ballpark. I mean, you have to throw a strike. Now you may have to throw 2 strikes because he didn't swing at the 2-0 pitch.
3-1 the count. Here it comes. And he walks him. He walks in a run. He tried to put that fastball right at the knees on the outside corner, and he has walked in a run. So Aaron Rowan, who got about a 60-foot base hit, and that has been turned into a run. Crede, who rolled one that they hoped would roll foul, and it finally hit the bag at third. He moves over to third. Uribe, who walked, moves to second. It is now 7-5 White Sox, and the leadoff man, Scott Pasednik, is coming up as Osmus goes out to the mound to visit with young Astacio. 7-5 White Sox here in the top of the 14th inning. And here comes Phil Garner. He's got the left-hander.
He already made the call.
Wandy Rodriguez ready in the bullpen, and he is going to him right here. So 2 runs are in here in the 14th. And a very dejected Astacio leaves the mound as a lot of fans here in Houston get ready to leave Minute Maid Park. This call to the bullpen is brought to you by Valvoline Max Life, engineered to help extend the life of your car. It's Game 3 of the World Series on ESPN Radio, delivered by the United States Postal Service. Now the young left-hander, Wandy Rodriguez, on in relief of Ezequiel Astacio with the bases loaded. 2 down in the inning, 2 runs in. The White Sox ahead 7-5. And here's Pasednik to try and put this one on ice. Pasednik bunted into a double play in the 13th inning. And is 2 for 7 in the game with a run scored and a steal. Wandy Rodriguez pitched in game 1 and went 3 in the 3rd, taking over after Roger Clemens left the game with that strained left hamstring.
You're on Daytona's Sports Source, 1380 WELE, Ormond Beach, Florida.
And gave up 4 hits, but they only got the 1 run against him. The pitch to Pasednik, and a breaking ball in there for a called strike. Wandy Rodriguez, 26 years old. He throws. Swinging a foul that will come back just beneath us into the second deck, and it is 0-2. He had 10 wins and 10 losses during the regular season. And Wandy Rodriguez becomes the 16th pitcher to be utilized in this game. The 8th for the Astros. 3 men on, 2 men out. Here's the pitch. And a curveball swung on and missed. He struck him out. And the ball is picked out of the dirt by Osmus, and he steps on the plate for the force out to end the inning. But 2 runs for the White Sox. They are 3 outs away from taking a 3-0 lead in this World Series. Last chance for the Astros. Ensberg, Palmero, Lane coming up. We go to the last of the 14th, 7-5 Chicago. Game 3 of the World Series on ESPN Radio, delivered by the United States Postal Service. Here we go now to the last of the 14th. Last chance for the Astros, down 7-5. Damaso Marte stays in there now with a 2-run lead, and he throws a called strike to Morgan Ensberg. Ensberg, Palmeiro, and Lamb. Mark Burley stand up in the bullpen for the White Sox in case. And a slider. That's in there. Strike 2 call.
I think if it's been a 1-run lead, I think we were going to see Burley. But since it's a 2-run lead, they have some margin for error. They send Marte back out there.
And there's a swing and a miss. Strike 3. I mean, he puts Ensberg away post-haste.
Play fastball, curveball, fastball, and see you later.
Now the left-handed batting. Orlando Palmeiro, the only available player on the Astros bench, other than some of the other starting pitchers, is the backup catcher Raul Chavez. Here's the pitch, and the fastball is too high for ball 1. The 1-0 pitch. That is a strike caught on the inside. 1 ball, 1 strike. This game being played at 12 minutes after 1 o'clock in the morning in Houston. There's the ball down and away, and it is 2-1. The game began at 7:39 Central Daylight Time. 5 hours and 33 minutes ago. Here's the pitch. Fastball low and outside, and it is 3-1. 7 runs, 14 hits, and 2 errors for the White Sox. 5 runs, 8 hits, and 1 error for the Astros. Palmeiro came on in the 10th inning as a pinch hitter and drew a walk. Then he hit a comebacker his last time. And then he wasn't even ready in the batter's box, and Marte almost threw the pitch. Jerry Lane signaled timeout just at the last moment. Now he's ready. Here it comes. And that ball is too high, and he walks it. Remember, Marte, who's usually a short reliever, has now thrown 32 pitches in this game. This is his second inning of work, and it's the first time he's worked in a game at all in the last 18 days.
Well, they still have Mark Burley out there. If he can't retire Jason Lane, I'm sure they're going to go to Burley.
Here's Jason Lane. He is the possible tying run. He hit 26 home runs this year. Here's the pitch. Swing, and he pops it off the fists. Right out behind second base. Right there to get it is Jeff Blum. And in shallow center, he makes the catch. So Lane got jammed and is out on 1 pitch. He is now 2 for 6 with a walk. His RBI double in the 8th inning tied this game. But the Astros have not had a hit since then. In the last 6 innings, they have been held hitless, even though they have received 8 walks and a hit batsman in that time. So here is Brad Ausmus. Last chance for the Astros. Here's the pitch. And a fastball low and in for ball 1. Remember, Ausmus, with 2 down in the 9th inning of the 18-inning game against Atlanta in the division series, he was the one who homered to tie that game and send it to extra innings. There goes the runner, but Ausmus swings and fouls one off the mask of the catcher, Chris Witcher, and back to the backstop. 1 ball, 1 strike. Palmeiro will go back to first. Well, a lot of grim faces in that Astros dugout, knowing that they're on the verge of going down 3-0, but also that they've had about 400 chances to win here the last 5-6 innings. The runner goes, and a slider is high for a ball.
And I think that would be the most devastating part if they're not able to come back here. Simply because they had opportunities to win this ball game and could not figure out how to get the runner home.
Many opportunities.
And a lot of them provided by the White Sox.
Well, all of them.
Yeah, they gave them a lot of chances.
8 walks and a hit batsman in the last 6 innings. I mean, that may be a World Series record all by itself. But no hits and no runs. 2-1 pitch. Swing and a miss on a high fastball. 2-2. Ausmus is 0 for 5 with a walk in this game. The Astros have 8 hits. The last one came in the 8th inning by Jason Lane. And that's the only hit they've had since the 4th inning when Lane hit a home run. Lane's the only guy who's had a hit for them since the 3rd inning. 2-2 pitch, low and inside, ball 3. Can you imagine that?
That's surprising. I mean, you would think that You know, with your big league hitters, you bloop one somewhere or chop one.
In the last 11 innings, they've only had 2 hits, both by Jason Lane. Nobody else has had even one. 3-2 pitch. Swing and a ground ball to shortstop. Uribe to his right. He bobbles it. Picks it up. Has no play. Everybody is safe. And they give the Astros another base runner. They can't get a hit, but they continue to get chance after chance after chance, courtesy of the White Sox.
Well, that's one of the dangers of playing so deep as Uribe does, because you're out on the edge of the grass, and the level of your body is changed by the grass being a little higher than the infield. And as I suspected, they're going to bring in Burley.
So Mark Burley, who threw 100 pitches and worked 7 innings the day before yesterday, and he comes in on the day that he would have done his bullpen session on the side to try and get a save here in Game 3. Adam Everett due up, runners at first and third. Is there a hit to be had for the Astros? Last of the 14th, 7-5 White Sox. This call to the bullpen brought to you by Valvoline Max Life, engineered to help extend the life of your car. It's the World Series on ESPN Radio, delivered by the United States Postal Service.
Tire City.
Mark Burley in relief, trying to get the save for the White Sox after the error by Juan Uribe. He inherits 2 base runners. Orlando Palmeiro at third base, Brad Ausmus, the possible tying run at first base. And he comes in to face Adam Everett, the man who has not had a base hit with a runner in scoring position throughout this entire postseason. He is 0 for 13 in such at-bats in this postseason. And he is now trying to keep the Astros alive in this one. Well, 7-5, the White Sox lead.
Vizcaino is on deck, and that's exactly who you'd like to have up there if you're the Astros, if you can get that far.
The veteran Vizcaino. But right now, Everett, he got an infield hit in the 3rd inning. His only hit of the night. Runners at first and third. Burley ready at the belt. He throws. And he misses with a changeup off the outside. Burley, the last time he worked in relief in a game was in the division series 5 years ago. He is the 17th pitcher used in this game. The 1-0 pitch. That's a fastball for a strike on the outside. 89 miles an hour. 43 players have been used. There are only 50 players eligible for a World Series game between the 2 clubs. They've used 43 of them. The 1-1 pitch. Swing and a high pop-up. Uribe at shortstop. He's calling for it. Shallow left field. Backing up a little bit. He's got it. And the White Sox have won it. The White Sox in the 14th inning finally put an end to it. 5 hours and 41 minutes after it began. The longest World Series game in history, equaling the longest World Series game ever played by innings, 14, setting a World Series record for 17 pitchers used. And the White Sox win the ball game as they no-hit the Astros for the last 6 1/3 innings, despite giving them 8 walks, a hit batsman, and an error in the last 6 innings. But they did not allow any of those 10 runners that they gave them to score.
Well, they had their best chance in the 9th inning when they had runners at first and third, and Tavares struck out. They just could not seem to get the right guy at the plate at the right time. I think that's what this amounts to.
You hot under the collar? Well, keep your cool with Tropical Auto Air, with 2 convenient locations to serve you better. 1092 South Ridgewood Avenue, Edgewater, and 700 South Nova Road, Daytona. Tropical Auto Air offers a free 20-point service check, including belts, hoses, fluids, and more. We also offer a free air conditioning and heating check and a free brake inspection. Radiator flush on most cars starting at just $34.95. Tune-ups and radiator flush just $54.95 for most cars. CV axles at just $89.95 for most cars. Timing belt specials only $99.95 for most cars. And if your engine light is on and you have engine trouble, Tropical Auto Air offers a free diagnostic check. We have complete auto repair with fully ASE certified factory-trained mechanics on both foreign and domestic. Also, factory-trained import specialists for Toyota, Honda, and Nissan. For all your auto repair needs, it's Tropical Auto Air. 1092 South Ridgewood Avenue, Edgewater, 428-3787, and 700 South Nova Road, Daytona, 226-2070.
Need something for your car? Mike Moore's Auto Salvage is the place to go. Tires, wheels, motors, transmissions, radios, DVD systems. You'll find them at Mike Moore's Auto Salvage. Mike Moore's Auto Salvage specializes in late model parts, trucks, and sports cars. Mike Moore's Auto Salvage, 330 14th Street in Holly Hill, has been in business for 20 years. You'll find new as well as used parts. Mike Moore's Auto Salvage. Call 677-3500. Mike Moore's Auto Salvage, 330 14th Street in Holly Hill. Nosotros hablamos español.
Southside Collision, located at 206 North Young Street, US 1 Ormond Beach, is your one-stop for expert auto body repair and color matching. At Southside Collision, we have personal service with pride and quality in our work. And remember, we beat higher dealer costs with quick turnarounds to get you back on the road faster. Ask about our senior discounts. That's Southside Collision, 206 North Young Street, US 1 Ormond Beach. Call 615-6266. You're on Daytona's Sports Source, 1380 WELE, Ormond Beach, Florida.
Wow. The White Sox and the Astros, Game 4 of the 2005 World Series, tomorrow at 8 Eastern. And you can catch every game of the 2005 World Series right here on ESPN Radio. This is All Night on ESPN Radio. Here's your host, Jason Smith.
Finally, it is all over in Houston. The White Sox take Game 3. 7-5 the final. Jeff Blum, the big hero. See, it's a solo home run in the top of the 14th. Chicago adds another run, holds on in the bottom of the 14th. Mark Burley comes in to close it out to get Adam Everett to pop out. Everett, who has just killed the Astros in the World Series. To break it all down for us right now, we head to the OnStar hotline, where Eric Burns is waiting, our ESPN baseball analyst and Orioles outfielder, spending some time with us here in the postseason on All Night and on Game Night talking baseball. And Eric, things got so late for you, you went back to the hotel.
2:30 in the morning in Bristol, Connecticut. I can't think of anything better to do right now than to talk to you right now, Jason.
Or you just can't think of anything at all to do.
Well, let's put it this way. There isn't anything else to do.
All right, very good. Very good. Now, Eric, first of all, when you get to a game and it goes this late, at what point do you get where just fatigue sets in and, guys just start going through the motions because they've been playing for so long?
Well, just by watching it, I think fatigue set in for me at probably about the 11th. And then our show, Game Night, which preceded your show, which your show started just about an hour and a half ago.
Yeah.
Our show ended at probably, I'd say, about that time, at which point I said, enough is enough, and drove back to the hotel, shocked to find that the game was not over, and it wasn't, and just watched the ending right there. But what a great feeling for Jeff Blum. I mean, you want to talk about sticking a dagger in your old team's back. That is definitely one way to do it.
How difficult is it, Eric, for a guy like Jeff Blum to sit around for the whole series, not even play, and then come out cold in the 14th inning, not only get a pitch, hit it well, but hit a home run?